The School for Good and Evil by Soman Chainani. Chapter 1. The Princess and the Witch. Sophie had waited all her life to be kidnapped. But tonight, all the other children of Gavaldon writhed in their beds. If the schoolmaster took them, they'd never return. Never lead a full life. Never see their family again. Tonight, these children dreamt of a red-eyed thief with the body of a beast, come to rip them from their sheets and stifle their screams. Sophie dreamt of princes instead. She had arrived at a castle ball thrown in her honor, only to find the hall filled with 100 suitors and no other girls in sight. Here for the first time were boys who deserved her, she thought as she walked the line. Hair shiny and thick, muscles taut through shirts, skin smooth and tan, beautiful and attentive like princes should be. But just as she came to one who seemed better than the rest, with brilliant blue eyes and ghostly white hair, the one who felt like happily ever after, a hammer broke through the walls of the room and smashed the princes to shards. Sophie's eyes opened to morning. The hammer was real. The princes were not. "Father, if I don't sleep 9 hours, my eyes look swollen." "Everyone's prattling on that you're to be taken this year," her father said, nailing a misshapen bar over her bedroom window, now completely obscured by locks, spikes, and screws. "They tell me to shear your hair, muddy up your face, as if I believe all this fairy tale hogwash. But no one's getting in here tonight, that's for sure." He pounded a deafening crack as exclamation. Sophie rubbed her ears and frowned at her once lovely window, now something you'd see in a witch's den. "Locks? Why didn't anyone think of that before?" "I don't know why they all think it's you," he said, silver hair slicked with sweat. "If it's goodness that schoolmaster fellow wants, he'll take Gunilda's daughter." Sophie tensed. "Belle? Perfect child that one is," he said. "Brings her father home-cooked lunches at the mill. Gives the leftovers to the poor hag in the square." Sophie heard the edge in her father's voice. She had never once cooked a full meal for him, even after her mother died. Naturally, she had good reason. The oil and smoke would clog her pores. But she knew it was a sore point. This didn't mean her father had gone hungry. Instead, she offered him her own favorite foods: mashed beets, broccoli stew, boiled asparagus, steamed spinach. He hadn't ballooned into a blimp like Belle's father, precisely because she hadn't brought him home-cooked lamb fricassees and cheese soufflés at the mill. As for the poor hag in the square, that old crone, despite claiming hunger day after day, was fat. And if Belle had anything to do with it, then she wasn't good at all, but the worst kind of evil. Sophie smiled back at her father. "Like you said, it's all hogwash." She swept out of bed and slammed the bathroom door. She studied her face in the mirror. The rude awakening had taken its toll. Her waist-long hair, the color of spun gold, didn't have its usual sheen. Her jade-green eyes looked faded, her luscious red lips a touch dry. Even the glow of her creamy peach skin had dulled. But still a princess, she thought. Her father couldn't see she was special, but her mother had. "You are too beautiful for this world, Sophie," she said with her last breaths. Her mother had gone somewhere better, and now, so would she. Tonight, she would be taken into the woods. Tonight, she would begin a new life. Tonight, she would live out her fairy tale. And now, she needed to look the part. To begin, she rubbed fish eggs into her skin, which smelled of dirty feet but warded off spots. Then, she massaged in pumpkin puree, rinsed with goat's milk, and soaked her face in a mask of melon and turtle egg yolk. As she waited for the mask to dry, Sophie flipped through a storybook and sipped on cucumber juice to keep her skin dewy soft. She skipped to her favorite part of the story, where the wicked hag is rolled down a hill in a nail-spiked barrel until all that remains is her bracelet made of little boys' bones. Gazing at the gruesome bracelet, Sophie felt her thoughts drift to cucumbers. Suppose there were no cucumbers in the woods. Suppose other princesses had depleted the supply. No cucumbers. She'd shrivel. She'd wither. She'd... Dried melon flakes fell to the page. She turned to the mirror and saw her brow creased in worry. First ruined sleep, and now wrinkles? At this rate, she'd be a hag by afternoon. She relaxed her face and banished thoughts of vegetables. As for the rest of Sophie's beauty routine, it could fill a dozen storybooks. Suffice to say, it included goose feathers, pickled potatoes, horse hooves, cream of cashews, and a vial of cow's blood. 2 hours of rigorous grooming later, she stepped from the house in a breezy pink dress, sparkling glass heels, and hair in an impeccable braid. She had one last day before the schoolmaster's arrival and planned to use each and every minute to remind him why she, and not Belle or Tabitha or Sabrina or any other imposter, should be kidnapped. Sophie's best friend lived in a cemetery. Given her loathing of things grim, grey, and poorly lit, one would expect Sophie to host visits at her cottage or find a new best friend. But instead, she had climbed to the house atop Graves Hill every day this week, careful to maintain a smile on her face since that was the point of a good deed, after all. To get there, she had to walk nearly a mile from the bright lakeside cottages with green eaves and sun-drenched turrets towards the gloomy edges of the forest. Sounds of hammering echoed through cottage lanes as she passed fathers boarding up doors, mothers stuffing scarecrows, boys and girls hunched on porches, noses buried in storybooks. This last sight wasn't unusual, for children in Gavaldon did little besides read their fairy tales. But today, Sophie noticed, their eyes, wild, frenzied, scouring each page as if their lives depended on it. 4 years ago, she had seen the same desperation to avoid the curse. But it wasn't her turn then. The schoolmaster took only those past their 12th year, those who could no longer disguise as children. Now, her turn had come. As she slogged up Graves Hill, picnic basket in hand, Sophie felt her thighs burn. At these climbs thickened her legs. All the princesses in storybooks had the same perfect proportions. Thick thighs were as unlikely as a hooked nose or big feet. Feeling anxious, Sophie distracted herself by counting her good deeds from the day before. First, she had fed the lake's geese a blend of lentils and leeks, a natural laxative to offset cheese thrown by oafish children. Then, she had donated homemade lemonwood face wash to the town orphanage, for, as she insisted to the befuddled benefactor, proper skincare is the greatest deed of all. Finally, she had put up a mirror in the church toilet, so people could return to the pews looking their best. Was this enough? Did these compete with baking homemade pies and feeding homeless hags? Her thoughts shifted nervously to cucumbers. Perhaps she could sneak a private supply into the woods. She still had plenty of time to pack before nightfall. But weren't cucumbers heavy? Would the school send footmen? Perhaps she should juice them before she... "Where are you going?" Sophie turned. Radley smiled at her with buck teeth and anemically red hair. He lived nowhere near Graves Hill, but made it a habit to stalk her all hours of the day. "To see a friend," said Sophie. "Why are you friends with a witch?" said Radley. "She's not a witch." "She has no friends and she's queer. That makes her a witch." Sophie refrained from pointing out this made Radley a witch, too. Instead, she smiled to remind him she'd already done her good deed by enduring his presence. "The schoolmaster will take her for evil school," he said. "Then you'll need a new friend." "He takes 2 children," Sophie said, jaw tightening. "He'll take Belle for the other one. No one's as good as Belle." Sophie's smile evaporated. "But I'll be your new friend," said Radley. "I'm full on friends at the moment," Sophie snapped. Radley turned the colour of a raspberry. "Oh, right. I just thought—" He fled like a kicked dog. Sophie watched his straggly hair recede down the hill. "Oh, you've really done it now," she thought. Months of good deeds and forced smiles, and now she'd ruined it for Runty Radley. Why not make his day? Why not simply answer, "I'd be honoured to have you as my friend," and give the idiot a moment he'd relive for years? She knew it was the prudent thing to do, since the schoolmaster must be judging her as closely as St. Nicholas the night before Christmas. But she couldn't do it. She was beautiful. Radley was ugly. Only a villain would delude him. Surely the schoolmaster would understand that. Sophie pulled open the rusted cemetery gates and felt weeds scratch at her legs. Across the hilltop, mouldy headstones forked haphazardly from dunes of dead leaves. Squeezing between dark tombs and decaying branches, Sophie kept careful count of the rows. She had never looked at her mother's grave, even at the funeral, and she wouldn't start today. As she passed the 6th row, she glued her eyes to a weeping birch and reminded herself where she'd be a day from now. In the middle of the thickest batch of tombs stood one Graves Hill. The house wasn't boarded up or bolted shut like the cottages by the lake, but that didn't make it any more inviting. The steps leading up to the porch glowed mildew green. Dead birches and vines wormed their way around dark wood, and the sharply angled roof, black and thin, loomed like a witch's hat. As she climbed the moaning porch steps, Sophie tried to ignore the smell, a mix of garlic and wet cat, and averted her eyes from the headless birds sprinkled around, no doubt the victims of the latter. She knocked on the door and prepared for a fight. "Go away," came the gruff voice. "That's no way to speak to your best friend," Sophie cooed. "You're not my best friend." "Who is then?" Sophie asked, wondering if Belle had somehow made her way to Graves Hill. "None of your business." Sophie took a deep breath. She didn't want another Radley incident. "We had such a good time yesterday, Agatha. I thought we'd do it again." "You dyed my hair orange." "But we fixed it, didn't we?" "You always test your creams and potions on me just to see how they work." "Isn't that what friends are for?" Sophie said. "To help each other?" "I'll never be as pretty as you." Sophie tried to find something nice to say. She took too long and heard shoes stomp away. "That doesn't mean we can't be friends," Sophie called. A familiar cat, bald and wrinkled, growled at her across the porch. She whipped back to the door. "I brought biscuits." Shoe steps stopped. "Real ones or ones you made?" Sophie shrank from the slinking cat. "Fluffy and buttery, just like you love." The cat hissed. "Agatha, let me in." "You'll say I smell." "You don't smell." "Then why'd you say it last time?" "Because you smelled last time. Agatha, the cat's spitting." "Maybe it smells ulterior motives." The cat bared claws. "Agatha, open the door." It pounced at her face. Sophie screamed. A hand stabbed between them and swatted the cat down. Sophie looked up. "Reaper ran out of birds," said Agatha. Her hideous dome of black hair looked like it was coated in oil. Her hulking black dress, shapeless as a potato sack, couldn't hide freakishly pale skin and jutting bones. Ladybug eyes bulged from her sunken face. "I thought we'd go for a walk," Sophie said. Agatha leaned against the door. "I'm still trying to figure out why you're friends with me." "Because you're sweet and funny," Sophie said. "My mother says I'm bitter and grumpy," said Agatha, "so one of you is lying." She reached into Sophie's basket and pulled back the napkin to reveal dry, butterless bran biscuits. Agatha gave Sophie a withering stare and retreated into the house. "So we can't take a walk?" Sophie asked. Agatha started to close the door, but then saw her crestfallen face, as if Sophie had looked forward to their walk as much as she had. "A short one." Agatha trudged past her. "But if you say anything smug or stuck up or shallow, I'll have Reaper follow you home." Sophie ran after her. "But then I can't talk." After 4 years, the dreaded 11th night of the 11th month had arrived. In the late-day sun, the square had become a hive of preparation for the schoolmaster's arrival. The men sharpened swords, set traps, and plotted the night's guard, while the women lined up the children and went to work. Handsome ones had their hair lopped off, teeth blackened, and clothes shredded to rags. Homely ones were scrubbed, swathed in bright colours, and fitted with veils. Mothers begged the best-behaved children to curse or kick their sisters. The worst were bribed to pray in the church, while the rest in line were led in choruses of the village anthem, "Blessed are the ordinary." Fear swelled into a contagious fog. In a dim alley, the butcher and blacksmith traded storybooks for clues to save their sons. Beneath the crooked clock tower, two sisters listed fairy tale villain names to hunt for patterns. A group of boys chained their bodies together, a few girls hid on the school roof, and a masked child jumped from bushes to spook his mother, earning a spanking on the spot. Even the homeless hag got into the act, hopping before a meagre fire, croaking, "Burn the storybooks! Burn them all!" But no one listened, and no books were burned. Agatha gawped at all this in disbelief. How can a whole town believe in fairy tales? Because they're real. Agatha stopped walking. You can't actually believe the legend is true. Of course I do, said Sophie. That a schoolmaster kidnaps two children, takes them to a school where one learns good, one learns evil, and they graduate into fairy tales. Sounds about right. Tell me if you see an oven. Why? I want to put my head in it. And what, pray tell, do they teach at this school exactly? Well, in the School for Good, they teach boys and girls like me how to become heroes and princesses, how to rule kingdoms justly, how to find happily ever after, Sophie said. In the School for Evil, they teach you how to become wicked witches and humpbacked trolls, how to lay curses and cast evil spells. Evil spells? Agatha cackled. Who came up with this? A 4-year-old? Agatha, the proof's in the storybooks. You can see the missing children in the drawings. Jack, Rose, Rapunzel, they all got their own tales. I don't see anything, because I don't read dumb storybooks. Then why is there a stack by your bed? Sophie asked. Agatha scowled. Look, who's to say the books are even real? Maybe it's the bookseller's prank. Maybe it's the elder's way to keep children out of the woods. Whatever the explanation, it isn't a schoolmaster, and it isn't evil spells. So, who's kidnapping the children? No one. Every 4 years, 2 idiots sneak into the woods, hoping to scare their parents, only to get lost or eaten by wolves. And there you have it. The legend continues. That's the stupidest explanation I've ever heard. I don't think I'm the stupid one here, Agatha said. There was something about being called stupid that set Sophie's blood aflame. You're just scared, she said. Right, Agatha laughed. And why would I be scared? Because you know you're coming with me. Agatha stopped laughing. Then her gaze moved past Sophie into the square. The villagers were staring at them like the solution to a mystery. Good in pink, evil in black. The schoolmaster's perfect pair. Frozen still, Agatha watched dozens of scared eyes bore into her. Her first thought was that after tomorrow she and Sophie could take their walks in peace. Next to her, Sophie watched children memorize her face in case it appeared in their storybooks one day. Her first thought was whether they looked at Belle the same way. Then, through the crowd, she saw her. Head shaved, dress filthy, Belle kneeled in dirt, frantically muddying her own face. Sophie drew a breath. For Belle was just like the others. She wanted a mundane marriage to a man who would grow fat, lazy, and demanding. She wanted monotonous days of cooking, cleaning, sewing. She wanted to shovel dung and milk sheep and slaughter squealing pigs. She wanted to rot in Gavaldon until her skin was liver-spotted and her teeth fell out. The schoolmaster would never take Belle, because Belle wasn't a princess. She was nothing. Victorious, Sophie beamed back at the pathetic villagers and basked in their stares like shiny mirrors. Let's go, said Agatha. Sophie turned. Agatha's eyes were locked on the mob. Where? Away from people. As the sun weakened to a red orb, 2 girls, one beautiful, one ugly, sat side by side on the shore of a lake. Sophie packed cucumbers in a silk pouch, while Agatha flicked lit matches into the water. After the 10th match, Sophie threw her a look. "It relaxes me," Agatha said. Sophie tried to make room for the last cucumber. "Why would someone like Belle want to stay here? Who would choose this over a fairy tale?" "And who would choose to leave their family forever?" Agatha snorted. "Except me, you mean?" said Sophie. They fell silent. "Do you ever wonder where your father went?" Sophie asked. "I told you. He left after I was born." "But where would he go? We're surrounded by woods. To suddenly disappear like that." Sophie spun. "Maybe he found a way into the stories. Maybe he found a magic portal. Maybe he's waiting for you on the other side. Or maybe he went back to his wife, pretended I never happened, and died 10 years ago in a mill accident." Sophie bit her lip and went back to cucumbers. "Your mother's never at home when I visit." "She goes into town now," said Agatha. "Not enough patience at the house. Probably the location." "I'm sure that's it," Sophie said, knowing no one would trust Agatha's mother to treat diaper rash, let alone illness. "I don't think a graveyard makes people all that comfortable." "Graveyards have their benefits," Agatha said. "No nosy neighbors, no drop-in salesmen, no fishy friends bearing face masks and diet cookies telling you you're going to evil school in magic fairyland." She flicked a match with relish. Sophie put down her cucumber. "So I'm fishy now?" "Who asked you to show up? I was perfectly fine alone." "You always let me in." "Because you always seem so lonely," said Agatha, "and I feel sorry for you." "Sorry for me?" Sophie's eyes flashed. "You're lucky that someone would come see you when no one else will. You're lucky that someone like me would be your friend. You're lucky that someone like me is such a good person." "I knew it," Agatha flared. "I'm your good deed, just a pawn in your stupid fantasy." Sophie didn't say anything for a long time. "Maybe I became your friend to impress the schoolmaster," she confessed finally. "But there's more to it now." "Because I found you out," Agatha grumbled. "Because I like you." Agatha turned to her. "No one understands me here," Sophie said, looking at her hands. "But you do. You see who I am. That's why I kept coming back. You're not my good deed anymore, Agatha." Sophie gazed up at her. "You're my friend." Agatha's neck flushed red. "What's wrong?" Sophie frowned. Agatha hunched into her dress. "It's just, I'm, not used to friends." Sophie smiled and took her hand. "Well, now we'll be friends at our new school." Agatha groaned and pulled away. "Say I sink to your intelligence level and pretend to believe all this. Why am I going to villain school? Why has everyone elected me the mistress of evil?" "No one says you're evil, Agatha," Sophie sighed. "You're just different." Agatha narrowed her eyes. "Different how?" "Well, for starters, you only wear black." "Because it doesn't get dirty." "You don't ever leave your house." "People don't look at me there." "For the Create a Tale competition, your story ended with Snow White eaten by vultures and Cinderella drowning herself in a tub." "I thought it was a better ending." "You gave me a dead frog for my birthday." "To remind you, we all die and end up rotting underground eaten by maggots, so we should enjoy our birthdays while we have them. I found it thoughtful." "Agatha, you dressed as a bride for Halloween." "Weddings are scary." Sophie gaped at her. "Fine. So I'm a little different," Agatha glared. "So what?" Sophie hesitated. "Well, it's just that in fairy tales, different usually turns out, evil." "You're saying I'm going to turn out a grand witch," said Agatha, hurt. "I'm saying, whatever happens, you'll have a choice," Sophie said gently. both of us will choose how our fairy tale ends." Agatha said nothing for a while. Then she touched Sophie's hand. "Why is it you want to leave here so badly? That you'd believe in stories you know aren't true?" Sophie met Agatha's big, sincere eyes. For the first time, she let in the tides of doubt. "Because I can't live here," Sophie said, voice catching. "I can't live an ordinary life." "Funny," said Agatha. "That's why I like you." Sophie smiled. "Because you can't either." "Because you make me feel ordinary," Agatha said. "And that's the only thing I've ever wanted." The tenor-tolled clock sang darkly in the valley. 6 or 7, for they had lost track of time. And as the echoes faded into the buzz of the distant square, both Sophie and Agatha made a wish. That one day from now, they'd still be in the company of the other, wherever that was. Chapter 2. The Art of Kidnapping. By the time the sun extinguished, the children were long locked away. Through bedroom shutters, they peeked at torch-armed fathers, sisters, grandmothers lined around the dark forest, daring the schoolmaster to cross their ring of fire. But while shivering children tightened their window screws, Sophie prepared to undo hers. She wanted this kidnapping to be as convenient as possible. Barricaded in her room, she laid out hairpins, tweezers, nail files, and went to work. The first kidnappings happened 200 years before. Some years it was 2 boys taken, some years 2 girls, sometimes one of each. The ages were just as fickle. One could be 16, the other 14, or both just turned 12. But if at first the choices seemed random, soon the pattern became clear. One was always beautiful and good, the child every parent wanted as their own. The other was homely and odd, an outcast from birth, an opposing pair plucked from youth and spirited away. Naturally, the villagers blamed bears. No one had ever seen a bear in Gavaldon, but this made them more determined to find one. 4 years later, when 2 more children vanished, the villagers admitted they should have been more specific and declared black bears the culprit, bears so black they blended with the night. But when children continued to disappear every 4 years, the village shifted their attention to burrowing bears, then phantom bears, then bears in disguise, until it became clear it wasn't bears at all. But while frantic villagers spawned new theories, the sinkhole theory, the flying cannibal theory, the children of Gavaldon began to notice something suspicious. As they studied the dozens of missing posters tacked up in the square, the faces of these lost boys and girls looked oddly familiar. That's when they opened up their storybooks and found the kidnapped children. Jack, taken 100 years before, hadn't aged a bit. Here he was, painted with the same moppy hair, pinked dimples, and crooked smile that had made him so popular with the girls of Gavaldon. Only now he had a beanstalk in his back garden and a weakness for magic beans. Meanwhile, Angus, the pointy-eared, freckled hooligan who had vanished with Jack that same year, had transformed into a pointy-eared, freckled giant at the top of Jack's beanstalk. The 2 boys had found their way into a fairy tale. But when the children presented the storybook theory, the adults responded as adults most often do. They patted the children's heads and returned to sinkholes and cannibals. But then the children showed them more familiar faces. Taken 50 years before, sweet Anya now sat on moonlit rocks in a painting as the Little Mermaid, while cruel Estra had become the devious sea witch. Philip, the priest's upright son, had grown into the cunning little tailor, while pompous Gula spooked children as the Witch of the Wood. Scores of children kidnapped in pairs had found new lives in a storybook world, one as good, one as evil. The books came from Mr. Deauville's storybook shop, a musty nook between Battersby's bakery and the Pickled Pig pub. The problem, of course, was where old Mr. Deauville got his storybooks. Once a year, on a morning he could not predict, he would arrive at his shop to find a box of books waiting inside. 4 brand-new fairy tales, 1 copy of each. Mr. Deauville would hang a sign on his shop door, closed until further notice. Then he'd huddle in his back room day after day, diligently copying the new tales by hand until he had enough books for every child in Gavaldon. As for the mysterious originals, they'd appear one morning in his shop window, a sign that Mr. Deauville had finished his exhausting task at last. He'd open his doors to a 3-mile line that snaked through the square, down hill slopes, around the lake, jammed with children thirsting for new stories and parents desperate to see if any of the missing had made it into this year's tales. Needless to say, the Council of Elders had plenty of questions for Mr. Deauville. When asked who sent the books, Mr. Deauville said he hadn't the faintest idea. When asked how long the books had been appearing, Mr. Deauville said he couldn't remember a time when the books did not appear. When asked whether he'd ever questioned this magical appearance of books, Mr. Deauville replied, "Where else would storybooks come from?" Then the elders noticed something else about Mr. Deauville's storybooks. All the villages in them looked just like Gavaldon. The same lakeshore cottages and colourful eaves, the same purple and green tulips along thin dirt roads, the same crimson carriages, wood-front shops, yellow schoolhouse, and leaning clock tower, only drawn as fantasy in a land far, far away. These storybook villages existed for only one purpose: to begin a fairy tale and to end it. Everything between the beginning and end happened in the dark, endless woods that surrounded the town. That's when they noticed that Gavaldon too was surrounded by dark, endless woods. Back when the children first started to disappear, villagers stormed the forest to find them, only to be repelled by storms, floods, cyclones, and falling trees. When they finally braved their way through, they found a town hiding beyond the trees and vengefully besieged it, only to discover it was their own. Indeed, no matter where the villagers entered the woods, they came out right where they started. The woods, it seemed, had no intention of returning their children. And one day, they found out why. Mr. Deauville had finished unpacking that year's storybooks when he noticed a large smudge hiding in the box's fold. He touched his finger to it and discovered the smudge was wet with ink. Looking closer, he saw it was a seal with an elaborate crest of a black swan and a white swan. On the crest were 3 letters: S-G-E. There was no need for him to guess what these letters meant. It said so in the banner beneath the crest, small black words that told the village where its children had gone. The School for Good and Evil. The kidnappings continued, but now the thief had a name. They called him the Schoolmaster. A few minutes after 10, Sophie pried the last lock off the window and cracked open the shutters. She could see to the forest edge where her father, Stefan, stood with the rest of the perimeter guard. But instead of looking anxious like the others, he was smiling, hand on the widow Honora's shoulder. Sophie grimaced. What her father saw in that woman she had no idea. Once upon a time, her mother had been as flawless as a storybook queen. Honora, meanwhile, had a small head, round body, and looked like a turkey. Her father whispered mischievously into the widow's ear, and Sophie's cheeks burned. If it were Honora's 2 little sons who might be taken, he'd be serious as death. True, Stefan had locked her in at sundown, given her a kiss, dutifully acted the loving father. But Sophie knew the truth. She had seen it in his face every day of her life. Her father didn't love her, because she wasn't a boy, because she didn't remind him of himself. Now he wanted to marry that beast. 5 years after her mother's death, it wouldn't be seen as improper or callous. A simple exchange of vows and he'd have 2 sons, a new family, a fresh start. But he needed his daughter's blessing first for the elders to allow it. The few times he'd tried, Sophie changed the subject, or loudly chopped cucumbers, or smiled the way she did at Radley. Her father hadn't mentioned Honora again. Let the coward marry her when I'm gone, she thought, glaring at him through the shutters. Only when she was gone would he appreciate her. Only when she was gone would he know no one could replace her. And only when she was gone would he see he had spawned much more than a son. He had born a princess. On her windowsill, Sophie laid out gingerbread hearts for the schoolmaster with delicate care. For the first time in her life, she'd made them with sugar and butter. These were special after all. A message to say she'd come willingly. Sinking into her pillow, she closed her eyes on widows, fathers, and wretched Gavaldon, and with a smile, counted the seconds to midnight. As soon as Sophie's head vanished beneath the window, Agatha shoved the gingerbread hearts in her mouth. Only thing these will invite are rats, she thought, crumbs dribbling on her black clump shoes. She yawned and set on her way as the town clock inched past the quarter hour. Upon leaving Sophie after their walk, Agatha had started home, only to have visions of Sophie darting into the woods to find this school for fools and crackpots, and ending up gored by a boar. So she returned to Sophie's garden and waited behind a tree, listening as Sophie undid her window, singing a bird-brained song about princes, packed her bags, now singing about wedding bells, put on makeup and her finest dress, everybody loves a princess in pink, and finally, tucked herself into bed. Agatha mashed the last crumbs with her clump and trudged towards the cemetery. Sophie was safe and would wake up tomorrow feeling like a fool. Agatha wouldn't rub it in. Sophie would need her even more now, and she would be there for her. Here in this safe, secluded world, the two of them would make their own paradise. As Agatha tramped up the slope, she noticed an arc of darkness in the forest's torch-lit border. Apparently, the guards responsible for the cemetery had decided what lived inside wasn't worth protecting. For as long as Agatha could remember, she'd had a talent for making people go away. Kids fled from her like a vampire bat. Adults clung to walls as she passed, afraid she might curse them. Even the gravekeepers on the hill bolted at the sight of her. With each new year, the whispers in town grew louder. Witch, villain, evil school. Until she looked for excuses not to go out. First days, then weeks, until she haunted her graveyard house like a ghost. There were plenty of ways to entertain herself at first. She wrote poems, It's a Miserable Life and Heaven is a Cemetery were her best, drew portraits of Reaper that frightened mice more than the real cat did, and even tried her hand at a book of fairy tales, Grimly Ever After, about beautiful children who die horrible deaths. But she had no one to show these things to until the day Sophie knocked. Reaper licked her ankles, and she stepped onto her squeaking porch. She heard singing inside. In the forest primeval, a school for good and evil. Agatha rolled her eyes and pushed open the door. Her mother, back turned, sang cheerily as she packed a trunk with black capes, broomsticks, and pointy black witches' hats. Two towers like twin heads, one for the pure, one for the wicked. Try to escape, you'll always fail. The only way out is through a fairy tale. Planning an exotic vacation, Agatha said. Last time I checked, there's no way out of Gavaldon unless you grow wings. Calice turned. Do you think 3 capes is enough? She asked, bug eyes bulging, hair a greasy black helmet. Agatha winced at just how much they looked alike. They're exactly the same, she muttered. Why do you need 3? In case you need to lend one to a friend, dear. These are for me. I put 2 hats in case one gets squashed, a broomstick in case theirs smells, and a few vials of dog tongues, lizard legs, and frog toes. Who knows how long theirs have been sitting there? Agatha knew the answer, but asked anyway. Mother, what do I need capes, hats, and frog toes for? For new witch welcoming, of course. Callus trilled. "You don't want to get to the school for evil and look like an amateur." Agatha kicked off her clumps. "Let's put aside the fact the town doctor believes all this. Why is it so hard to accept I'm happy here? I have everything I need, my bed, my cat, and my friend." "Well, you should learn from your friend, dear. At least she wants something from life," Callus said, latching the trunk. "Really, Agatha, what could be a greater destiny than a fairy tale witch? I dreamed of going to the school for evil. Instead, the schoolmaster took that idiot Sven, who ended up outwitted by a princess in The Useless Ogre, and set on fire. I'm not surprised. That boy could barely lace his own boots. I'm sure if the schoolmaster could have done it over, he'd have taken me." Agatha slid under her covers. "Well, everyone in this town still thinks you're a witch, so you got your wish after all." Callus whipped around. "My wish is that you get away from here," she hissed, eyes dark as coal. "This place has made you weak and lazy and afraid. At least I made something of myself here. You just waste and rot until Sophie comes to walk you like a dog." Agatha stared at her, stunned. Callus smiled brightly and resumed packing. "But do take care of your friend, dear. The school for good might seem like a festoon of roses, but she's in for a surprise. Now, go to bed. The schoolmaster will be here soon, and it's easier for him if you're asleep." Agatha pulled the sheets over her head. Sophie couldn't sleep. 5 minutes to midnight, and no sign of an intruder. She knelt on her bed and peered through the shutters. Around Gavaldon's edge, the 1,000-person guard waved torches to light up the forest. Sophie scowled. How could he get past them? That's when she noticed. The hearts on her windowsill were gone. He's already here. 3 packed pink bags plopped through the window, followed by 2 glass-slippered feet. Agatha lurched up in bed, jolted from a nightmare. Callus snored loudly across the room, Reaper at her side. Next to Agatha's bed sat her locked trunk marked Agatha of Gavaldon, 1 Graves Hill Road, in scraggy writing, along with a pouch of honey cakes for the journey. Chomping cake, Agatha gazed through a cracked window. Down the hill, the torches blazed in a tight circle, but here on Graves Hill, there was just 1 burly guard left. Arms as big as Agatha's whole body, legs like chicken drumsticks. He kept himself awake by lifting a broken headstone like a barbell. Agatha bit into the last honey cake and looked out at the dark forest. Shiny blue eyes looked back at her. Agatha choked and dove to her bed. She slowly lifted her head. Nothing there, including the guard. Then she found him, unconscious over the broken headstone, torch extinguished. Creeping away from him was a bony, hunchbacked human shadow. No body attached. The shadow floated across the sea of graves without the slightest sign of hurry. It slid under the cemetery gates and skulked down the hill towards the firelit center of Gavaldon. Agatha felt horror strangle her heart. He was real, whoever he was. And he doesn't want me. Relief crashed over her, followed by a fresh wave of panic. Sophie. She should wake her mother. She should cry for help. She should... No time. Feigning sleep, Callus heard Agatha's urgent footsteps, then the door close. She hugged Reaper tighter to make sure he didn't wake up. Sophie crouched behind a tree, waiting for the schoolmaster to snatch her. She waited. And waited. Then she noticed something in the ground. Cookie crumbs mashed into a footprint. The footprint of a clump so odious, so foul, it could only belong to 1 person. Sophie's fists curled. Her blood boiled. Hands covered her mouth, and a foot booted her through her window. Sophie crashed headfirst onto her bed and whirled around to see Agatha. "You pathetic, interfering worm!" she screamed, before glimpsing the fear in her friend's face. "You saw him!" Sophie gasped. Agatha put one hand over Sophie's mouth and pinned her to the mattress with the other. As Sophie writhed in protest, Agatha peeped through the window. The crooked shadow drifted into the Gavaldon Square, past the oblivious armed guard, and headed directly for Sophie's house. Agatha swallowed a scream. Sophie wrenched free and grabbed her shoulders. "Is he handsome? Like a prince? Or a proper schoolmaster with spectacles and waistcoat and—" Thump! Sophie and Agatha slowly turned to the door. Thump! Thump! Sophie wrinkled her nose. He could just knock, couldn't he? Locks cracked. Hinges rattled. Agatha shrank against the wall, while Sophie folded her hands and fluffed her dress, as if expecting a royal visit. "Best give him what he wants without fuss." As the door caved, Agatha leapt off the bed and threw herself against it. Sophie rolled her eyes. "Oh, sit down, for goodness sake." Agatha pulled at the knob with all her might, lost her grip. The door slammed open with a deafening crack, hurling her across the room. It was Sophie's father, white as a sheet. "I saw something," he panted, waving his torch. Then Agatha caught the crooked shadow on the wall, stepping into his broad silhouette. "There!" she cried. Stefan swiveled, but the shadow blew out his torch. Agatha grabbed a match from her pocket and lit it. Stefan lay on the ground, unconscious. Sophie was gone. Screams outside. Through the window, Agatha watched shouting villagers chase after Sophie as the shadow dragged her towards the woods, and while more and more villagers howled and chased, Sophie smiled, ear to ear. Agatha lunged through the window and ran after her, but just as the villagers reached Sophie, their torches magically exploded and trapped them in rings of fire. Agatha dodged the gauntlet of fire traps and dashed to save her friend before the shadow pulled her into the forest. Sophie felt her body leave soft grass and rake against stony dirt. She frowned at the thought of showing up to school in a soiled dress. "I really thought there'd be footmen," she said to the shadow, "or a pumpkin carriage at least." Agatha ran ferociously, but Sophie had almost disappeared into the trees. All around, flames spewed higher and higher, poised to devour the entire village. Seeing the fires leap, Sophie felt relief knowing no one could rescue her now. But where is the second child? Where is the one for evil? She'd been wrong about Agatha all along. As she felt herself pulled into trees, Sophie looked back at the towering blaze and kissed goodbye to the curse of ordinary life. "Farewell, Gavaldon! Farewell, low ambition! Farewell, mediocrity!" Then she saw Agatha charge through the flames. "Agatha, no!" Sophie cried. Agatha leapt on top of her, and both were dragged into the darkness. Instantly, the fires around the villagers were extinguished. They dashed for the woods, but the trees magically grew thick and thorny, locking them out. It was too late. "What are you doing?" Sophie roared, shoving and scratching Agatha as the shadow pulled them into pitch-black forest. Agatha thrashed wildly, trying to wrest the shadow's grip on Sophie and Sophie's grip on the shadow. "You're ruining everything!" Sophie howled. Agatha bit her hand. "Aye!" Sophie brayed and flipped her body so Agatha scraped against dirt. Agatha flipped Sophie back and climbed towards the shadow, her clump squashing Sophie's face. "When my hands find your neck—" They felt themselves leave the ground, as something spindly and cold wrapped its way around them. Agatha fumbled for a match from her dress, struck it against her bony wrist, and paled. The shadow was gone. They were cocooned in the creepers of an elm, which ferried them up the enormous tree and plopped them on the lowest branch. Both girls glared at each other and tried to catch enough breath to speak. Agatha managed it first. "We are going home. Right. Now." The branch wobbled, coiled back like a sling, and shot them up like bullets. Before either could scream, they landed on another branch. Agatha flailed for a new match, but the branch coiled and snapped them up to the next bough, which bounced them up to the next. "How tall is this tree?" Agatha shrieked, ping-ponging up branches. The girls' bodies collided and crashed, dresses tearing on thorns and twigs, faces slamming into ricocheting limbs, until finally they reached the highest bough. There at the top of the elm tree sat a giant black egg. The girls gaped at it, baffled. The egg tore open, splashing them with dark, yolky goo as a colossal bird emerged, made only of bones. It took one look at the pair and unleashed an angry screech that rattled their eardrums. Then it grabbed them both in its claws and dove off the tree as they screamed, finally agreeing on something. The bony bird lashed through the black woods as Agatha frantically lit match after match on the bird's ribs, giving them catches of glinting red eyes and bristling shadows. All around, gangly trees snatched at the girls as the bird dipped and climbed to avoid them, until thunder exploded ahead and they smashed head first into a raging lightning storm. Firebolt sent trees careening towards them, and they shielded their faces from rain, mud, and timber, ducked cobwebs, beehives, and vipers, until the bird plunged into deadly briars, and the girls blanched, closing their eyes to the pain. Then it was quiet. "Agatha?" Agatha opened her eyes to rays of sun. She looked down and gasped. It's real. Far beneath them, two soaring castles sprawled across the forest. One castle glittered in sun mist, with pink and blue glass turrets over a sparkling lake. The other loomed, blackened and jagged, sharp spires ripping through thunderclouds like the teeth of a monster. The school for good and evil. The bony bird drifted over the towers of good and loosened Sophie from its claws. Agatha clutched her friend in horror, but then saw Sophie's face, glowing with happiness. "Aggie, I'm a princess." But the bird dropped Agatha instead. Stunned, Sophie watched Agatha plummet into pink cotton candy mist. "Wait! No!" The bird swooped savagely towards the towers of evil, its jaws reaching up for new prey. "No! I'm good! It's the wrong one!" Sophie screamed. And without a beat, she was dropped into hellish darkness. Chapter 3. The Great Mistake. Sophie opened her eyes to find herself floating in a foul-smelling moat, filled to the brim with thick black sludge. A gloomy wall of fog flanked her on all sides. She tried to stand, but her feet couldn't find bottom, and she sank. Sludge flooded her nose and burnt her throat. Choking for breath, she found something to grasp and saw it was the carcass of a half-eaten goat. She gasped and tried to swim away, but couldn't see an inch in front of her face. Screams echoed above, and Sophie looked up. Streaks of motion, then a dozen bony birds crashed through the fog and dropped shrieking children into the moat. When their screams turned to splashes, another wave of birds came, then another, until every inch of sky was filled with falling children. Sophie glimpsed a bird dive straight for her, and she swerved, just in time to get a cannonball splash of slime in her face. She wiped the glop out of her eye, and came face to face with a boy. The first thing she noticed was he had no shirt. His chest was puny and pale, without the hope of muscle. From his small head jutted a long nose, spiky teeth, and black hair that drooped over beady eyes. He looked like a sinister little weasel. "The bird ate my shirt," he said. "Can I touch your hair?" Sophie backed up. "They don't usually make villains with princess hair," he said, dog-paddling towards her. Sophie searched desperately for a weapon, a stick, a stone, a dead goat. "Maybe we could be bunkmates, or best mates, or some kind of mates," he said, inches from her now. It was like Radley had turned into a rodent and developed courage. He reached out his scrawny hand to touch her, and Sophie readied a punch to the eye, when a screaming child dropped between them. Sophie took off in the opposite direction, and by the time she glanced back, Weasel Boy was gone. Through the fog, Sophie could see shadows of children treading through floating bags and trunks, hunting for their luggage. Those that managed to find them continued downstream towards ominous howls in the distance. Sophie followed these floating silhouettes until the fog cleared to reveal the shore, where a pack of wolves, standing on 2 feet in blood-red soldier jackets and black leather breeches, snapped riding whips to herd students into line. Sophie grasped the bank to pull herself out, but froze when she caught her reflection in the moat. Her dress was buried beneath sludge and yolk, her face shined with stinky black grime, and her hair was home to a family of earthworms. She choked for breath. "Help! I'm in the wrong school!" A wolf yanked her out and kicked her into line. She opened her mouth to protest, but saw Weasel Boy swimming towards her, yelping, "Wait for me!" Quickly, Sophie joined the line of shadowed children, dragging their trunks through the fog. If any dawdled, a wolf delivered a swift crack, so she kept anxious pace, all the while wiping her dress, picking out worms, and mourning her perfectly packed bags far, far away. The tower gates were made of iron spikes, crisscrossed with barbed wire. Nearing them, she saw it wasn't wire at all, but a sea of black vipers that darted and hissed in her direction. With a squeak, Sophie scampered through and looked back at rusted words over the gates, held between 2 carved black swans. The School for Evil Edification and Propagation of Sin. Ahead, the school tower rose like a winged demon. The main tower, built of pock-marked black stone, unfurled through smoky clouds like a hulking torso. From the sides of the main tower jutted 2 thick, crooked spires, dripping with veiny red creepers like bleeding wings. The wolves drove the children towards the mouth of the main tower, a long serrated tunnel shaped like a crocodile snout. Sophie felt chills as the tunnel grew narrower and narrower, until she could barely see the child in front of her. She squeezed between 2 jagged stones and found herself in a leaky foyer that smelled of rotten fish. Demonic gargoyles, pitched down from stone rafters, lit torches in their jaws. An iron statue of a bald, toothless hag brandishing an apple smouldered in the menacing firelight. Along the wall, a crumbly column had an enormous black letter N painted on it, decorated with wicked-faced imps, trolls, and harpies climbing up and down it like a tree. There was a blood-red E on the next column, embellished with swinging giants and goblins. Creeping along in the interminable line, Sophie worked out what the columns spelled out. N-E-V-E-R. Then suddenly found herself far enough into the room to see the line snake in front of her. For the first time, she had a clear view of the other students, and almost fainted. One girl had a hideous overbite, wispy patches of hair, and 1 eye instead of 2, right in the middle of her forehead. Another boy was like a mound of dough, with his bulging belly, bald head, and swollen limbs. A tall, sneering girl trudged ahead with sickly green skin. The boy in front of her had so much hair all over him, he could have been an ape. They all looked about her age, but the similarities ended there. Here was a mass of the miserable, with misshapen bodies, repulsive faces, and the cruelest expression she'd ever seen, as if looking for something to hate. One by one, their eyes fell on Sophie, and they found what they were looking for. The petrified princess in glass slippers and golden curls. The red rose among thorns. On the other side of the moat, Agatha had nearly killed a fairy. She had woken under red and yellow lilies that appeared to be having an animated conversation. Agatha was sure she was the subject, for the lilies gestured brusquely at her with their leaves and buds. But then the matter seemed settled, and the flowers hunched, like fussing grandmothers, and wrapped their stems around her wrists. With a tug, they yanked her to her feet, and Agatha gazed out at a field of girls, blooming gloriously around a shimmering lake. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. The girls grew right from the earth. First heads poked through soft dirt, then necks, then chests, then up and up, until they stretched their arms into fluffy blue sky and planted delicate slippers upon the ground. But it wasn't the sight of sprouting girls that unnerved Agatha most. It was that these girls, looked nothing like her. Their faces, some fair, some dark, were flawless and glowed with health. They had shiny waterfalls of hair, ironed and curled like dolls, and they wore downy dresses of peach, yellow and white, like a fresh batch of Easter eggs. Some fell on the shorter side, others were willowy and tall, but all flaunted tiny waists, slim legs, and slight shoulders. As the field flourished with new students, a team of 3 glitter-winged fairies awaited each one. Chiming and chinkling, they dusted the girls of dirt, poured them cups of honeybush tea, and tended to their trunks, which had sprung from the ground with their owners. Where exactly these beauties were coming from, Agatha hadn't the faintest idea. All she wanted was a dour or dishevelled one to poke through so she wouldn't feel so out of place. But it was an endless bloom of Sophie's, who had everything she didn't. A familiar shame clawed at her stomach. She needed a hole to climb down, a graveyard to hide in, something to make them all go away. That's when the fairy bit her. What the? Agatha tried to shake the jingling thing off her hand, but it flew and bit her neck, then her bottom. Other fairies tried to subdue the rogue as she yowled, but it bit them too, and attacked Agatha again. Incensed, she tried to catch the fairy, but it moved lightning quick, so she hopped around uselessly while it bit her over and over until the fairy mistakenly flew into her mouth, and she swallowed it. Agatha sighed in relief and looked up. 60 beautiful girls gaped at her. The cat in a nightingale's nest. Agatha felt a pinch in her throat and coughed out the fairy. To her surprise, it was a boy. In the distance, sweet bells rang out from the spectacular pink and blue glass castle across the lake. The teams of fairies all grabbed their girls by the shoulders, hoisted them into the air, and flew them across the lake towards the towers. Agatha saw her chance to escape, but before she could make a run for it, she felt herself lifted into the air by 2 girl fairies. As she flew away, she glanced back at the third, the fairy boy that had bitten her, who stayed firmly on the ground. He crossed his arms and shook his head, as if to say in no uncertain terms, there'd been a terrible mistake. When the fairies brought the girls down in front of the glass castle, they let go of their shoulders and let them proceed freely. But Agatha's 2 fairies held on and dragged her forward like a prisoner. Agatha looked back across the lake. Where's Sophie? The crystal water turned to slimy moat halfway across the lake. Grey fog obscured whatever lay on the opposite banks. If Agatha was to rescue her friend, she had to find a way to cross that moat. But first, she needed to get away from these winged pests. She needed a diversion. Mirrored words arched over golden gates ahead. The School for Good, Enlightenment, and Enchantment. Agatha caught her reflection in the letters and turned away. She hated mirrors and avoided them at all costs. Pigs and dogs don't sit around looking at themselves, she thought. Moving forward, Agatha glanced up at the frosted castle doors, emblazoned with 2 white swans. But as the doors opened and fairies herded the girls into a tight, mirrored corridor, the line came to a halt, and a group of girls circled her like sharks. They stared at her for a moment, as if expecting her to whip off her mask and reveal a princess underneath. Agatha tried to meet their stares, but instead met her own face reflected in the mirrors 1,000 times and instantly glued her eyes to the marble floor. A few fairies buzzed to get the mass moving, but most just perched on the girl's shoulders and watched. Finally, one of the girls stepped forward, with waist-length gold hair, succulent lips, and topaz eyes. She was so beautiful she didn't look real. "Hello, I'm Beatrix," she said sweetly. "I didn't catch your name." "That's because I never said it," said Agatha, eyes pinned to the ground. "Are you sure you're in the right place?" Beatrix said, even sweeter now. Agatha felt a word swim into her mind, a word she needed, but was still too foggy to see. Perhaps you just swam to the wrong school," smiled Beatrix. The word lit up in Agatha's head. Diversion. Agatha looked up into Beatrix's dazzling eyes. This is the school for good, isn't it? The legendary school for beautiful and worthy girls destined to be princesses." "Oh," said Beatrix, lips pursed. "So you're not lost?" "Or confused," said another with Arabian skin and jet-black hair. "Or blind," said a third with deep ruby curls. "In that case, I'm sure you have your flower ground pass," Beatrix said. Agatha blinked. "My what?" "Your ticket into the flower ground," said Beatrix. "You know, the way we all got here. Only officially accepted students have tickets into the flower ground." All the girls held up large golden tickets, flaunting their names in regal calligraphy, stamped with the schoolmaster's black and white swan seal. "Oh, that flower ground pass," Agatha scoffed. She dug her hands in her pockets. "Come close, and I'll show you." The girls gathered suspiciously. Meanwhile, Agatha's hands fumbled for a diversion. Matches, coins, dried leaves. Closer," murmuring girls huddled in. "It shouldn't be this small," Beatrix huffed. "Shrunk in the wash," said Agatha, scraping through more matches, melted chocolate, a headless bird. Reaper hid them in her clothes. "It's in here somewhere." "Perhaps you lost it," said Beatrix. Mothballs, peanut shells, another dead bird. "Or misplaced it," said Beatrix. The bird, the match, like the bird with the match? Or lied about having one at all? "Oh, I feel it now." But all Agatha felt was a nervous rash across her neck. "You know what happens to intruders, don't you?" Beatrix said. "Here it is." "Do something." Girls crowded her ominously. "Do something now." She did the first thing she thought of and delivered a swift, loud fart. An effective diversion creates both chaos and panic. Agatha delivered on both counts. Vile fumes ripped through the tight corridor as squealing girls stampeded for cover, and fairies swooned at first smell, leaving her a clear path to the door. Only Beatrix stood in her way, too shocked to move. Agatha took a step towards her and leaned in like a wolf. Boo. Beatrix fled for her life. As Agatha sprinted for the door, she looked back with pride as girls collided into walls and trampled each other to escape. Fixed on rescuing Sophie, she lunged through the frosted doors, ran for the lake. But just as she got to it, the waters rose up in a giant wave and with a tidal crash, slammed her back through the doors, through screeching girls, until she landed on her stomach in a puddle. She staggered to her feet and froze. "Welcome, new princess," said a floating 7-foot nymph. It moved aside to reveal a foyer so magnificent, Agatha lost her breath. "Welcome to the school for good." Sophie couldn't get over the smell of the place. As she lurched along with the line, she gagged on the mix of unwashed bodies, mildewed stone, and stinking wolf. Sophie stood on her tiptoes to see where the line was headed, but all she could see was an endless parade of freaks. The other students threw her dirty looks, but she responded with her kindest smile, in case this was all a test. It had to be a test, or glitch, or joke, or something. She turned to a grey wolf. "Not that I question your authority, but might I see the schoolmaster? I think he—" The wolf roared, soaking her with spit. Sophie didn't press the point. She slumped with the line into a sunken anteroom, where 3 black crooked staircases twisted up in a perfect row. One, carved with monsters, said "Malice" along the banister. The second, etched with spiders, said "Mischief," and the third, with snakes, read "Vice." Around the 3 staircases, Sophie noticed the walls covered with different-coloured frames. In each frame, there was a portrait of a child, next to a storybook painting of what the student became upon graduation. A gold frame had a portrait of an elfish little girl, and beside it, a magnificent drawing of her as a revolting witch, standing over a comatose maiden. A gold plaque stretched under the two illustrations. Catherine of Foxwood, Little Snow White, Villain. In the next gold frame, there was a portrait of a smirking boy with a thick unibrow, alongside a painting of him all grown up, brandishing a knife to a woman's throat. Drogon of Murmuring Mountains, Bluebeard, Villain. Beneath Drogon, there was a silver frame of a skinny boy with shock blonde hair, turned into one of a dozen ogres savaging a village. Keir of Netherwood, Tom Thumb, Henchman. Then Sophie noticed a decayed bronze frame, near the bottom, with a tiny bald boy, eyes scared wide. A boy she knew. Bane was his name. He used to bite all the pretty girls in Gavaldon until he was kidnapped 4 years before. But there was no drawing next to Bane, just a rusted plaque that read, Failed. Sophie looked at Bane's terrified face and felt her stomach churn. What happened to him? She gazed up at thousands of gold, silver, and bronze frames cramming every inch of the hall. Witches slaying princes, giants devouring men, demons igniting children, heinous ogres, grotesque gorgons, headless horsemen, merciless sea monsters. Once awkward adolescents, now portraits of absolute evil. Even the villains that had died gruesome deaths, Rumpelstiltskin, the beanstalk giant, the wolf from Red Riding Hood, were drawn in their greatest moments, as if they had emerged triumphant from their tales. Sophie's gut took another twist when she noticed the other children gazing up at the portraits in awed worship. It hit her with sick clarity. She was in line with future murderers and monsters. Her face broke out in a cold sweat. She needed to find a faculty member. Someone who could search the list of enrolled students and see she was in the wrong school. But so far, all she could find were wolves that couldn't speak, let alone read a list. Turning the corner into a wider corridor, Sophie saw a red-skinned, horned dwarf ahead on a towering stepladder, hammering more portraits into a bare wall. Her teeth clenched with hope as she inched towards him in the line. As she plotted to get his attention, Sophie suddenly noticed the frames on this wall held familiar faces. There was the hoggish doughboy she had seen earlier, labelled Brone of Rochbriar. Next to him was a painting of the one-eyed, wispy-haired girl, Arachne of Foxwood. Sophie scanned the portraits of her classmates, awaiting their villainous transformations. Her eyes stopped on Weasel Boys. Hort of Bloodbrook. Hort? Sounds like a disease. She moved ahead in line, ready to cry to the dwarf. Then she saw the frame under his hammer. Her own face smiled back at her. With a shriek, Sophie bolted out of line, fumbled up the ladder, and snatched the portrait from the stunned dwarf's fingers. "No! I'm in good!" she shouted. But the dwarf snatched it back, and the two tussled over the portrait, kicking and clawing, until Sophie had enough and gave him a slap. The dwarf screamed like a little girl and swung at her with his hammer. Sophie dodged it, but lost her balance, and the stepladder teetered and crashed between the walls. Splayed out on rungs in mid-air, she looked down at snarling wolves and goggling students. "I need the schoolmaster!" Then lost her grip, slid across the ladder, and landed in a heap at the front of the line. The dark-skinned hag, with a massive boil on her cheek, thrust a sheet of parchment into her hands. Sophie of Woods Beyond, Evil, First Year. Malice Tower, 66. Session 1. Uglification. Faculty, Professor Bilius Manley. 2. Henchman Training. Castor. 3. Curses and Death Traps, Lady Lesso. 4. History of Villainy, Professor August Sader. 5. Lunch. 6. Special Talents, Professor Sheba Sheeks. 7. Surviving Fairy Tales, Forest Group Number 3. Yuba the Gnome. Sophie looked up, dumbstruck. "See you in class, Witch of Woods Beyond," the hag croaked. Before Sophie could respond, an ogre dumped a ribbon-tied sack of books in her hand. Best Villainous Monologues, 2nd edition. Spells for Suffering, Year 1. The Novice's Guide to Kidnapping and Murder. Embracing Ugliness Inside and Out. How to Cook Children, with new recipes. The books were bad enough, but then Sophie saw the ribbon tying them was a live eel. She screamed and dropped the books before a spotted satyr foisted musty black fabric at her. Unfurling it, Sophie shrank from a dumpy, tattered tunic that sagged like shredded curtains. She gaped at the other girls, gleefully putting on the putrid uniform, combing through their books, comparing schedules. Sophie slowly looked down at her own foul black robes, then at her eel-slimed books and schedule, then at her smiling, sweet portrait back on the wall. She ran for her life. Agatha knew she was in the wrong place because even the faculty gave her confused looks. Together they lined the 4 spiral staircases of the cavernous glass foyer, 2 of them pink, 2 blue, showering confetti upon the new students. The female professors wore different-coloured versions of the same slim, high-necked dress, with a glittering silver swan crest over the heart. Each had added a personal touch to the dress, whether inlaid crystals, beaded flowers, or even a tulle bow. The male professors, meanwhile, all wore bright, slim suits in a rainbow of hues, paired with matching vests, narrow ties, and colourful kerchiefs tucked into pockets embroidered with the same silver swan. Agatha noticed immediately they were all more attractive than any adult she had ever seen. Even the older faculty was elegant to the point of intimidation. Agatha had always tried to convince herself beauty was pointless because it was temporary. Here was proof it lasted forever. The teachers tried to disguise their nudges and whispers upon seeing the dripping wet, misplaced student, but Agatha was used to catching these things. Then she noticed one who wasn't like the rest. Haloed against a stained glass window with a shamrock green suit, silver hair, and shiny hazel eyes, he beamed down at her, as if she completely belonged. Agatha reddened. Anyone who thought she belonged here was a loon. Turning away, she took comfort in the glowering girls around her, who clearly hadn't forgiven her for the incident in the hall. "Where are the boys?" Agatha heard one ask another as the girls filed in front of 3 enormous floating nymphs with neon hair and lips who handed out their schedules, books, and robes. As Agatha followed the line behind them, she had a better look at the majestic stair room. The wall opposite her had an enormous pink-painted E with lovingly drawn angels and sylphs fluttering around its edges. The other 3 walls had painted letters too, spelling out the word EVER in pink and blue. The 4 spiral staircases were arranged symmetrically at the corners of each wall, lit by high stained glass windows. One of the 2 blue flights had Honor tattooed upon its baluster, along with glass etchings of knights and kings, while the other read Valor, decorated with blue reliefs of hunters and archers. The 2 pink staircases had Purity and Charity emblazoned in gold, along with delicate friezes of sculpted maidens, princesses, and kindly animals. In the center of the room, alumni portraits blanketed a soaring crystal obelisk that reached from milky marble floor to domed sunroof. Higher up on the obelisk were gold-framed portraits of students who became princes and queens after graduation. In the middle were silver frames for those who found lesser fates as jaunty sidekicks, dutiful housewives, and fairy godmothers. And near the bottom of the pillar, flecked with dust, were bronze-framed underachievers who had ended up as footmen and servants. But regardless of whether they became a snow queen or a chimney sweep, Agatha saw these students shared the same beautiful faces, kind smiles, and soulful eyes. Here in a glass palace in the middle of the woods, the best of life had gathered in service of good. And here she was, Miss Miserable, in service of graveyards and farts. Agatha waited with bated breath until she finally reached a pink-haired nymph. "There's been a mix-up," she panted, dripping water and sweat. "It's my friend Sophie who's supposed to be here." The nymph smiled. "I tried to stop her from coming," Agatha said, voice quickening with hope, but I confused the bird and now I'm here and she's in the other tower, but she's pretty and likes pink and I'm... Well, look at me. I know you need students, but Sophie's my best friend, and if she stays then I have to stay, and we can't stay. So please help me find her so we can go home." The nymph handed her a piece of parchment. Agatha of Woods Beyond. Good. First year. Purity Tower, 51. Session 1. Beautification. Faculty, Professor Emma Anemone. 2. Princess Etiquette, Pollux. 3. Animal Communication, Princess Uma. 4. History of Heroism, Professor August Sader. 5. Lunch. 6. Good Deeds, Professor Clarissa Dovey. 7. Surviving Fairy Tales, Forest Group Number 3, Yuba the Gnome. Agatha stared at it, stupefied. "But—" A green-haired nymph thrust her a basket of books, some peeking out. The Privilege of Beauty, Winning Your Prince, The Recipe Book for Good Looks, Princess with a Purpose, Animal Speech 1, Barks, Neighs, and Chirps. Then a blue-haired nymph held up her uniform, an appallingly short pink pinafore, sleeves poofed with carnations, worn over a white lace blouse that seemed to be missing 3 buttons. Stunned, Agatha looked at future princesses around her, tightening their pink dresses. She looked at books that told her beauty was a privilege, that she could win a chiseled prince, that she could talk to birds. She looked at a schedule meant for someone beautiful, graceful, and kind. Then she looked up at a handsome teacher, still smiling at her, as if expecting the greatest things from Agatha of Gavaldon. Agatha did the only thing she knew how to do when faced with expectations. Up the blue honor staircase, through sea-green halls, she ran, fairies jangling furiously behind. Hurtling through halls, scrambling upstairs, she had no time to take in what she was seeing. Floors made of jade, classrooms made of candy, a library made of gold. Until she reached the last staircase and surged through a frosted glass door onto the tower roof. In front of her, the sun lit up a breathtaking open-air topiary of sculptured hedges. Before Agatha could even see what the sculptures were of, fairies smashed through the door, shooting sticky golden webs from their mouths to catch her. She dove to elude them, crawling like a bug through the colossal hedges. Finding her feet, she sprinted and leapt onto the tallest sculpture of a muscular prince raising a sword high above a pond. She scaled the leafy sword to its prickling tip, kicking away swarming fairies. But soon there were too many, and just as they spat their glittering nets, Agatha lost her grip and crashed into the water. When she opened her eyes, she was completely dry. The pond must have been a portal, because she was outside now, in a crystal blue archway. Agatha looked up and froze. She was at the end of a narrow stone bridge that stretched through thick fog into the rotted tower across the lake. A bridge between the 2 schools. Tears stung her eyes. Sophie. She could save Sophie. "Agatha!" Agatha squinted and saw Sophie running out of the fog. "Sophie!" Arms outstretched, the 2 girls dashed across the bridge, crying each other's name. They slammed into an invisible barrier and ricocheted to the ground. Dazed by pain, Agatha watched in horror as wolves dragged Sophie by the hair back to evil. "You don't understand!" Sophie screamed, watching fairies snare Agatha. "It's all a mistake!" "There are no mistakes," a wolf growled. They could speak after all. Chapter 4. The 3 Witches of Room 66. Sophie wasn't sure why 6 wolves needed to punish her instead of 1, but she assumed it was to make a point. They bound her to a spit, stuffed an apple in her mouth, and paraded her like a banquet pig through the 6 floors of Malice Hall. Lining the walls, new students pointed and laughed. But laughs turned to frowns when they realized this freak in pink would be one of their bunkmates. The wolves towed whimpering Sophie past rooms 63, 64, 65, then kicked open room 66 and flung her in. Sophie skidded until her face smacked into a warted foot. "I told you we'd get her," said a sour voice. Still tied to the spit, Sophie looked up at a tall girl with greasy black hair streaked red, black lipstick, a ring in her nose, and a terrifying tattoo of a buck-horned, red-skulled demon around her neck. The girl glared at Sophie, black eyes flinting. "She even smells like an Ever." "The fairies will retrieve it soon enough," said a voice across the room. Sophie swung her head to an albino girl with deathly white hair, white skin, and hooded red eyes, feeding stew from a cauldron to 3 black rats. "Pity. We could slit its throat and hang it as a hall ornament." "How rude," said a third girl. Sophie turned to a smiley brown-haired girl on the bed, round as a hot air balloon, chocolate ice pop in each stumpy fist. "Besides, it's against the rules to kill other students." "How about we just maim her a bit?" said the albino. "I think she's refreshing," said the plump one, biting into the ice pop. "Not every villain has to smell and look depressed." "She's not a villain," the albino and the tattooed girl snapped in unison. As she wriggled from her ropes, Sophie craned her neck up and had her first full view of the room. Once upon a time, it might have been a nice, cozy suite before someone set it on fire. The brick walls were burnt to cinders, black and brown scorch marks ripped across the ceiling, and the floor was buried beneath an inch of ash. Even the furniture looked toasted. But as her eyes searched, Sophie realized there was an even bigger problem with the room. "Where's the mirror?" she gasped. "Let me guess," the tattooed girl snorted. "It's Bella, or Ariel, or Anastasia." "It looks more like a buttercup or a sugar plum," said the albino. "Or a Clarabelle, or a Rose Red, or Willow by the Sea." "Sophie." Sophie stood in a cloud of soot. "My name is Sophie. I'm not a villain, I'm not an it, and yes, I clearly don't belong here, so—" The albino and the tattooed girl were doubled over laughing. "Sophie," the second cackled, "it's worse than anyone could have imagined." "Anything named Sophie doesn't belong here," the albino wheezed. "It belongs in a cage." "I belong in the other tower," said Sophie, trying to stay above their cattiness. "Which is why I need to see the schoolmaster." "I need to see the schoolmaster," the albino mimicked. "How about you jump out the window and see if he catches you?" "You all have no manners," snarled the round girl, mouth full. "I'm Dot, this is Hester," she said, pointing at the tattooed girl. "And this ray of sunshine," she said, pointing at the albino, "is Annadil." Annadil spat on the floor. "Welcome to room 66, said Dot, and with a swish of her hand swept the ashes off the unclaimed bed. Sophie winced at moth-eaten sheets with ominous stains. "Appreciate the welcome, but I really should be going," she said, backing against the door. "Might you direct me to the schoolmaster's office?" "Princes must be so confused when they see you," said Dot. "Most villains don't look like princesses." "She's not a villain," Annadil and Hester groaned. "Do I have to make an appointment to see him?" pressed Sophie. "Or do I send him a note, or—" "You could fly, I suppose," Dot said, pulling 2 chocolate eggs from her pocket. "But the stimps might eat you." "Stimps?" asked Sophie. "Those birds that dropped us off, love," garbled Dot as she chewed. "You'd have to get past them, and you know how they hate villains." "For the last time," shot Sophie, "I'm not a Sounds rang in the stairwell. Sugary jingling, so dainty, so delicate, it could only be... fairies. They were coming for her. Sophie suppressed a scream. She dared not tell the girls her rescue was imminent. Who knows how serious they were about making her a hall decoration. She backed against the door and listened to the jingles grow louder. "I don't know why people think princesses are pretty," Hester said, picking a wart on her toe. "Their noses are so small, like little buttons you want to pop off." "Fairies on our floor?" Sophie wanted to hop up and down. As soon as she got to the good castle, she would take the longest bath of her life. "And their hair's always so long," Annabel said, dangling a dead mouse for the rat's dessert. "Makes me want to pull it all out." "Just a few rooms away now." "And those phony smiles," Hester said. "And that obsession with pink," said Annabel. "Fairies next door?" "Can't wait to kill my first one," said Hester. "Today's as good a day as any," Annabel said. "They're here?" Sophie swelled with joy. New school, new friends, new life. But the fairies flew past her room. Sophie's heart imploded. What happened? How could they miss her? She lunged past Annabel for the door, threw it open, to a flash of wolf fur. Sophie jolted back in shock, and Hester slammed the door. "You'll get all of us punished," Hester growled. "But they were here. They were looking for me," Sophie cried. "Are you sure we can't kill her?" said Annabel, watching her rats devour the mouse. "So, where in the woods do you come from, love?" Dot asked Sophie, inhaling a chocolate frog. "I don't come from the woods," Sophie said impatiently, and peeped through the keyhole. The wolves had no doubt scared the fairies away. She needed to get back to the bridge and find them. But right now there were 3 wolves guarding the hall, eating a meal of roasted turnips from cast-iron plates. Wolves eat turnips? With forks? But there was something else odd on the wolves' plates. Fairies scavenging food from the beasts. Sophie's eyes widened in shock. A cute fairy boy glanced up at her. "He sees me." Clasping her hands, Sophie mouthed, "Help," through the glass. The fairy boy smiled with understanding and whispered in a wolf's ear. The wolf looked up at Sophie and shattered her keyhole with a savage kick. Sophie stumbled back, hearing a chorus of airy giggles and growling laughs. The fairies had no intention of rescuing her. Sophie's whole body shook, about to explode into sobs. Then she heard a throat clear and turned. 3 girls gaped with identically confused expressions. "What do you mean you don't come from the woods?" said Hester. Sophie was in no state to answer dumb questions, but now these goons were her only hope to find the schoolmaster. "I come from Gavaldon," she said, stifling tears. "You 3 seem to know a lot about this place, so I'd be thankful if you could tell me where—" "Is that near the Murmuring Mountains?" asked Dot. "Only Nevers live in the Murmuring Mountains, you fool," Hester groused. "Near Rainbow Gale, I bet," said Annabel. "That's where the most annoying Evers come from." "Sorry, I'm lost already," Sophie frowned. "Evers? Nevers?" "A sheltered Rapunzel locked in a tower type," Annabel said. "Explains everything." "Evers are what we call good-doers, love," Dot said to Sophie. "You know, all their nonsense about finding happily ever after." "So that makes you Nevers?" said Sophie, remembering the lettered columns in the stair room. "Short for nevermore," Hester revelled. "Paradise for evildoers. We'll have infinite power in Nevermore." "Control time and space," said Annabel. "Take new forms," said Hester. "Splinter our souls. Conquer death." "Only the wickedest villains get in," said Annabel. "And the best part," said Hester, "no other people. Each villain gets their own private kingdom." "Eternal solitude," said Annabel. "Sounds like misery," said Sophie. "Other people are misery," said Hester. "Agatha would love it here," Sophie murmured. "Gavaldon. Is that by Pifflepaff Hills?" Dot said airily. "Oh, for goodness sakes, it's not near anything," Sophie moaned. She held up her schedule. Sophie of Woods Beyond, at its top. Gavaldon's beyond the woods, surrounded by it on all sides. "Woods beyond," said Hester. "Who's your king?" asked Dot. "We don't have a king," Sophie said. Who's your mother? Asked Annabel. She's dead, Sophie said. And your father? Asked Dot. He's a mill worker. These questions are quite personal. And what fairy tale family is he from? Annabel asked. And now they're just plain odd. No one's family is a fairy tale. He's from a normal family with normal faults like every one of your fathers. I knew it, Hester said to Annabel. Knew what? Said Sophie. Readers are the only ones this stupid, Annabel said to Hester. Sophie's skin burned. I'm sorry, but I'm not the stupid one if I'm the only person here who can read. So why don't you look in the mirror, that is if you could actually find one? Reader? Why didn't anyone here seem homesick? Why did they all swim towards the wolves in the moat instead of fleeing for their lives? Why didn't they cry for their mothers or try to escape the snakes at the gate? Why did they all know so much about this school? What fairy tale family is he from? Sophie's eyes found Hester's nightstand. Next to a vase of dead flowers, a claw-shaped candle, and a stack of books, Outsmarting Orphans, Why Villains Fail, Frequent Witch Mistakes, was a knurled wooden picture frame. Inside was a child's clumsy painting of a grotesque witch in front of a house made of gingerbread and candy. Mother was naive, said Hester, picking up the frame. Her face struggled with the memory. An oven, please. Stick them on a grill. Avoids complications. Her jaw hardened. I'll do better. Sophie's eyes shifted to Annabel, and her stomach plummeted. Her favorite storybook ended with a witch rolled in a barrel of nails until all that remained was her bracelet made of little boys' bones. Now that bracelet was clasped on her roommate's wrist. Does know her witches, doesn't she? Annabel leered. Granny would be flattered. Sophie whirled to a poster above Dot's bed. A handsome man in green, screaming as an executioner's axe sliced into his head. Wanted. Robin Hood. Dead or alive, preferably dead, by order of Sheriff of Nottingham. Daddy promised to let me have first swing, Dot said. Sophie looked at her 3 bunkmates in horror. They didn't need to read the fairy tales. They came from them. They were born to kill. A princess and a reader, Hester said. The 2 worst things a human can be. Even the others don't want her, said Annabel, or the fairies would have come by now. But they have come, cried Sophie. I'm good. Well, you're stuck here, dearie, Hester said, plumping Sophie's pillow with a kick. So if you want to stay alive, best try to fit in. Fit in with witches? Fit in with cannibals? No! Listen to me, Sophie begged. I'm good. You keep saying that. In a flash, Hester seized her by the throat and pinned her over the open window. And yet, there's no proof. I donate corsets to homeless hags. I go to church every Sunday. Sophie howled above the fatal drop. No sign of fairy godmother, Hester said. Try again. I smile at children. I sing to birds, Sophie choked. I can't breathe. No sign of Prince Charming either, said Annabel, grabbing her legs. Last chance. I made friends with a witch. That's how good I am. And still no fairies, Annabel said to Hester as they lifted her up. She belongs here, not me, Sophie wailed. No one knows why the schoolmaster brings you worthless freaks into our world, hissed Hester, but there can only be one reason. He's a fool. Ask Agatha. She'll tell you. She's the villain. You know, Annabel, no one's told us the rules yet, Hester said. So they can't punish us for breaking them. Annabel grinned. They lifted Sophie over the edge. 1, said Hester. No, Sophie shrieked. 2. You want proof? I'll give you proof, Sophie screamed. 3. Look at me, and look at you. Hester and Annabel dropped her. Stunned, they stared at each other, then at Sophie, hunched on the bed, gulping tearful breaths. "Told you she was a villain," Dot chirped, and bit into Fudge. A commotion clamoured outside the room, and the girls' heads swiveled to the door. It flew open with a crack, and 3 wolves thundered in, grabbed them by the collars, and hurled them into a stampede of black-robed students. Students rammed and elbowed each other. Some fell beneath the herd and couldn't get back up. Sophie clung to the wall for her life. "Where are we going?" she yelled to Dot. "The school for good," Dot said. "For the welcoming—" An ogreish boy kicked her forward. The school for good. Flooding with hope, Sophie followed the hideous herd down the stairs, primping her pink dress for her first meeting with her true classmates. Someone seized her arm and threw her against the banister. Dazed, she looked up at a vicious white wolf, who held up a black uniform reeking of death. He bared his teeth in a shiny grin. "No," Sophie gasped. So the wolf took care of matters himself. Though the princesses of Purity were all bunked in 3s, Agatha ended up with her own room. A pink glass staircase connected all 5 floors of Purity Tower, spiraling in a carved replica of Rapunzel's endless hair. The door to Agatha's 5th floor room had a glittery sign covered in hearts. "Welcome, Rena, Millicent, Agatha." But Rena and Millicent didn't stay long. Rena, blessed with luscious Arabian skin and brilliant grey eyes, laboured to move her enormous trunk into the room, only to find Agatha and move it right back out. "She just looks evil," Agatha heard her sob. "I don't want to die." "Move in with me," she heard Beatrix say. "The fairies will understand." And indeed, the fairies did understand. And they understood when red-haired Millicent, with an upturned nose and thin eyebrows, feigned a fear of heights and demanded a room on a lower floor. And so, Agatha was alone, which made her feel right at home. The room, however, made her feel anxious. Massive jeweled mirrors glared back from pink walls. Elaborate murals flaunted beautiful princesses kissing dashing princes. Arching over each bed was a white silk canopy, shaped like a royal carriage, and a glorious fresco of clouds blanketed the ceiling tiles, with smiling cupids shooting love arrows from puffy perches. Agatha moved as far as she could from all of it, and crouched in the window nook, black dress bunched against pink wall. Through the window, she could see the sparkling lake around the good towers turn into sludgy moat, midway across to protect the evil ones. Halfway Bay, the girls had called it. Deep in the fog, the thin stone bridge reached across the waters to connect the 2 schools. But this was all in front of the 2 castles. What was behind them? Curious, Agatha climbed onto the window ledge, clinging to a glass beam. She glanced down at the charity tower below, reaching up with its sharp pink spire. One wrong move and she'd be skewered like lamb meat. Agatha tiptoed to the side of the ledge, craned her head around the corner, and almost fell from surprise. Behind the school for good and evil was a massive blue forest. Trees, bushes, flowers bloomed in every shade of blue, from iceberg to indigo. The lush blue grove unfolded for quite a distance, connecting the yards of both schools, before it was fenced on all sides by tall gold gates. Beyond the gates, the forest returned to green and stretched into dark oblivion. As Agatha slid back, she saw something in front of the school rising from Halfway Bay. It was right at the midpoint, where the waters balanced between sludge and sparkle. She could barely see it through the fog, a tall, thin tower of glinting silver brick. Fairies buzzed around the spire in droves, while wolves with crossbows stood watch on wooden planks that jutted from the base of the tower into the water. What were they guarding? Agatha squinted at the top of the sky-high tower, but all she could see was a single window, shrouded by clouds. Then light caught the window, and she saw it. Silhouetted in sun, the crooked shape that had kidnapped them. Her shoe slipped and her body pitched forward over deadly Charity. Flailing, she grabbed the window beam just in time and crashed back into the room. Agatha clutched her bruised tailbone, whipped around, but the shadow was gone. Agatha's heart thumped faster. Whoever brought them here was in that tower. Whoever was in that tower could fix the mistake and send them home. But first, she needed to rescue her best friend. A few minutes later, Agatha shrank from a mirror. The sleeveless pink uniform showed off parts of her white, scrawny body that had never seen light. The lace collar gave away the rash that spread across her neck whenever she felt anxious. The carnations lining the sleeves made her sneeze, and the matching pink high heels teetered like stilts. But the foul outfit was her only chance to escape. Her room was on the opposite end from the stairwell. To get back to the bridge, she needed to glide through the hall without being noticed and slip down the stairs. Agatha set her jaw. You have to blend. She took a deep breath and cracked open the door. 50 beautiful girls in pink pinafores packed the hallway, giggling, gossiping, trading dresses, shoes, bags, bangles, creams, and anything else they had brought in their gigantic trunks, while fairies buzzed between, trying in vain to round them up for the welcoming. Through the hubbub, Agatha glimpsed stairs at the other end, a confident stroll, and she'd be gone before they saw her. But she couldn't move. It had taken her whole life to make a single friend, and here these girls had become best friends in minutes, as if making friends was the simplest thing in the world. Agatha prickled with shame. In this school for good, where everyone was supposed to be kind and loving, she had still ended up alone and despised. She was a villain, no matter where she went. She slammed the door, ripped petals from her sleeve, tore off her pink heels and hurled them through the window. She slumped against the wall and closed her eyes. Get me out of here. She opened her eyes and glimpsed her ugly face in the jeweled mirror. Before she could turn away, her eyes caught something else in her reflection. A ceiling tile with a smiling cupid, slightly dislodged. Agatha slipped her feet back into her hard black clumps. She climbed up the bed canopy and pulled the tile away, revealing a dark vent above the room. She gripped the edges of the hole and swung one leg up into the vent, then the other, until she found herself perched on a narrow platform inside the chute. She crawled through darkness, hands and knees blindly shuffling along cold metal, until metal suddenly turned to air. This time, she couldn't save herself. Falling too fast to scream, Agatha whizzed through chutes, ping-ponged through pipes, and slid down vents until she somersaulted through a grate and landed on a beanstalk. She hugged the thick green trunk, thankful she was still in one piece. But as she looked around, Agatha saw she wasn't in a garden or forest or anywhere else a beanstalk is supposed to be. She was in a dark room with high ceilings, filled with paintings, sculptures, and glass cases. Her eyes found the frosted doors in the corner, gilded words etched in glass. The Gallery of Good. Agatha inched down the beanstalk until her clumps touched marble floor. A mural blanketed the long wall with a panoramic view of a soaring gold castle and a dashing prince and beautiful princess wedded beneath its gleaming arch. As thousands of spectators jingled bells and danced in celebration. Blessed by a brilliant sun, the virtuous couple kissed, while baby angels hovered above, showering them with red and white roses. High above the scene, shiny gold block letters peeked out from behind clouds, stretching from one end of the mural to the other. Ever After. Agatha grimaced. She had always mocked Sophie for believing in happily ever after. Who wants to be happy all the time? But looking at the mural, she had to admit the school did a spookily good job of selling the idea. She peered into a glass case, holding a thin booklet of flowery handwriting with a plaque next to it. Snow White, Animal Fluency Exam, Letitia of Maidenvale. In the next cases, she found the blue cape of a boy who became Cinderella's prince, Red Riding Hood's dorm pillow, the little match girl's diary, Pinocchio's pajamas, and other remnants of star students who presumably went on to weddings and castles. On the walls, she scanned more drawings of Ever After by former students, a school history exhibit, banners celebrating iconic victories, and a wall labeled Class Captain, stacked with portraits of students from each class. The museum got darker as it went on, so Agatha used one of her matches to light a lamp. That's when she saw the dead animals. Dozens of taxidermied creatures loomed over her, stuffed and mounted on rosy pink walls. She dusted off their plaques to find the booted Master Cat, Cinderella's favorite rat, Jack's sold-off cow, stamped with the names of children who weren't good enough to become heroes or sidekicks or servants. No happily ever after for this lot, just hooks in a museum. Agatha felt their eerie, glass-eyed stares and turned away. Only then did she see the plaque gleaming on the beanstalk. Holden of Rainbow Gale. That wretched plant had once been a boy. Agatha's blood ran cold. All these stories she had never believed in, but they were painfully real now. In 200 years, no kidnapped child had ever made it back to Gavaldon. What made her think she and Sophie would be the first? What made her think they wouldn't end up a raven or a rosebush? Then she remembered what made them different from all the rest. We have each other. They had to work together to break this curse, or they'd both end up fossils of a fairy tale. Agatha found her attention drawn to a corner nook with a row of paintings by the same artist depicting the same scenes, children reading storybooks in hazy impressionistic colors. As she neared the paintings, her eyes grew wider, because she recognized where all these children were. They were in Gavaldon. She moved from first painting to last, with reading children set against the familiar hills and lake, crooked clock tower and rickety church, even the shadow of a house on Graves Hill. Agatha felt stabs of homesickness. She had mocked the children as batty and delusional, but in the end, they had known what she hadn't, that the line between stories and real life is very thin indeed. Then she came to the last painting, which wasn't like the others at all. In this one, raging children heaved their storybooks into a bonfire in the square and watched them burn. All around them, the dark forest went up in flames, filling the sky with violent red and black smoke. Staring at it, Agatha felt a chill up her spine. Voices. She dove behind a giant pumpkin carriage, hitting her head on a plaque. Heinrich of Netherwood. Agatha gagged. Two teachers entered the museum. An older woman, in a chartreuse, high-necked dress, speckled with iridescent green beetle wings, and a younger woman, in a pointy-shouldered purple gown that slunk behind her. The woman in chartreuse had a grandmotherly beehive of white hair, but luminous skin and calm brown eyes. The woman in purple had black hair yanked in a long braid, amethyst eyes, and bloodless skin stretched over bones like a drum. "He's tampering with the tales, Clarissa," the one in purple said. "The schoolmaster can't control the story in Lady Lesso," Clarissa returned. "He's on your side, and you know it," Lady Lesso seethed. "He's not on anyone's side." Clarissa stopped short. So did Lady Lesso. Agatha saw what they were looking at. The last painting. "I see you've welcomed another of Professor Sada's delusions," Lady Lesso said. "It is his gallery," Clarissa sighed. Lady Lesso's eyes flashed. Magically, the painting tore off the wall and landed behind a glass case, inches from Agatha's head. "This is why they're not in your school's gallery," said Clarissa. "Anyone who believes the reader prophecy is a fool," hissed Lady Lesso, "including the schoolmaster." "A schoolmaster must protect the balance," Clarissa said gently. "He sees readers as part of that balance, even if you and I cannot understand." "Balance," scoffed Lady Lesso. "Then why hasn't evil won a tale since he took over? Why hasn't evil defeated good in 200 years? "Perhaps my students are just better educated," said Clarissa. Lady Lesso glowered and walked away. Swishing her finger, Clarissa moved the painting back into place and scurried to keep up. "Maybe your new reader will prove you wrong," she said. Lady Lesso snorted. "I hear she wears pink." Agatha listened to their footsteps go quiet. She looked up at the dented painting, the children, the bonfire, Gavaldon burning to the ground. What did it all mean? Twinkly flutters echoed through the air. Before she could move, glowing fairies burst in, searching every crevice like flashlights. Far across the museum, Agatha saw the doors through which the two teachers had left. Just when the fairies reached the pumpkin, she sprinted for it. The fairies squealed in surprise as she slid between 3 stuffed bears, threw open the doors. Pink-dressed classmates streamed through the foyer in 2 perfect lines. As they held hands and giggled, the best of friends, Agatha felt familiar shame rise. Everything in her body told her to shut the door again and hide. But this time, instead of thinking of all the friends she didn't have, Agatha thought about the one she did. The fairies swooped in a second later, but all they found were princesses on their way to a welcoming. As they hovered furiously above, hunting for signs of guilt, Agatha slipped into the pink parade, put on a smile, and tried to blend. Chapter 5. Boys Ruin Everything. Each school had its own entrance to the Theatre of Tales, which was split into 2 halves. The west doors opened into the side for the good students, decorated with pink and blue pews, crystal friezes, and glittering bouquets of glass flowers. The east doors opened into the side for evil students, with warped wooden benches, carvings of murder and torture, and deadly stalactites dangling from the burnt ceiling. As students herded into their halves for the welcoming, fairies and wolves guarded the silver marble aisle between them. Despite her ghastly new uniform, Sophie had no intention of sitting with evil. One look at the good girl's glossy hair, dazzling smiles, chic pink dresses, and she knew she had found her sisters. If the fairies wouldn't rescue her, surely her fellow princesses would. With villains shoving her along, she tried to get the good girl's attention, but they were ignoring her side of the theatre. Finally, Sophie battled her way to the aisle, waved her arms, and opened her mouth to yell, when a hand yanked her under a rotted bench. Agatha tackled her in a hug. "I found the schoolmaster's tower. It's in the moat and there's guards, but if we can just get up there, then we can—" "Hi, nice to see you. Give me your clothes," said Sophie, staring at Agatha's pink dress. "Huh? Quick, it will solve everything." "You can't be serious. Sophie, we can't stay here." "Exactly," Sophie smiled. "I just need to be in your school and you need to be in mine. Just like we talked about, remember?" "But your father, my mother, my cat," Agatha sputtered. "You don't know what they're like here. They'll turn us into snakes or squirrels or shrubbery. Sophie, we have to get back home." "Why? What do I have in Gavaldon to go back to?" Sophie said. Agatha blushed with hurt. You have... Right, nothing. Now, my dress, please." Agatha folded her arms. "Then I'll take it myself," Sophie scowled. But right as she grabbed Agatha by her flowered sleeve, something made her stop cold. Sophie listened, ears peaked, and took off like a panther. She slid under warped benches, dodged villains' feet, ducked behind the last pew, and peeked around it. Agatha followed, exasperated. "I don't know what's gotten into you." Sophie covered Agatha's mouth and listened to the sounds grow louder. Sounds that made every good girl bolt upright. Sounds they had waited their whole lives to hear. From the hall, the stomp of boots, the clash of steel. The west doors flew open to 60 gorgeous boys in sword fight. Sun-kissed skin peeked through light blue sleeves and stiff collars. Tall navy boots matched high-cut waistcoats and knotted slim ties, each embroidered with a single gold initial. As the boys playfully crossed blades, their shirts came untucked from tight beige breeches, revealing slender waists and flashes of muscle. Sweat glistened on glowing faces as they thrust down the aisle, boots cracking on marble, until swiftly the sword fight climaxed, boys pinning boys against pews. In a last chorus of movement, they drew roses from their shirts and with a shout of "Milady!" threw them to the girls, who most caught their eye. Beatrix found herself with enough roses to plant a garden. Agatha watched all this seasick, but then she saw Sophie, heart in throat, longing for her own rose. In the decayed pews, the villains booed the princes, brandishing banners with "Never's Rule" and "Ever's Stink," except for weasel-faced Hort, who crossed his arms sulkily and mumbled, "Why do they get their own entrance?" With a bow, the princes blew kisses to villains and prepared to take their seats when the west doors suddenly slammed open again. And one more walked in. Hair a halo of celestial gold, eyes blue as a cloudless sky, skin the color of hot desert sand. He glistened with a noble sheen, as if his blood ran purer than the rest. The stranger took one look at the frowning, sword-armed boys, pulled his own sword, and grinned. 40 boys came at him at once, but he disarmed each with lightning speed. The swords of his classmates piled up beneath his feet as he flicked them away without inflicting a scratch. Sophie gaped, bewitched. Agatha hoped he'd impale himself, but no such luck, for the boy dismissed each new challenge as quickly as it came, the embroidered T on his blue tie glinting with each dance of his blade. And when the last had been left swordless and dumbstruck, he sheathed his own sword and shrugged, as if to say he meant nothing by it at all. But the boys of good knew what it meant. The princes now had a king. Even the villains couldn't find a reason to boo. Meanwhile, the good girls had long learnt that every true princess finds a prince, so no need to fight each other. But they all forgot this when the golden boy pulled a rose from his shirt. All of them jumped up, waving kerchiefs, jostling like geese at a feeding. The boy smiled and lofted his rose high in the air. Agatha saw Sophie move too late. She ran after her, but Sophie dashed into the aisle, leapt over the pink pews, lunged for the rose, and caught a wolf instead. As it dragged Sophie back to her side, she locked eyes with the boy, who took in her fair face, then her horrid black robes, and cocked his head, baffled. Then he saw Agatha, agog in pink, his rose plopped in her open palm, and recoiled in shock. As the wolf dumped Sophie with evil and fairies shoved Agatha with good, the boy gawked, wide-eyed, trying to make sense of it all. Then a hand pulled him into a seat. "Hi, I'm Beatrix," she said, and made sure he saw all of her roses. From the evil seats, Sophie tried to get his attention. "Turn yourself into a mirror, then you'll have a chance." Sophie turned to Hester, sitting next to her. "His name is Tedros," her roommate said, "and he's just as stuck-up as his father." Sophie was about to ask who his father was, but then glimpsed his sword. Dazzling silver with a hilt of diamonds. A sword with a lion crest she knew from storybooks. A sword named Excalibur. "He's King Arthur's son," Sophie breathed. She studied Tedros's high cheekbones, silky blonde hair, and thick, tender lips. His broad shoulders and strong arms filled out his blue shirt, tie loosened, and collar undone. He looked so serene and assured, as if he knew destiny was on his side. Gazing at him, Sophie felt her own destiny lock into place. He's mine. Suddenly, she felt a hot glare across the aisle. "We're going home," Agatha mouthed clearly. "Welcome to the school for good and evil," said the nicer of the two heads. From their seats on opposite sides of the aisle, Sophie and Agatha tracked the massive dog with two heads attached to a single body, pacing across a silver stone stage, cracked down the middle. One head was rabid, drooling, and male, with a grisly mane. The other head was cuddly and cute, with a weak jaw, scanty fur, and sing-song voice. No one was sure if the cuter head was male or female, but whatever it was, it seemed to be in charge. I'm Pollux, welcoming leader, said the nice head.
And I'm Castor, welcoming leader, assistant, and executive executioner of punishment for anyone who breaks rules or acts like a donkey,
the rabid one boomed. All the children looked scared of Castor, even the villains. Thank you, Castor, said Pollux. So, let me first remind you why it is you're here. All children are born with souls that are either good or evil. Some souls are purer than others,
and some souls are crap,
Castor barked. As I was saying, said Pollux, some souls are purer than others, but all souls are fundamentally good or evil. Those who are evil cannot make their souls good, and those who are good cannot make their souls evil.
So just 'cause good is winning everything doesn't mean you can switch sides,
snarled Castor. The good students cheered. Evers, evers! Evil students retorted, nevers, nevers! Before wolves doused Evers with water buckets, fairies cast rainbows over the nevers, and both sides shut up. Once again, said Pollux tightly, those who are evil cannot be good, and those who are good cannot be evil, no matter how much you're persuaded or punished. Now, sometimes you may feel the stirrings of both, but this just means your family tree has branches where good and evil have toxically mixed. But here at the School for Good and Evil, we will rid you of stirrings. We will rid you of confusion. We will try to make you as pure as possible.
And if you fail, then something so bad will happen to you that I can't say, but it involves you never being seen again.
One more and it's the muzzle, Pollux yelled. Castor stared at his toes. None of these brilliant students will fail, I'm sure. Pollux smiled at the relieved children.
You say that every time, and then someone fails,
Castor mumbled. Sophie remembered Bane's scared face on the wall, and shuddered. She had to get good soon. Every child in the endless woods dreams of being picked to attend our school, but the schoolmaster chose you, said Pollux, scanning both sides. For he looked into your hearts and saw something very rare, pure good and pure evil.
If we're so pure, then what's that?
An impish blonde boy with spiky ears stood from evil and pointed to Sophie. A burly boy from good pointed to Agatha.
We have one too. Ours smells like flowers,
yelled a villain.
Ours ate a fairy. Ours smiles too much. Ours farted in our face.
Sophie turned to Agatha, aghast. Every class we bring 2 readers here from the woods beyond, Pollux declared. They may know our world from pictures and books, but they know our rules just as well as you. They have the same talents and goals, the same potential for glory, and they too have been some of our finest students.
Like 200 years ago,
Castor snorted. They are no different than the rest of you, Pollux said defensively.
They look different than the rest of us,
cracked an oily brown-skinned villain. Students from both schools murmured in agreement. Sophie stared down Agatha, as if to say this could all be solved with a simple costume change. Do not question the schoolmaster's selections, said Pollux. All of you will respect each other, whether you're good or evil, whether you're from a famous tale family or a failed one, whether you're a sired prince or a reader. All of you are chosen to protect the balance between good and evil. For once that balance is compromised, his face darkened. Our world will perish. A hush fell over the hall. Agatha grimaced. The last thing she needed was this world perishing while they were still in it. Castor raised his paw. What? Pollux groaned.
Why doesn't evil win anymore?
Pollux looked like he was about to bite his head off, but it was too late. The villains were rumbling.
Yeah, if we're so balanced,
yelled Hort,
why do we always die? We never get good weapons, shouted the impish boy. Our henchmen betray us. Our nemesis always has an army.
Hester stood.
Evil hasn't won in 200 years.
Castor tried to control himself, but his red face swelled like a balloon.
Good is cheating!
Nevers leapt up in mutiny, hurling food, shoes, and anything else at hand at horrified Evers. Sophie slunk down in her seat. Tedros couldn't possibly think she was one of these ugly hooligans, could he? She peeked over the bench and caught him staring right at her. Sophie pinked and ducked back down. Wolves and fairies pounced on the angry horde around her, but this time rainbows and water couldn't stop them.
The schoolmaster's on their side,
Hester screamed.
We don't even have a chance,
howled Hort. The Nevers fought past fairies and wolves and charged the Evers' pews.
It's because you're idiotic apes.
The villains looked up dumbly.
Now sit down before I give all of you a slap,
shrieked Pollux. They sat without argument, except Annadil's rat, who peeked from her pocket and hissed. Pollux scowled down at the villains.
Maybe if you stopped complaining, you'd produce someone of consequence. But all we hear is excuse after excuse. Have you produced one decent villain since the Great War? One villain capable of defeating their nemesis? No wonder readers come here confused. No wonder they want to be good.
Sophie saw kids on both sides of the aisle sneak her sympathetic glances.
Students, all of you have only one concern here, Pollux said, softening. Do the best work you can. The finest of you will become princes and warlocks, knights and witches, queens and sorcerers.
Or a troll or pig if you stink, Castor spat. Students glanced at each other across the aisle, sensing the high stakes.
So, if there are no further interruptions, Pollux said, glowering at his brother, let's review the rules. Rule 13, halfway bridge and tower roofs are forbidden to students. Pollux lectured on the stage. The gargoyles have orders to kill intruders on sight and have yet to grasp the difference between students and intruders.
Sophie found all of this dull, so she tuned out and stared at Tedros instead. She had never seen a boy so clean. Boys in Gavaldon smelled like hogs and slopped around with chapped lips, yellow teeth, and black nails. But Tedros had heavenly tan skin, dabbed with light stubble, and no hint, no chance, of a blemish. Even after the vigorous sword fight, every last gold hair fell in place. When he licked his lips, white teeth gleamed through in perfect rows. Sophie watched a trickle of sweat crisscross his neck and vanish beneath his shirt. What does he smell like? She closed her eyes. Like fresh wood, and... She opened her eyes and saw Beatrix subtly sniffing Tedros's hair. This girl needed to be dealt with immediately. A headless bird landed in Sophie's dress. She jumped on her seat, screaming and shaking her tunic until the dead canary plopped to the floor. She recognized the bird with a frown, then noticed the entire hall gaping at her. She gave her best princess curtsy and sat back down.
As I was saying, Pollux said testily.
Sophie whipped to Agatha. What? She mouthed. We need to meet. Agatha mouthed back. My clothes? Sophie mouthed and turned back to the stage. Hester and Annadil looked at the decapitated bird, then at Agatha.
Her we like,
Annadil quipped, rats squeaking in agreement.
Your first year will consist of required courses to prepare you for 3 major tests. The trial by tale, the circus of talents, and the snowball.
Castor growled.
After the first year, you will be divided into 3 tracks. One for villain and hero leaders, one for henchmen and helper followers, and one for mogriffs, or those that will undergo transformation.
For the next 2 years, leaders will train to fight their future nemeses, Pollux said. Followers will develop skills to defend their future leaders. Mogriffs will learn to adapt to their new forms and survive in the treacherous woods. Finally, after the 3rd year,
Leaders will be paired with followers and mogriffs, and you will all move into the endless woods to begin your journeys. Sophie tried to pay attention, but couldn't, with Beatrix practically in Tedros's lap. Fuming, Sophie picked at the glittering silver swan crest stitched on her smelly smock. It was the only tolerable thing about it. Now, as to how we determine your future tracks, we do not give marks here at the School for Good and Evil, said Pollux. Instead, for every test or challenge, you will be ranked within your classes so you know exactly where you stand. There are 120 students in each school, and we have divided you into 6 groups of 20 for your classes. After each challenge, you will be ranked from 1 to 20. If you are ranked in the top 5 in your group consistently, you will end up on the leader track. If you score in the mid-range repeatedly, you'll end up a follower. And if you're consistently below a 13, then your talents will be best served as a mogriff, either animal or plant. Students on both aisles murmured, already placing bets on who would end up a tumbo tree. I must add that anyone who receives 3 20s in a row will immediately be failed, said Pollux gravely. As I said, given the exceptional incompetence required to earn 3 straight last-place ranks, I'm confident this rule will not apply to any of you. The Nevers in her row threw Sophie a look. When they put me where I belong, you'll all feel foolish, won't you? Sophie shot back. Your swan crest will be visible on your heart at all times, Pollux continued. Any attempt to conceal or remove it will likely result in injury or embarrassment, so please refrain. Confused, Sophie watched students on both sides trying to cover the glittering silver swans on their uniforms. Mimicking them, she folded the droopy collar of her tunic to obscure her own swan. Instantly, the crest vanished off the robe and appeared on her chest. Stunned, she ran her finger over the swan, but it was embedded in her skin like a tattoo. She released the fold and the swan vanished off her skin and reappeared on the robe. Sophie frowned. Perhaps not so tolerable after all. Furthermore, as the Theatre of Tales is in good this year, Nevers will be escorted here for all joint school functions, said Pollux. Otherwise, you must remain in your schools at all times. Why is the theatre in good? Dot hollered through a mouthful of fudge. Pollux raised his nose. Whoever wins the Circus of Talents gets the theatre in their school. And good hasn't lost a circus or trial by tale or, now that I think about it, any competition at this school for the last 200 years, Castor harumphed. Villains started rumbling again. But good is so far from evil, Dot huffed. Heaven forbid she has to walk, Sophie mumbled. Dot heard and glowered at her. Sophie cursed herself, the only person who was civil to her, and she had to ruin it. Pollux ignored the Nevers' grumbles and droned on about curfew times, lulling half the room to sleep. Rena raised her hand. Are groom rooms open yet? All of a sudden, the Evers looked awake. Well, I was planning to discuss groom rooms next assembly, Pollux said. Is it true that only certain kids can use them? Asked Millicent. Pollux sighed. Groom rooms in the good towers are only available to Evers ranked in the top half of their class on any given day. Rankings will be posted on the groom room doors and throughout the castle. Please do not abuse Albemarle if he's behind on posting them. Now, as to curfew rules. What are groom rooms? Sophie whispered to Hester. Where Evers primp, preen, and get their hair done. Hester shuddered. Sophie sprang up. Do we have groom rooms? Pollux pursed his lips. Nevers have doom rooms, dear. Where we get our hair done, Sophie beamed. Where you're beaten and tortured, Pollux said. Sophie sat down. Now, curfew will occur at precisely... How do you become class captain? Hester asked. The question and the presumptuous tone behind it instantly made her unpopular on both sides of the aisle. If you all flunk curfew inspections, don't blame me, Pollux groaned. All right. After the trial by tale, the top-ranked students in each school will be named class captain. These 2 students will have special privileges, including private study with select faculty, field trips into the endless woods, and the chance to train with renowned heroes and villains. As you know, our captains have gone on to be some of the greatest legends in the endless woods. While both sides buzzed, Sophie gritted her teeth. She knew if she could just get to the right school, she'd not only be Good's captain, she'd end up more famous than Snow White. This year, you will have 6 required classes in your individual schools, Pollux went on. The 7th class, Surviving Fairy Tales, will include both good and evil, and takes place in the Blue Forest behind the schools. Also, please note, both beautification and etiquette are for good girls only, while good boys will have grooming and chivalry instead. Agatha woke from her stupor. If she didn't have enough reasons to escape, the thought of a beautification class was the last straw. They had to get out of here, tonight. She turned to an adorable girl next to her, with narrow brown eyes and short black hair, fixing her lipstick in a pocket mirror. "Mind if I borrow your lipstick?" Agatha asked. The girl took one look at Agatha's ashy, cracked lips and thrust it at her. "Keep it. Breakfast and supper will take place in your school supper halls, but you'll all eat lunch together in the clearing," Castor grunted. "That is, if you're mature enough to handle the privilege." Sophie felt her heart race. If the schools ate their lunches together, tomorrow would be her first chance to talk to Tedros. What would she say to him, and how would she get rid of that beastly Beatrix? "The endless woods beyond the school gates are barred to first-year students," said Pollux, "and though that rule may fall on deaf ears for the most adventurous of you, let me remind you of the most important rule of all, one that will cost you your lives if you fail to obey." Sophie snapped to attention. "Never go into the woods after dark," said Pollux. His cuddly smile returned. "You may return to your schools. Supper is at 7 o'clock sharp." As Sophie rose with the Nevers, mentally rehearsing her lunch meeting with Tedros, a voice ripped through the chatter. "How do we see the schoolmaster?" The hall went dead silent. Students turned, shell-shocked. Agatha stood alone in the aisle, glaring up at Castor and Pollux. The twin-headed dog jumped off the stage and landed a foot from her, splashing her with drool. Both heads glared into Agatha's eyes, wearing the same ferocious expression. It wasn't clear who was who. "You don't," they growled. As fairies whisked flailing Agatha to the east door, she passed Sophie for an instant, just long enough to thrust out a rose petal marred by a lipstick message. "Bridge, 9 p.m. But Sophie never saw it. Her eyes were locked on Tedros, a hunter stalking its prey, until she was shoved from the hall by villains. Right then and there, the problem smashed Agatha in the face. The one that had plagued them all along. For as the 2 girls were pulled to their opposing towers, their opposing desires couldn't have been clearer. Agatha wanted her only friend back. But a friend wasn't enough for Sophie. Sophie had always wanted more. Sophie wanted a prince. Chapter 6. Definitely Evil. The next morning, 50 princesses dashed about the 5th floor as if it was their wedding day. On the first day of class, they all wanted to make their best impressions on teachers, boys, and anyone else who might lead them to ever after. Swans twinkling on nightgowns, they flurried into each other's rooms, glossing lips, poofing hair, buffing nails, and trailing so much perfume that fairies passed out and littered the hall like dead flies. Still, no one seemed any closer to being dressed, and indeed, when the clock told 8 a.m., signaling the start of breakfast, not a single girl had put on her clothes. "Breakfast makes you fat anyway," Beatrix reassured. Rena poked her head into the hall. "Has anyone seen my panties?" Agatha certainly hadn't. She was free-falling through a dark chute, trying to remember how she found Halfway Bridge the first time. On a tower to Hansel's Haven, to Merlin's menagerie. After landing on the beanstalk, she crept through the dim gallery of good until she found the doors behind the stuffed bears. Or was it Honor Tower to Cinderella Commons? Still mulling the correct route, she threw open the doors to the stair room and ducked. The palatial glass lobby was packed with faculty in their colourful dresses and suits mingling before class. Neon-haired nymphs in pink gowns, white veils and blue lace gloves floated about the foyer, refilling teacups, frosting biscuits, and flicking fairies off sugar cubes. From behind the doors, Agatha peeked at the stairs marked Honor, lit by high stained glass windows far across the crowd. How could she get past them all? She felt something scrape her leg and turned to find a mouse, gnawing her petticoat. Agatha kicked the mouse away, which tumbled into the paws of a stuffed cat. The mouse screeched, then saw the cat was dead. It gave Agatha its dirtiest look, and marched back to its hole in the wall. Even the vermin here hate me, she sighed as she tried to salvage her petticoat. Her fingers stopped as they ran over the torn white lace. Perhaps she shouldn't have been so hard on that mouse. A few moments later, an undersized nymph in a ragged lace veil scurried through the room for the honor stairs. Unfortunately, the veil left Agatha blind, and she tripped into a nymph, who crashed into a teacher. "Heaven St. Mary," Clarissa moaned, dripping with prune tea. As alarmed professors dabbed at her dress, Agatha slid behind the charity steps. "Those nymphs really are too tall," Clarissa scolded. "Next thing you know, they'll knock down a tower." By then, Agatha had already disappeared into Honor Tower and found her way up to Hansel's Haven, the wing of first-floor classrooms made completely out of candy. There was a room of sparkled blue swizzles and rock sugar, glittering like a salt mine. There was a marshmallow room with white fudge chairs and gingerbread desks. There was even a room made of lollipops, blanketing the walls in rainbow colors. Agatha wondered how in the world these rooms stayed intact, and then saw an inscription sweeping the corridor wall in cherry gumdrops. "Temptation is the path to evil." Agatha ate half of it before she hustled by 2 passing teachers who gave her veil a curious look, but didn't stop her. "Must be spots," she heard one whisper as she raced up the back stairs, but not before stealing a caramel doorknob and butterscotch welcome mat to complete her heavenly breakfast. When she ran from the fairies the day before, Agatha had stumbled into the rooftop topiary by accident. Today, she could appreciate Merlin's menagerie, as the school map named it, filled with magnificently sculpted hedges that told the legend of King Arthur in sequence. Each hedge celebrated a scene from the king's life: Arthur pulling the sword from the stone, Arthur with his knights at the round table, Arthur at the wedding altar with Guinevere. Agatha thought of that pompous boy from the theatre, the one everyone said was King Arthur's son. How could he see this and not feel suffocated? How could he survive the comparisons, the expectations? At least he had beauty on his side. "Imagine if he looked like me," she snorted. "They'd have dumped the baby in the woods." The final sculpture in the sequence was the one with the pond, a towering statue of Arthur receiving Excalibur from the Lady of the Lake. This time, Agatha jumped into its water on purpose and fell through the secret portal, completely dry, onto Halfway Bridge. She hurried towards the midpoint where the fog began, palms extended in case the barrier came earlier than she remembered. But as she entered the mist, her hands couldn't find it. She moved deeper into the fog. "It's gone." Agatha broke into a run, wind whipping the veil off her face. Bam! She stumbled back, exploding with pain. Apparently the barrier moved where it wanted. Avoiding her reflection in its sheen, she touched the invisible wall and felt its cold, hard surface. Suddenly, she noticed movement through the fog and saw 2 people step through Evil's archway onto Halfway Bridge. Agatha froze. She had no time to get back to good. Nowhere on the bridge to hide. 2 teachers, the handsome good professor who had smiled at her, and an evil one with boils on both cheeks, walked across the bridge and through the barrier without the slightest hesitation. Dangling from the stone rail high over the moat, Agatha listened to them pass, then peeked over the rail edge. The two teachers were about to disappear into good when the handsome man looked back and smiled. Agatha ducked. "What is it, August?" she heard the evil teacher ask. "My eyes are playing tricks on me," he chuckled as they entered the towers. Definitely a crackpot, Agatha thought. Moments later, she was in front of the visible wall once more. How had they passed? She searched for an edge but couldn't find one. She tried kicking it, but it was hard as steel. Peering up into the school for evil, Agatha could see wolves herding students downstairs. She would be in plain sight if the fog thinned even slightly. Giving the wall a last kick, she retreated to good. "And don't come back." Agatha spun around to see who had spoken, but all she found was her reflection in the barrier, arms folded. She averted her eyes. Now I'm hearing things. Lovely. She turned towards the tower and noticed her own arms hanging by her sides. She whirled to face her reflection. "Did you just speak?" Her reflection cleared its throat. "Good with good, evil with evil. Back to your tower before there's upheaval." I need to get through," Agatha said, eyes glued to the ground. "Good with good, evil with evil. Back to your tower before there's serious upheaval. Meaning cleaning plates after supper or losing your groom room privileges, or both, if I have anything to say about it." "I need to see a friend," Agatha pressed. "Good has no friends on the other side," her reflection said. Agatha heard sugary ringing and turned to see the glow of fairies at the end of the bridge. How could she outwit herself? How could she find the chink in her own armor? Good with good. Evil with evil. In a flash, she knew the answer. "How about you?" Agatha said, still looking away. "Do you have any friends?" Her reflection tensed. "Well, I don't know. Do I?" Agatha gritted her teeth and met her own eyes. "You're too ugly to have friends." Her reflection turned sad. "Definitely evil," it said, and vanished. Agatha reached out her hand to touch the barrier. This time, it went straight through. By the time the fairy patrol made it onto the bridge, the fog had erased her tracks. The moment Agatha stepped foot into evil, she had the feeling that this was where she belonged. Crouched behind the statue of a bald, bony witch in the leaky foyer, she scanned across cracked ceilings, singed walls, serpentine staircases, shadow-masked halls. She couldn't have designed it better herself. With the coast clear of wolves, Agatha snuck through the main corridor, soaking in the portraits of villainous alumni. She had always found villains more exciting than heroes. They had ambition, passion. They made the stories happen. Villains didn't fear death. No, they wrapped themselves in death like suits of armor. As she inhaled the school's graveyard smell, Agatha felt her blood rush. For, like all villains, death didn't scare her. It made her feel alive. She suddenly heard chatter and shrank behind a wall. A wolf came into view, leading a group of Never girls down the Vice staircase. Agatha heard them twitter about their first classes, catching the words henchman, curses, uglification. How could these kids be any uglier? Agatha felt the blush of shame. Looking at this parade of sallow bodies and repugnant faces, she knew she fit right in. Even their frumpy black smocks were just like the ones she wore every day back home. But there was a difference between her and these villains. Their mouths twisted with bitterness, their eyes flickered with hate, their fists curled with pent-up rage. They were wicked, no doubt, and Agatha didn't feel wicked at all. But then she remembered Sophie's words. Different usually turns out evil. Panic gripped her throat. That's why the shadow didn't kidnap a second child. I was meant to be here all along. Tears stung her eyes. She didn't want to be like these children. She didn't want to be a villain. She wanted to find her friend and go home. With no clue where to even look, Agatha hurtled up a staircase marked Mischief to the landing, which split in two scraggy stone paths. She heard voices from the left, so she dashed right. down a short hall to a dead end of sooty walls. Agatha backed against one, petrified by voices growing louder, then felt something creak behind her. It wasn't a wall, but a door, blanketed in ash. Her dress had wiped enough clean to reveal red letters. The Exhibition of Evil. It was pitch dark inside. Coughing on must and cobwebs, Agatha lit a match. Where Good's gallery was pristine and vast, Evil's sparse broom closet reflected their 200-year losing streak. Agatha examined the faded uniform of a boy who became Rumpelstiltskin, a broken-framed essay on Morality of Murder by a future witch, a few stuffed crows hanging off crumbled walls, and a rotted vine of thorns that blinded a famous prince labeled Vera of Woods Beyond. Agatha had seen her face on missing posters in Gavaldon. Shuddering, she noticed flecks of colour on the wall and held her match to it. It was a panel in a mural, like the one of Ever After in the Good Towers. Each of the 8 panels showed a black-robed villain revelling in an inferno of infinite power, flying through fire, transmuting in body, fracturing in soul, manipulating space and time. At the top of the mural, stretching from the first panel to the last, were giant letters set aflame. Nevermore. Where Evers dreamt of love and happiness, the Nevers sought a world of solitude and power. As the sinister vision sent thrills through her heart, Agatha felt the shock of truth. I'm a Never. Her best friend was an Ever. If they didn't get home soon, Sophie would see the truth. Here, they couldn't be friends. She saw a snouted shadow move into her matchlight. 2 shadows. 3. Just as the wolves pounced, Agatha wheeled and whipped Vera's thorns across their faces. The wolves roared in surprise and stumbled back, giving her just enough time to scramble to the door. Breathless, she dashed down the hall, up the stairs, until she found herself on Malice Hall's 2nd floor, hunting for Sophie's name on the dormitory doors. Vex and Brone, Hort and Ruven, Flint and Titan, boys' floor. Just as she heard a door open, she sprinted up the back stairs to a dead-end attic filled with murky vials of frog's toes, lizard legs, dog tongues. Her mother was right. Who knew how long these had been sitting here? She heard a wolf slobbering up the stairs. Agatha climbed out the attic window onto the soaring roof and clung to the rain gutter. Thunder detonated from black clouds, while across the lake the good towers twinkled in perfect sunshine. As the storm drenched her pink dress, her eyes followed the long, twisted gutter, shooting water through the mouths of 3 stone gargoyles that held up its brass beams. It was her only hope. She climbed into the gutter, hands struggling to keep grip on the slippery rails, and craned back to the window, knowing the white wolf was coming. But he wasn't. He stared at her through the window, hairy arms folded over red jacket. There are worse things than wolves, you know. He walked away, leaving her agape. What? What could possibly be worse than... Something moved in the rain. Agatha shielded her eyes and peered through the sparkling blur to see the first stone gargoyle yawn and spread his dragon wings. Then the second gargoyle, with a snake's head and lion's trunk, stretched his with a gunshot crack. Then the third, twice as big as the others, with a horned demon head, man's torso, and studded tail, thrust out jagged wings wider than the tower. Agatha blanched. Gargoyles. What did the dog say about gargoyles? Their eyes turned to her, viciously red, and she remembered. Orders to kill. With a collective shriek, they leapt off their perches. Without their support, the gutter collapsed, and she plunged into its water with a scream. The tidal wave of rain slammed her through harrowing turns and drops as the loose beam lurched wildly in the rain. Agatha saw 2 gargoyles swoop for her, and she swerved in the gutter slide just in time. The third, the horned demon, rose up high and blasted fire from its nose. Agatha grabbed onto the rails, and the fireball hit in front of her, searing a giant hole in the beam. She skidded short just before she plummeted through. A crushing force tackled her from behind. and the dragon-winged gargoyle grabbed her leg in his sharp talons and hoisted her into the air. "I'm a student!" Agatha screamed. The gargoyle dropped her, startled. "See?" Agatha cried, pointing at her face. "I'm a never!" Sweeping down, the gargoyle studied her face to see if this was true. It grabbed her by the throat to say it wasn't. Agatha screamed and stabbed her foot into the burnt hole, deflecting rushing water into the monster's eye. It stumbled blindly, claws flailing for her, only to fall through the hole and shatter its wing on the balcony below. Agatha held onto the rails for life, fighting terrible pain in her leg. But through the water she saw another one coming. With an ear-piercing screech, the snake-headed gargoyle tore through the flood and snatched her into the air. Just as its massive jaws yawned to devour her, Agatha thrust her foot between its teeth, which smashed down on her hard black clump and snapped like matchsticks. Dazed, the monster dropped her. Agatha crash-landed in the flooding gutter and gripped the rail. "Help!" she screamed. If she held on, someone would hear and rescue her. "Help!" Her hands slipped. She careened down eaves, jerking and heaving towards the last spout where the biggest gargoyle waited, horned like the devil, jaws wide over the spout like an infernal tunnel. Clawing, gurgling, Agatha tried to stop herself, but the rain bashed her along in gushing bursts. She looked down and saw the gargoyle blast fire from its nose, which rocketed across the pipe. Agatha ducked underwater to avoid instant cremation, and bobbed back up, clinging to the rail's edge above the final drop. The next rush of rain would send her right into the gargoyle's open mouth. Then she remembered the gargoyles when she first saw them, guarding the gutter, spewing rain from their mouths. What goes out must come in. She heard the next wave coming behind her. With a silent prayer, Agatha let go and fell into the demon's smoking jaws. Just as fire and teeth skewered her, rain smashed through the spout behind her, shooting her through the hole in the gargoyle's throat and out into the grey sky. She glanced back at the choking gargoyle and let out a scream of relief, which turned to terror as she free fell. Through the fog, Agatha glimpsed a spiked wall about to impale her and an open window beneath it. She curled into a desperate ball, just missed the lethal blades, and crashed on her stomach, dripping wet and coughing up water, on the 6th floor of Malice Hall. "I thought gargoyles were decoration," she wheezed. Clutching her leg, Agatha limped down the dorm hall, hunting for signs of Sophie. Just as she was about to start pounding on doors, she caught sight of one at the end of the hall, graffitied with a caricature of a blonde princess, splashed with painted slurs. "Loser, reader, ever-lover." Agatha knocked hard. "Sophie, it's me." Doors started opening at the other end of the hall. Agatha pounded harder. "Sophie!" Black-robed girls started emerging from their rooms. Agatha jiggled Sophie's door handle and shoved against the frame, but it wouldn't budge. Just as the Never girls turned, poised to discover the intruder in pink, Agatha took a running start, threw herself against the defaced door of room 66, which swung open and slammed shut behind her. "You have no idea what I went through to get here." She stopped. Sophie was crouched over a puddle of water on the floor, singing as she applied blush in her reflection. "I'm a pretty princess, sweet as a pea, waiting for my prince to marry me." 3 bunkmates and 3 rats watched from across the room, mouths open in shock. Hester looked up at Agatha. "She flooded our floor to do her makeup," said Anna Dill. "Whoever heard of anything so evil?" Dot grimaced, song included. "Is my face even?" Sophie said, squinting into the puddle. "I can't go to class looking like a clown." Her eyes shifted. "Agatha, darling! About time you came to your senses. Your uglification class starts in 2 minutes and you don't want to make a poor first impression." Agatha stared at her. "Of course," Sophie said, standing up. "We have to switch clothes first. Come, off they go." "You're not going to class, darling," Agatha said, turning red. "We're going to the schoolmaster's tower right now before we're stuck here forever."
"Don't be a boob," said Sophie, tugging at Agatha's dress. "We can't just break into some tower in broad daylight. And if you're going home anyway, you should give me your clothes now so I don't miss any assignments."
Agatha wrenched away. "Okay, that's it. Now listen to—"
"You'll blend right in here," Sophie smiled, studying Agatha next to her roommates.
Agatha lost her fire. "Because I'm ugly."
"Oh, for goodness sakes, Aggie, look at this place," Sophie said. "You like gloom and doom. You like suffering and unhappiness and, burnt things. You'll be happy here."
"We agree," said a voice behind Agatha, and she turned in surprise. "You come live here," Hester said to her. "And she drowns in the lake." Dot scowled at Sophie, still wounded by her jibe at the welcoming.
"We liked you the moment we saw you,"
Annadil cooed, rats licking Agatha's feet.
"You belong here with us,"
Hester said, as she, Annadil, and Dot crowded around Agatha, whose head swung nervously between this villainous threesome. Did they really want to be her friend? Was Sophie right? Could being a villain make her happy? Agatha's stomach churned. She didn't want to be evil, not when Sophie was good. They had to get out of this place before it tore them apart. "I'm not leaving you," she cried to Sophie, breaking away.
"No one's asking you to leave me, Agatha," Sophie said tightly. "We're just asking you to leave your clothes."
"No," Agatha shouted. "We're not switching clothes. We're not switching rooms. We're not switching schools." Sophie and Hester exchanged furtive glances. "We're going home," Agatha said, voice catching. "We can be friends there, on the same side. No good, no evil. We'll be happy forever." Sophie and Hester tackled her. Dot and Annadil pulled the pink dress off Agatha's body, and the four of them shoved Sophie's black robes on in its place. Shimmying into her new pink dress, Sophie threw open the door.
"Goodbye, evil. Hello, love."
Agatha stumbled to her feet and looked down at a putrid black sack that fit just how she liked. "And all is right in the world," Hester sighed. "Really, I don't know how you were ever friends with that Get back here," Agatha yelled, pursuing Sophie in pink through the hall's hordes of black. Shocked by an ever in their midst, Nevers swarmed around Sophie and started to beat her about the head with books, bags, and shoes. "No, she's one of us." All the Nevers turned to Hort in the stairwell, including dumbstruck Sophie. Hort pointed at Agatha in black. "That's the Ever." The Nevers unleashed a new war cry and mobbed Agatha as Sophie shoved Hort away and escaped down the stairs. Agatha scraped through the gauntlet with a few well-placed kicks and slid down the banister to cut Sophie off. With Sophie in sight, she tracked her through a tight corridor, reached out her hand to grab her by the pink collar, but Sophie turned a corner, ran up snaking steps, and veered off the first floor. Agatha swerved into a dead end, saw Sophie magically jump through a wall, blood-spattered, "No students," and with a flying leap, Agatha jumped through the portal right after her, and landed on the evil end of Halfway Bridge. But this was where the chase ceased, for Sophie was too far too good to catch. Through the fog, Agatha could see her glowing with joy.
"Agatha, he's King Arthur's son," Sophie gushed. "A real-life prince. But what do I say to him? How do I show him I'm the one?"
Agatha tried to hide her hurt. "You'd leave me here, alone." Sophie's face softened.
"Please don't worry, Aggie. Everything's perfect now," she said gently. "We'll still be best friends, just in different schools like we planned. No one can stop us from being friends, can they?"
Agatha gazed at Sophie's beautiful smile and believed her. But all of a sudden, her friend's smile vanished, because on Sophie's body, the pink dress magically rotted to black. Just like that, Sophie was in her old, sagging villain robes, swan glittering over her heart. She looked up and gasped. Across the bridge, Agatha's black robes had shrunk back to pink. The two girls gaped at each other in shock. Suddenly, shadows swept over Sophie, and Agatha spun. The giant wave swelled high above her, waters curling into a shimmering lasso. Before Agatha could run, it swooped and hurled her across the bay into sunlit mist. Sophie lunged to the bridge's gloomy edge and let out a wail of injustice. The wave slowly rose back over her, but this time its waters didn't shimmer. With a belligerent roar, it smashed Sophie back into the school for evil, and right back on schedule. Chapter 7 Grand High Witch Ultimate.
Why do we need to uglify?
Sophie peeked through her fingers at Professor Manley's bald, pimpled head and squash-coloured skin, trying not to gag. Around her, Nevers sat at charred desks with rusty mirrors, cheerily bashing tadpoles to death in iron bowls. If she didn't know better, she'd think they were making a sundae cake. Why am I still here? She fumed through furious tears.
Why do we need to be revolting and repugnant? Manley jowled. Hester? Because it makes us fearsome, Hester said, and swigged her tadpole juice, instantly springing a rash of red pox. Wrong, roared Manley. Annadel. Because it makes little boys cry, Annadel said, sprouting her own red blisters. Wrong. Dot.
Because it's easier to get ready in the morning? Dot asked, mixing her juice with chocolate.
Wrong and stupid,
Manley scorned.
Only once you give up the surface can you dig beneath it. Only once you relinquish vanity can you be yourself.
Sophie crawled behind desks, lunged for the door. The knob burnt her hand, and she yelped.
Only once you destroy who you think you are can you embrace who you truly are,
Manley said, glaring right at her. Whimpering, Sophie crawled back to her desk, past villains exploding in shingles. Smoky green ranks popped out of thin air around her, 1 over Hester, 2 over Annadel, 3 over oily brown-skinned Rovan, 4 over blonde pointy-eared Vex. Hort drank his draught excitedly, only to see a wee zit spurt from his chin. He smacked away a stinky 19, but the rank smacked him right back.
Ugliness means you rely on intelligence, Manley leered, slinking towards Sophie. Ugliness means you trust your soul. Ugliness means freedom.
He flung a bowl onto her desk. Sophie looked down into the black tadpole juice. Some of it was still moving. Actually, Professor, I believe my beautification teacher will object to my participation in this assignment.
3 failing marks and you'll end up something uglier than me, Manley spat.
Sophie looked up. I really don't think that's possible. Manley turned to the class.
Who would like to help our dear Sophie taste freedom?
Me! Sophie whipped around.
Don't worry,
Hort whispered. You'll look better this way. Before Sophie could scream, he plunged her head into the bowl. Lying in a puddle on the banks of good, Agatha replayed the scene from Evil. Her best friend had called her a boob, flying tackled her, stolen her clothes, left her to witches, and then asked for love advice. It's this place, she thought. In Gavelden, Sophie would forget about classes and castles and boys. In Gavelden, they could find a happy ending together. Not here. I just need to get us home. And yet, something still bothered her. That moment on the bridge, Sophie in pink against the school for good, she in black against the school for evil. Everything is perfect now, Sophie said. And she was right. For a brief moment, the mistake had been corrected. They were where they belonged. So why couldn't we stay? Whatever happened, it was a close call, because once Sophie made it to good, she'd never leave. Agatha's breath shallowed. She had to make sure the faculty didn't discover the mix-up. She had to make sure they weren't switched to the right schools. But how could she make sure Sophie stayed put? Go to class, her heart whispered. Pollock said the schools kept an even number of students to preserve the balance. So for the mistake to be corrected, they both would have to be switched. As long as Agatha held her place in the school for good, then Sophie was stuck in the school for evil. And if there was one thing she knew for sure, it was that Sophie couldn't possibly last as a villain. A few more days there, and she'd beg for Gavaldon. Go to class. Of course. She would find a way to last at this horrid school and wear Sophie down. For the first time since they were kidnapped, Agatha opened her heart to Hope. Hope died 10 minutes later. Professor Emma Anemone, whistling in a blinding yellow dress and long fox fur gloves, walked into her pink taffy classroom, took one look at Agatha, and stopped whistling. But then she murmured, "Rapunzel took some work too," and launched into her first lesson on making smiles kinder. "Now, the key is to communicate with your eyes," she chirped, and demonstrated the perfect princess smile. With her bulging eyes and wild yellow hair matching her dress, Agatha thought she looked like a manic canary. But Agatha knew her chances of getting home rested in her hands, so she mimicked her toothy beam with the others. Professor Anemone walked around surveying the girls. "Not so much squinting. A little less nose, dear. Oh my, absolutely beautiful." She was talking about Beatrix, who lit up the room with her dazzling smile. "That, my Evers, is a smile that can win the heart of the steeliest prince. A smile that can broker peace in the greatest of wars. A smile that can lead a kingdom to hope and prosperity." Then she saw Agatha. "You there! No smirking!" With her teacher looming, Agatha tried to concentrate and duplicate Beatrix's perfect smile. For a second she thought she had it. Goodness! Now it's a creepy grin! A smile, child, just your normal, everyday smile. Happy. Think of something happy. But all she could think of was Sophie on the bridge, leaving her for a boy she didn't even know. "Now it's positively malevolent," Professor Anemone shrieked. Agatha turned and saw the whole class cowering, as if expecting her to turn them all into bats. "Do you think she eats children?" said Beatrix. "I'm so glad I moved out," Rena sighed. Agatha frowned. Couldn't have been that bad. Then she saw Professor Anemone's face. "If you ever need a man to trust you, if you ever need a man to save you, if you ever need a man to love you, whatever you do, child, don't smile at him." Princess etiquette, taught by Pollux, was worse. He arrived in a bad mood, hobbling with his massive canine head attached to a skinny goat's carcass and muttering that Castor has the body this week. He looked up and saw girls staring at him. "Dear, I thought I was teaching princesses. All I see are 20 ill-mannered girls gaping like toads. Are you toads? Do you like to catch flies with your little pink tongues?" The girls stopped staring after that. The first lesson was Princess Posture, which involved the girls descending the 4 tower staircases with nests of nightingale eggs on their heads. Though most of the girls succeeded without breaking any eggs, Agatha had a harder time. There were a number of reasons for this: a lifetime of slouching, Beatrix and Rena intently watching her with their new, kinder smiles, her mind chattering that Sophie would win this with her eyes closed, and the absurdity of a dog barking about posture while teetering on goat legs. In the end, she left 20 eggs bleeding yolk on marble. 20 beautiful nightingales who will not have life. "Because of you," said Pollux. As class ranks appeared over each girl in ethereal gold clouds, Beatrix first, of course, Agatha spun to see a rusted 20 hover over, then crash into her head. 2 classes, 2 last-place ranks. One more and she would learn what happened to children who failed. With her plan to get Sophie home crumbling by the minute, Agatha hurried to her next class, desperate to prove herself good. Shingles wouldn't keep Cinderella from the ball. Shingles wouldn't keep Sleeping Beauty from her kiss. Staring at her pustuled reflection in her desk mirror, Sophie forced her kindest smile. She had solved every problem in life with beauty and charm, and she would solve this one the same way. Henchman training took place in the Belfry, a dreary open-air cloister atop Malice Tower that required a 30-flight ascent up a staircase so narrow the students were squeezed into single file. "So nauseous," Dot panted like an overheated camel.
"If she pukes near me, I'm throwing her off the tower,"
Hester crabbed. As she climbed, Sophie tried not to think about pustules, puke, or putrid Hort, who was trying to cram beside her.
"I know you hate me,"
he pressed. She lurched to the right to block him. Hort tried the left.
"But it was the challenge, and I didn't want you to fail, and—"
Sophie thwarted him with her elbow and raced up the last few steps, desperate to prove to her new teacher she was in the wrong place. Unfortunately, that teacher was Castor.
"Course I'll get the reader in my group."
Even worse, his assistant, Beazle, was the red-skinned dwarf that Sophie had slapped on the ladder the day before. Upon seeing her blistered face, he giggled like a hyena.
"Ugly witch!"
Head off-center on his massive dog's body, Castor wasn't as amused.
"You're all revolting enough as it is,"
he groused, and sent Beazle to fetch honeysuckle, which promptly restored the villains' faces. While they groaned in disappointment, Sophie heaved with relief.
"Whether you win or lose your battles depends on the competence and loyalty of your henchmen,"
Castor said.
"Of course, some of you will end up henchmen yourselves, with your own lives depending on the strength of your leader. Better pay attention then, if you want to stay alive."
Sophie gritted her teeth. Agatha was probably singing to doves somewhere, and here she was about to wrangle bloodthirsty goons.
"And now, for your first challenge. How to train—"
Castor stepped aside.
"A golden goose."
Sophie gaped at an elegant gold-feathered bird behind him, sleeping serenely in its nest.
"But golden geese hate villains," Annadil frowned. "Which means if you can train one, then taming a mountain troll will be easy,"
Castor said. The goose opened its pearly blue eyes, took in its villainous audience, and smiled. "Why's it smiling?" Dot said.
"Because it knows we're wasting our time," Hester said. "Golden geese only listen to Evers." "Excuses, excuses," Castor yawned. "Your job is to make that pathetic creature lay one of its prized eggs. The bigger the egg, the higher your rank."
Sophie's heart raced. If the bird only listened to good, she could prove here and now she didn't belong with these monsters. All she had to do was make the goose lay the biggest egg. On the belfry wall, Castor carved 5 strategies for training henchmen. 1. Command. 2. Taunt. 3. Trick. 4. Bribe. 5. Bully.
"Now, don't go bullying the blasted bird unless you've gone through the other 4, Castor warned. "Ain't nothing stopping a henchman from bullying back."
Sophie made sure she was last in line and watched the first 5 kids have 0 luck, including Vex, who went as far as grabbing its throat only to see the golden goose smile in return. Miraculously, Hort was the first to succeed. He had tried barking, "Lay egg," calling it a prat, and tempting it with worms before giving up and kicking its nest. Wrong thing to kick. In a flash, the goose yanked his tunic over his head and Hort yelped about blindly, banging into walls. Sophie vowed if she had to see this boy one more time without clothes, she'd gouge out her eyes. But the goose seemed delighted. It flapped its wings and sniggered and squawked so raucously that it lost control and excreted a golden egg the size of a coin. Hort held it up in stunned triumph.
"I won!" "Right, because in the heat of battle, you'll have time to run around naked and make your goose crap,"
Castor snarled. Still, the dog had said whoever made the biggest egg won. So the other Nevers mimicked Hort's tactic. Dot made faces, Rovan made shadow puppets, Annadil tickled it with a feather, and bald, doughy Brone sat on Beazle, much to the bird's delight.
"Smelly witch!"
the dwarf howled. Scowling at all this, Hester walked up and punched the goose in the stomach. It dropped an egg the size of a fist.
"Amateurs,"
she sneered. Then it was Sophie's turn. She approached the golden goose, which seemed exhausted from laughing and laying. But when the goose met Sophie's gaze, it stopped blinking and sat, still as a statue, studying every inch of her. For a moment, Sophie felt an eerie chill float through her body, as if she'd let a stranger into her soul. But then she looked into the bird's warm, wise eyes, and swelled with hope. Surely it saw she was different from the rest. Yes, you certainly are different. Sophie backed up. She peeked around to see if anyone else had heard the bird's thoughts. But the rest of the Nevers just glowered impatiently, since she had to finish before they got their ranks. Sophie turned to the goose. You can hear my thoughts? They're quite loud, replied the goose. What about the others? No, just you. Because I'm good, Sophie smiled. I can give you what you want, said the goose. I can make them see you're a princess. One perfect egg, and they'll put you with your prince. Sophie dropped to her knees. Please, I'll do anything you want, just help me. The bird smiled. Close your eyes and make a wish. Overcome with relief, Sophie closed her eyes. In that shining moment, she wished for Tedros, her beautiful, perfect prince who could make her happy. She suddenly wondered if Agatha told him they were friends. She hoped not. Gasps flew around her. Sophie opened her eyes and saw the goose's gold feathers finish turning grey. Its eyes darkened from blue to black. Its warm smile went dead. And there was definitely no egg. What happened? Sophie twirled. What's it mean? Castor looked petrified. It means she'd rather give up her power than help you. A 1 exploded in red flames over Sophie's head like a diabolical crown. It's the most evil thing I've ever seen, Castor said softly. Stunned, Sophie watched her classmates huddle like scared minnows, all except Hester, eyes blazing, as if she'd just found her competition. Behind her, Beazle shivered deep in a dark corner. Grand Witch, he squeaked. No, 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 Sophie cried. Not Grand Witch. But Beazle nodded with certainty. Grand High Witch Ultimate. Sophie whipped back to the goose. What did I do? But the goose, grey as fog, looked at her as if it had never seen her in its life, and let out the most ordinary of squawks. From the belfry, the squawk echoed across the moat into the soaring silver tower that split the two sides of the bay. A silhouette appeared at the window and gazed down at his domain. Dozens of smoky rank numbers, brightly coloured ones from good, dark and gloomy ones from evil, drifted from the two schools over the waters and wafted up to his window like balloons in the wind. As each one passed, his fingers ran through the smoke, which gave him the power to see whose rank it was and how they had earned it. He sifted through dozens of numbers until he came to the one he sought, a red flame 1 that revealed its history in a flood of images. A golden goose throwing away its power for a student. Only one could have such talent. Only one could be so pure. The one who would tip the balance. With a chill, the schoolmaster went back into his tower and awaited her arrival. Curses and death traps took place in a bone-numbing frost chamber, with the walls, desks, and chairs made completely of ice. Sophie thought she could see bodies buried deep beneath its frozen floor. It's cold, Hort chattered. It's warmer in the Doom Room, Lady Lesso replied. Howls of pain echoed from the dungeon beneath their feet. I feel warmer now, Hort stuttered, face blue. Cold will harden your veins, said Lady Lesso, which need hardening if a reader is placing first in challenges. She slunk between rows of shivering students, black braids snapping against her sharp-shouldered purple gown, dagger steel heels cracking on ice. This is not a school for unwarranted cruelty. hurt without reason, and you are a beast, not a villain. No, our mission requires focus and care. In this class, you will learn to find the ever who stands in the way of your goal, the one who will grow stronger as you grow weaker. They are out there, my nevers, somewhere in the woods. Your nemesis. When the time is right, you will find and destroy them. That is your path to freedom. A scream echoed from the doom room, and Lady Lesso smiled. Your other classes may be pageants of ineptitude, but not here. There will be no challenges until I see you are worthy. Sophie hadn't heard any of this. All she could hear was the goose's squawk banging around in her head. Convulsing with cold, she fought back tears. She had tried everything to get to good. Fleeing, fighting, pleading, switching, wishing. What else was left? She pictured Agatha, sitting in her classes, her seat, her school, and flushed hot red. She thought they were friends. A nemesis is your arch-enemy, said Lady Lesso, purple eyes flashing. Your other half, your soul's inverse, your Achilles' heel. Sophie forced herself to pay attention. After all, here was a chance to learn enemy secrets. It might save her once she made it to good. You will come to know your nemesis through dreams, Lady Lesso went on, veins pulsing under tight skin. A nemesis will haunt your sleep night after night until you see nothing but his or her face. Nemesis dreams will chill your heart and boil your blood. They will make you gnash your teeth and rip out your hair, for they are the sum of your hate, the sum of your fears. Lady Lesso dragged her long red nails across Hort's desk. Only when your nemesis is dead will you feel quenched. Only when your nemesis is dead will you feel free. Kill your nemesis, and nevermore will welcome you to eternal glory. The class tittered with excitement. Of course, given our school's history, those gates won't open any time soon, she muttered. How do we find our nemesis? Asked Dot. Who chooses them? Asked Hester. Will they be from our class? Raven asked. These questions are premature. Only exceptional villains are blessed with nemesis dreams, Lady Lesso said. No. First, you should be asking why stuck-up, stupid, insipid good wins every competition in the school, and how you're going to change that. She leered at Sophie, as if to say whether she liked it or not, the pink-loving reader might be their best hope. As soon as the wolf's howl signalled class was over, Sophie darted from the ice room, up twisting stairs until she found a small balcony off a hall. In the privacy of fog, she leaned against the damp walls of the evil tower, and finally let herself cry. She didn't care if it ruined her makeup or if anyone saw. She had never felt so alone or scared. She hated this horrible place, and couldn't take any more. Sophie gazed at the school for good, glass towers glinting across the bay. For the first time, it seemed out of reach. Lunch! Tedros would be there. Her shining prince, her last hope. Isn't that what princes were for, after all? To rescue princesses when all seemed lost? Heart swelling, she wiped her tears. Just make it to lunch. As she sprinted to Evil Hall for History of Villainy, Sophie noticed scores of buzzing nevers crowded outside. Dot saw her and grabbed her arm. They cancelled classes, no one's saying why. Lunch will be sent to your rooms, boomed the white wolf, as fellow wolves cracked whips and drove students to their towers. Sophie's heart deflated. But what She suddenly smelled smoke, creeping into the hall from every direction. Sophie slid between the shoving mob to a stone window where a group of students stared in stunned silence. She followed their eyes across the bay. A good tower was on fire. Dot gasped. Who could possibly have done something so... Brilliant, Hester said, awestruck. Well, Agatha
had the answer to that. Chapter 8. Wish Fish. An hour before, Tedros had decided on a swim. By now, the ranks for the first two classes were up on the groom room doors, with the Prince and Beatrix tied for first, and Agatha's name so low on the board that a pile of mouse droppings obscured it. Inside, the girls' groom room resembled a medieval spa, with 3 aromatic bath pools, hot, cold, and just right, a little match-girl sauna, 3 rose-red makeup stations, a Cinderella-themed pedicure corner, and a waterfall shower built into a Little Mermaid lagoon. The boys' groom rooms focused more on fitness, with a Midas gold sweat lodge, a peasant-themed tanning room, and a gymnasium with Norse hammers, mud wrestling pit, saltwater lap pool, and a full array of Turkish baths. After chivalry and grooming, Tedros took advantage of the break before swordplay to test out the pool. But just as he swam his last lap, he noticed Beatrix, and the 7 girls who now followed her incessantly, peering wide-eyed through the cracks in the wooden door. Tedros was used to girls watching him, but when would he find one who saw more than his looks, who saw more than King Arthur's son, who cared about his thoughts, his hopes, his fears? And yet here he was, pivoted purposely as he toweled so the girls could have a perfect view. His mother was right. He could pretend all he wanted, but he was just like his father, for better and worse. With a sigh, he threw open the door to greet his fan club, breeches dripping, swan glittering on bare chest. But they were gone, victims of the fairy patrol. Tedros felt a twinge of disappointment as he turned the corner, only to smash into something, knocking it flat to the ground. "I'm wet. Again." Agatha frowned and looked up. "You should watch where you're—" It was the boy who had warped Sophie's mind, the boy who had hijacked Sophie's heart, the boy who had stolen her only friend. "I'm Tedros," he said, and held out his hand. Agatha didn't take it. She was hopelessly lost and needed directions, but this Tedros was the enemy. She pulled herself up, gave him a lethal glare, and shoved past his chest. That's when she noticed, in addition to everything else she hated about this boy, he smelled like one too. She stormed to the end of the hall, clumps thunking ogreishly on glass, and with a last venomous sneer, snatched at the door. It was locked. "It's this way." Tedros pointed to the stairwell behind him. Agatha huffed past him, holding her nose. "Nice to meet you," the prince called. He heard her snort in disgust before she trundled down the steps, casting shadows all the way. Tedros grimaced. Girls loved him. They always loved him. But this freakish girl looked at him like he was nothing. For a moment, he felt his confidence crack, then remembered what his father once said. "The best villains make you doubt." Tedros thought he could face down any monster, any witch, any force evil could conjure. But this girl was different. This girl was scary. Dread pricked his spine. So why is she in my school? Animal communication, taught by Princess Uma, took place on the lakeside banks of Halfway Bay. For the 3rd time that day, Agatha arrived to find a class was girls only. Surely the School for Evil didn't see the need to decide what was a boy skill or a girl skill. But here in the good towers, the boys went off to fight with swords, while girls had to learn dog barks and owl hoots. No wonder princesses were so impotent in fairy tales, she thought. If all they could do was smile, stand straight, and speak to squirrels, then what choice did they have but to wait for a boy to rescue them? Princess Uma looked far too young to be a teacher. Nestled in prim grass, backlit by lake shimmer, she sat very still, hands folded in her pink dress, with black hair to her waist, olive skin, almond-shaped eyes, and crimson lips pursed in a tight O. When she did speak, it was in a giggly whisper, but she couldn't make it through a full sentence. Every few words, she'd stop to listen to a distant fox or dove and respond with her own giddy howl or chirp. When she realized she had a whole class staring at her, she cupped her hands over her face. "Oops," she tee-heed. "I have too many friends." Agatha couldn't tell if she was nervous or just an idiot. "Evil has many weapons on its side,"
said Princess Uma, finally settling down. Poisons, plagues, curses, hexes, henchmen, and black magic. But you have animals. Agatha snickered. When faced with an axe-wielding henchman, she would be sure to bring a butterfly. Judging by the others' faces, she wasn't the only one unconvinced. Princess Uma noticed. The teacher unleashed a piercing whistle, and a barrage of barks, bays, neighs, and roars blasted from the woods beyond the schools. The girls plugged their ears in shock. See? Uma chuckled. Every animal can talk to you if you know how to talk to them. Some even remember when they were human. With a chill, Agatha thought of the stuffed animals in the gallery. All former students, just like them. I know everyone wants to be a princess, said Uma. But those of you with low ranks won't make good princesses. You'd end up shot or stabbed or eaten, and that's not very useful. But as a sidekick fox or spying sparrow or friendly pig, you might find a much happier ending. She squeaked through her teeth, and on cue, an otter bobbed to shore from the lake, balancing a jeweled storybook on its nose. You might keep a captive maiden company or lead her to safety, Uma said, holding out her hands. The nervous otter bumped the book on his nose to find the right page. Or you might help make a ball gown, Uma said, eyeing the bumbling creature. Or you might deliver an urgent message, or... With a yip, the otter found the page, slid the book into her hands, and collapsed from stress. You might even save a life, said Uma, holding up a brilliant painting of a princess cowering as a stag speared a warlock. The princess looked just like her. Once upon a time, an animal saved mine, and in return, it received the happiest ending of all. From narrowed suspicion, Agatha saw all the girls' eyes widen to worship. This wasn't just a teacher. This was a living, breathing princess. So, if you want to be like me, you need to do well in today's challenge, chirped their new idol, summoning the girls to the lake. Agatha felt herself shiver, despite the balmy fall sun. If she placed last this time, she'd never see Sophie or home again. As she followed the girls to the bank, sick to her stomach, Agatha noticed Uma's storybook, open in the grass. Animals love to help princesses for so many reasons, said Princess Uma, stopping at the water's edge. Because we sing pretty songs, because we give them shelter in the scary woods, because they only wish they could be as beautiful and beloved as... Wait. Uma and the girls turned. Agatha held up the storybook's last page, a painting of the stag ripped to pieces by monsters as the princess escaped. How is that a happy ending? If you aren't good enough to be a princess, then you're honored to die for one, of course. Uma smiled, as if she would learn this lesson soon enough. Agatha looked to the others in disbelief, but they were all nodding like sheep. It didn't matter if only a third of them would graduate as princesses. Each was completely convinced she'd be one. No, those stuffed, mounted creatures in the museum weren't once girls like them. They were just animals, slaves to the greater good. But if animals are going to help us, first we have to tell them what we want, Uma said, kneeling before the gleaming blue lake. So today's challenge is... She swirled her finger in the water, and 1,000 tiny fish surfaced, white as snow. Wish fish! Uma beamed. They dig inside your soul and find your greatest wish. Very helpful if you've lost your tongue or voice and need to tell a prince to kiss you. Now, all you do is put your finger in the water and the fish will read your soul. The girl with the strongest, clearest wish wins. Agatha wondered what these girls' souls would wish for. Depth, perhaps? Millicent went first. She put her finger in the water, closed her eyes. When she opened them, the fish had all turned different colors and were gaping at her, confused. "What happened?" said Millicent.
"Foggy mind,"
Uma sighed. Then Kiko, the adorable girl who had gifted Agatha lipstick, put her finger in the water. The fish turned red, orange, and peach, and started assembling into some kind of picture. What do good souls wish for? Agatha wondered, watching the fish jumble into place. Peace for their kingdoms? Health for their families? Destruction of evil? The fish drew a boy instead. "Tristan," Kiko chimed, recognizing his ginger hair. "I caught his rose at welcoming." Agatha groaned. She should have known. Then Rena dipped her finger, and the fish changed colors, gliding into a mosaic of a burly grey-eyed boy, pulling an arrow into his bow. "Chadik," blushed Rena, "Onatawa room 10. Giselle's fish drew dark-skinned Nicholas. Flavia wished for Oliver. Sahara's painted Oliver's bunkmate Bastian. At first, Agatha found it dumb, but now it was scary. This was what good souls craved? Boys they didn't even know? Based on what?
"Love at first sight,"
Uma gushed.
"It's the most beautiful thing in the world."
Agatha gagged. Who could ever love boys? Preening, useless thugs who thought the world belonged to them. She thought of Tedros, and her skin burned. Hate at first sight. Now that was believable. With the fish poop from drawing so many chiseled jaws, Beatrix provided the grand climax, sending her wish fish into a spectacular rainbow of her fairy tale wedding to Tedros, complete with castle, crowns, and fireworks. All around, girls' eyes welled with tears, either because the scene was so beautiful, or because they knew they could never compete.
"Now you must hunt him, Beatrix," Uma said. "You must make this Tedros your mission, your obsession, because when a true princess wants something enough—"
She swirled her fingers in the lake.
"Your friends unite for you."
The fish turned bright pink.
"Fight for you."
The fish clustered tight.
"And make your wish come true."
Uma reached her arm into the water and pulled it right out. The fish transformed into her soul's greatest desire. "What is it?" Rena asked, confused.
"A suitcase,"
whispered Princess Uma, and hugged it to her chest. She looked up at 20 befuddled girls.
"Oh, should I give you your ranks?"
"But she didn't go yet," said Beatrix, pointing at Agatha. Agatha would have clobbered her, but there was no menace in Beatrix's voice. This girl wasn't troubled that a lake full of fish had just been turned into luggage. Instead, she was worried Agatha didn't have her turn. Perhaps she wasn't so bad after all. "So Rena can have her room when she fails," Beatrix smiled. Agatha took it back.
"Oh dear, one left,"
said Uma, staring at Agatha. She gazed at the lake, empty of wish fish, then at her precious pink suitcase.
"It happens every time,"
she mourned. With a sigh, she dropped it back into the lake and watched it sink and bob up as 1,000 white fish. Agatha leaned over the water to see the fish glaring up at her with droopy eyes. For a moment, they had found heaven in a suitcase. But here they were again, genies stolen from the safety of the lamp. They didn't care that her life was on the line. They just wanted to be left alone. Agatha sympathized. "Mine's easy," she thought. "I wish not to fail. That's it. Don't fail." She stuck her finger in the water. The fish started trembling like tulips in the wind. Agatha could hear wishes wrestle in her head. "Don't fail. Home in bed. Don't fail. Sophie safe. Don't fail. Tedros dead." The fish turned blue, then yellow, then red. Wishes swept into a cyclone. New face, same face, blonde hair. I hate blonde hair. More friends, no friends.
"Not just foggy," murmured Princess Uma, "completely confused."
The fish, red as blood, started to quake, as if about to explode. Alarmed, Agatha tried to pull out her finger, but the water clamped it like a fist. "What the—" The fish turned black as night and flew to Agatha like magnets to metal, pooling her hand in a shivering mass. Girls fled the shore in horror. Uma stood anchored in shock. Frantic, Agatha tried to wrench her hand, but her head exploded with pain. Home, school, mum, dad, good, bad, boys, girls, ever, never. Gripping Agatha's hand, the fish shook harder and harder, faster and faster, until she couldn't tell one from the other. Eyes popped off like buttons, beating fins shattered to bits, bellies engorged with veins and vessels, until the fish let out 1,000 tortured screams. Agatha felt her head split in two. Fail, win, truth, lies, lost, found, strong, weak, friend, foe. The fish swelled into a ballooning black mass, creeping up her hand. Agatha thrashed to free her finger until she heard her bone break and yowled in agony as the screaming fish sucked her whole arm into their ebony cocoon. "Help! Somebody help me!" The cocoon billowed into her face, suffocating her cries. With a high, sickening shriek, the deathly womb swallowed her. Agatha flailed for breath, tried to kick herself out, but pain seared through her head and forced her into a fetal crouch. Hate, love, punish, reward, hunter, hunted, live, die, kill, kiss, take. Screaming with vengeance, the black cocoon sucked her deeper, like a gelatinous grave, stifling her last breaths, leeching her every last drop of life, until there was nothing left to give. The screaming stopped. The cocoon sloughed away. Agatha fell back in shock. In her arms was a girl, no more than 12 or 13, with toffee skin and a tangle of dark curls. She stirred, opened her eyes, and smiled at Agatha as if she were an old friend. 100 years, and you were the first who wished to free me. Gasping softly, like a fish on land, she pressed her hand to Agatha's cheek. Thank you. She closed her eyes, and her body went limp in Agatha's arms. Inch by inch, the girl started to glow the color of hot gold, and with a burst of white light, she splintered to sunbeams and disappeared. Agatha gawked at the lake, empty of fish, and listened to her fraying heartbeat. It felt like her insides had been beaten and wrung out. She held up her finger, healed like new. Was all that... She took a deep breath and turned. Normal? The entire class was dispersed behind trees, including Princess Uma, whose expression answered her question. Loud squawks pealed from above. Agatha looked up at the friendly dove her teacher had greeted earlier. Only the dove's calls weren't friendly anymore, but wild, frantic. From the endless woods came a fox's growl, guttural and disturbed. Then more howls and wails from all around, nothing like the earlier welcome. The animals were in a frenzy now. They screamed louder, louder, building with fever. "What's happening?" Agatha cried, hands over ears. As soon as she saw Princess Uma's face, she knew. They want it too. Before Agatha could move, the stampede came from every direction. Squirrels, rats, dogs, moles, deer, birds, cats, rabbits, the bumbling otter, every animal on the school grounds, every animal that could squeeze through the gates, charged towards their savior. "Make us human," they demanded. Agatha blanched. Since when could she understand animals? "Save us, princess," they cried. Since when could she understand delusional animals? "What do I do?" Agatha shouted. Uma took one glance at these animals, her faithful puppets, her bosom friends. "Run!" For the first time, someone at this school gave Agatha advice she could use. She dashed for the towers as magpies pecked her hands, mice clung to her clumps, frogs hopped up her dress. Batting at the mob, she stumbled up the hill, shielding her head, hurdling hogs, hawks, hares. But just as she had the white swan doors in sight, a moose charged out of the trees and sprang. She ducked, and the moose crashed, skewering the swans. Agatha bolted through the glass stair-room, past Pollux on goat legs, who glimpsed the onslaught behind her. "What in the devil's... A little help!" she yelled. "Don't move!" Pollux shrieked. But Agatha was already charging up the honor stairs. When she looked back, she saw Pollux deflecting animals right and left, before 1,000 butterflies crashed through the sunroof and knocked his head off his goat legs, leaving the herd to chase her up the steps. "Not into the towers!" Pollux's head screeched as it rolled out the door. But Agatha blew through the corridors into the full classrooms of Hansel's Haven, as boys and teachers tackled porcupines, ill-advised, and screaming girls hopped desks in high heels, extremely ill-advised. She tried to escape the three-ring hubbub, but animals just snatched mouthfuls of candy and kept chase. Still, she managed just enough of a lead to sprint up the stairs, slide through the frosted door, and kick it shut before the first weasel popped through. Agatha doubled over, shadowed by towering hedges of King Arthur. The glacial rooftop breeze bit into her bare arms. She wouldn't last long up here. As she squinted through the clouded door for a teacher or nymph to rescue her, she noticed something reflected in it. Agatha turned to a muscled silhouette hulking through the sun mist. She wilted with relief. For once, she was grateful for boys and ran towards her faceless prince. She jolted back. The horned gargoyle ripped through mist and blasted the door aflame. Agatha dove to avoid a second firebomb that ignited the hedge of Arthur marrying Guinevere. She tried to crawl to the next hedge, but the gargoyle just burnt them one by one until the king's story was a storm of ash. Stranded in flames, Agatha looked up at the smouldering demon as he pinned her chest to the ground with his cold stone foot. There was no escape from him this time. She went limp and closed her eyes. Nothing came. She opened her eyes and found the gargoyle kneeling before her. So close she could see the reflections in his glowing eyes, reflections of a scared little boy. "You want my help?" she breathed. The gargoyle blinked back hopeful tears. But I don't know how I did it," she stuttered. "It was an accident." The gargoyle gazed into her eyes and saw she was telling the truth. It slumped to the ground, scattering ash around them. Looking down at the monster, just another lost child, Agatha thought of all the creatures in this world. They didn't follow orders because they were loyal. They didn't help princesses because they were loving. They did it because someday, maybe loyalty and love would be repaid with a second chance at being human. Only through a fairy tale could they find their way back, to their imperfect selves, to their storyless lives. She too was one of these animals now, searching for the way out. Agatha bent down and took the gargoyle's hand in hers. "I wish I could help you," she said. "I wish I could help us all go home." The gargoyle lay its head in her lap. As the burning menagerie closed in, a monster and child wept in each other's arms. Agatha felt its stone touch soften. The gargoyle lurched back in shock. As it stumbled to its feet, its rock shell cracked. Its claws smoothed to hands. Its eyes lightened with innocence. Stunned, Agatha ran to it, dodging ricocheting flames just as the monster's face began to melt into a little boy's. With a gasp of joy, she reached for him. A sword impaled his heart. The gargoyle instantly reverted to stone and let out a betrayed cry. Agatha spun in horror. Tedros leapt through a wall of fire onto the gargoyle's horned skull, Excalibur in hand. "Wait!" she shouted, but the prince was staring at his father's memory in flames. "Filthy, evil beast!" he choked. "No!" Tedros slammed down his sword on the gargoyle's neck and sliced off its head. "He was a boy! A little boy!" Agatha screamed. "He was good!" Tedros landed in her face. "Now I know you're a witch." She punched him in the eye. Before she could punch him in the other one, fairies, wolves, and teachers of both schools burst into the menagerie, just in time to see a furious wave crash over the burning roof, lashing the foes apart. Chapter 9. The 100% Talent Show. Sophie was sure Beatrix had set the fire to get Tedros's attention. No doubt he rescued her from the blazing tower, kissed her as good burned, and had already set their wedding date. Sophie came up with this theory because this was what she had planned to do at lunch. Instead, classes were cancelled the next day too, leaving her marooned in a room with 3 murderers. She stared at the iron plate on her bed, gobbed with soggy gruel and pig's feet. After 3 days of starvation, she knew she had to eat whatever ghastly lunch the school sent up. But this was worse than ghastly. This was peasant food. She flung her plate out the window. "You don't know where I might find cucumbers in this place?" Sophie said, turning. Hester scowled across the room. "The goose. How'd you do it?" "For the last time, Hester, I don't know," Sophie said, stomach rumbling. "It promised to help me switch schools, but it lied. Maybe it went batty after laying so many eggs. Do you know of a garden nearby with some alfalfa or wheatgrass or—" "You talk to it," Hester blurted, mouth full of oozing pig's foot. "Well, not exactly," Sophie said, nauseous. "But I could hear its thoughts. Unlike you, princesses can talk to animals." "But not hear their thoughts," said Dot, slurping gruel that looked chocolate-flavoured. "For that, your soul has to be 100% pure." "There! Proof I'm 100% good," said Sophie, relieved. "Or 100% evil," Hester retorted. "Depends on if we believe you, or if we believe the stimps, the robes, the goose, and that wave monster." Sophie goggled at her and burst into sniggers. 100% evil? Me? That's preposterous. That's lunacy. That's impressive, Annadil mused. Even Hester's spared a rat or 2. "And here we all thought you were incompetent," Hester sneered at Sophie, "when you were just a snake in sheep's clothing." Sophie tried to stop giggling, but couldn't. "Bet she has a special talent that blows ours away," said Dot, munching what looked to be a tiny chocolate foot. "I don't understand," Sophie snickered. "Where does all the chocolate come from?" "What is it?" Annadil hissed. "What's your talent? Night vision, invisibility, telepathy, fangs filled with poison?" "I don't care what it is," Hester snarled. "She can't beat my talent, no matter how villainous she is." Sophie laughed so hard now she was weeping. "You listen to me," Hester seethed, fist curling around her plate. "This is my school." "Keep your crummy school," Sophie hooted. "I'm class captain," Hester roared. "I don't doubt it." "And no reader is going to get in my way." "Are all villains this funny?" Hester let out a mad cackle and flung her plate at Sophie, who dove just in time to see it tomahawk into the wanted poster on the wall and slice off Robin's head. Sophie stopped laughing. She peeked over the scorched bed at Hester, silhouetted against the open door, black as death. For a second, Sophie thought her tattoo moved. "Watch out, witch!" Hester spat and slammed the door. Sophie looked down at her shaking fingers. "And here we thought she'd fail," Dot chimed behind her. Agatha knew it had to be bad if they let a wolf take her. After the fire, she was locked in her room for 2 days, allowed out only to use the toilet and accept meals of raw vegetables and prune juice from scowling fairies. Finally, after lunch on the 3rd day, the white wolf came and took her away. Digging claws into her singed pink sleeves, he pulled her past the stair room murals, past glowering Evers and teachers who couldn't even meet her eyes. Agatha fought back tears. She already had 2 failing ranks. Inciting an animal stampede and setting the school on fire had earned her a 3rd. All she'd had to do was pretend to be good for a few days, but she couldn't even manage that. How did she think she could ever last here? Beautiful? Pure? Virtuous? If that was good, then she was 100% evil. Now she would suffer the punishment. And Agatha knew enough about fairy tale punishments, dismemberings, disembowelings, boilings in oil, skinnings alive, to know her ending would involve both blood and pain. The wolf dragged her through the charity tower, past a bespectacled woodpecker jabbing in new rankings on the groom room door. "Are we going to the schoolmaster?" Agatha rasped. The wolf snorted. He dragged her to the room at the end of the hall, and knocked once. "Come in," said the quiet voice inside. Agatha looked into the wolf's eyes. "I don't want to die." For the first time, his sneer softened. "I didn't either." He opened the door and pushed her through. Apparently, the fire had finally been brought under control because classes resumed after lunch on the third day, and Sophie found herself in a damp, mouldy classroom for special talents. But she could barely focus with her stomach rumbling, Hester throwing her murderous looks, and Dot whispering to other Nevers about their 100% evil bunkmate. It had all gone wrong. She had started the week trying to prove she was a princess. Now everyone was convinced she'd be evil's captain. Special Talents was taught by Professor Sheba Sheeks, the rotund woman with boils on both ebony cheeks. "Every villain has a talent," she bellowed in her thick, sing-song voice, pacing the room in a busty red velvet pointy-shouldered gown. "But we must turn your bush into a tree." For the day's challenge, each Never had to show off a unique talent to the class. The more potent the talent, the higher the student's rank. But the first 5 kids failed to produce anything. With Vex whining he didn't even know his talent. "Is that what you'll tell the schoolmaster at the circus?" Professor Sheeks thundered. "I don't know my talent," or "don't have a talent," or "don't like my talent," or "want to trade talents with the Ooty Queen." "She had me till the last bit," said Dot. "Every year, evil loses the circus of talents," Sheba yelled. "Good sings a song, or waves a sword, or wipes their bottom, and you have nothing better. Don't you have pride? Don't you have shame? Enough. I don't care whether you turn men to stone or turn men to dung. You listen to Sheba, and you'll be number 1. 20 pairs of eyes stared at her. "Which monkey is next?" she boomed. The woeful displays continued. Green-skinned Mona made her lips glow red. "Because every prince is scared of a Christmas tree," Sheba moaned. Annadil made her rats grow an inch. Hort sprung a hair from his chest. Arachne popped her one eye. Raven burped smoke, and just when their teacher looked completely fed up, Dot touched her desk and turned it to chocolate. "Mystery solved," Sophie marveled. "I've never seen such a parade of uselessness in my life," Sheba gasped. But Hester was next. Leering at Sophie, she grabbed the desk with both fists, clenching tighter, tighter, until every vein bulged against her reddening skin. "Turns into a watermelon?" yawned Sophie. "Special indeed." Then something moved on Hester's neck, and the class froze. Her tattoo lurched again, like a painting coming to life. The red-skulled demon unfurled one wing, then the other, swung its buck-horned head to Sophie, and opened slitting, bloodshot eyes. Sophie's heart stopped. "I told you to watch out," Hester grinned. The demon exploded off her skin in full-bodied life and tore towards Sophie, shooting red firebolts at her head. Stunned, she fell backward to dodge them, knocking a bookcase to the ground. The shoe-sized beast swooped, launched a bolt that ignited her robes, and Sophie rolled over to stamp out the flames. "Help!" "Use your talent, incompetent blonde girl," Sheba barked, wagging her hips. "She should sing," Dot quipped. "Would kill everyone in the room." Hester circled her demon for a second attack, only to see it snare in the cobwebbed, spiked chandelier. Sophie crawled under the last row, glimpsed a fallen book, Encyclopedia of Villains, and ripped through the pages. Banshee, Beanich, Berserker. "Sophie, hurry!" Hort screamed. Sophie wheeled to see the winged beast slash through the cobwebs as Hester's eyes flared across the room. She flipped desperately. Crypt bat, Cyclops, demon. 10 pages of small print. Demons are supernatural beings that come in an astonishing variety of forms, all with different strengths and weaknesses. Sophie swiveled. The demon was 5 feet away. "Your talent!" roared Sheba. Sophie threw the book at the demon and missed. With a lethal smile, it held up a bolt like a dagger. Sheba lunged to intervene, and Annadil tripped her. Screeching, the demon aimed at Sophie's face, but as he slung his bolt, Sophie suddenly remembered the one talent all good girls had. Friends. She spun to the window and let out a gorgeous whistle for a kind, noble animal to save her life. Black wasps smashed through the window and swarmed the demon on cue. Hester jolted back as if she'd been stabbed. Sophie's eyes bulged in horror. She whistled again, but now bats stormed in, sinking teeth into the demon as the wasps continued to sting. The demon crumpled to the floor like a burnt moth. In her seat, Hester's skin went white and clammy, sucked of blood. Alarmed, Sophie whistled louder, higher, but then came a cloud of bees, hornets and locusts, besieging the foaming creature as Hester violently convulsed. In the corner, Sophie stood paralyzed as screaming villains battered them away from the demon with books and chairs, but the swarm had no mercy, savaging it until Hester heaved her last breaths. Sophie threw herself over the demon, thrust her hands at the swarm. "Stop!" The swarm went dead still. Like scolded children, they whimpered obediently and fled out the window in a dark cloud. Wheezing, the wounded demon clawed to Hester and collapsed back into her neck. Hester choked and coughed up phlegm, brought back from the edge. She gaped at Sophie, flooding with fear. Sophie dove to help her. "I didn't mean, I wanted a bird or a—" Hester recoiled from her touch. "Princesses call animals," Sophie cried into silence. "I'm good. 100% good." "Thank you, Beelzebub." Sophie whirled. "Looks like a princess. Acts like a princess. But a witch!" Sheba whooped, wobbling to her feet. "Mark my words, my useless ones. This one will win the circus crown." For the second time in 2 challenges, Sophie looked up at the top rank, spewing red smoke above her head. Panicked, she whipped to her schoolmates to appeal. But they were no longer looking at her with contempt or ridicule. They were looking at her with something else. Respect. Her place as #1 villain was getting surer by the minute. Up close, Professor Clarissa Dovey, with her silver bun and rosy face, looked even more comforting and grandmotherly. Agatha couldn't have wished for a better executioner. "I'd prefer the schoolmaster handle these things," Professor Dovey said, flipping papers under a crystal pumpkin paperweight. "But we all know how he is about his privacy." Finally, she peered up at Agatha. She didn't look comforting anymore. "I have a school full of terrified students, 2 days of classes to make up, 500 animals whose memories must be erased, a classroom wing that's been eaten, a treasured menagerie reduced to ash, and a headless gargoyle buried somewhere underneath all this. Do you know why this is?" Agatha couldn't get words out of her throat. "Because you disobeyed Pollux's simple order," Professor Dovey said, "and nearly cost lives in the process." She shamed Agatha with a look, and went back to her scrolls. Agatha glanced through the window at the lakeshore, where Evers were finishing lunches of roast chicken dolloped with mustard, spinach and Gruyere crepes, and flutes of apple cider. She could see Tedros reenacting the menagerie scene for an enthralled audience, sporting his black eye like a badge of honor. "Can I say bye to my friend at least?" Agatha said, eyes welling. She turned to Professor Dovey. "Before you kill me." "That won't be necessary." "But I have to see her." Professor Dovey looked up. "Agatha, you received a first rank for your performance in animal communication, and rightfully so. Only a rare talent can make a wish come to life. And though there are different accounts of what exactly happened on the roof, I would add that any pupil of this school who would risk their life to help a gargoyle—" Her eyes glistened, and for a moment so did the silver swan on her dress. "Well, that suggests goodness beyond any measure." Agatha stared at her, tongue-tied. "But if you disobey another teacher's direct order, Agatha, I guarantee you will fail. Understood?" Agatha nodded in relief. She heard laughter outside and turned to see Tedros's mates kicking around a pillow dummy with twig legs, coal-button eyes, and black thorns for hair. An arrow suddenly speared its head, spitting feathers everywhere. A second arrow ripped open its heart. The boys stopped laughing and turned. Across the lawn, Tedros threw down his bow and walked away.
"As for your friend, she's doing just fine where she is," Professor Dovey said, thumbing through more scrolls. "But you can ask her yourself. She's in your next class."
Agatha wasn't listening. Her eyes were still on the dead-eyed doll, bleeding feathers into the wind. The doll that looked just like her. Chapter 10. Bad Group. "Who else is in our group?" Agatha asked Sophie, breaking the tension. Sophie didn't answer. In fact, she acted as if Agatha wasn't there at all. The last class of the day, Surviving Fairy Tales, was the only one that mixed students from good and evil. After Professor Dovey ordered Everboys to the armory to turn in their personal weapons, the only way to appease Lady Lesso, furious over losing a gargoyle to Tedros's sword, both schools reported to the Blue Forest gates, where fairies sorted them into forest groups, 8 Evers and 8 Nevers in each. As other children found their leaders, an ogre for Group 2, a centaur for Group 8, a lily nymph for 12, Agatha and Sophie were the first to arrive under the flag stamped with a blood-red 3. Agatha had so much to tell Sophie about smiles and fish and fires, and most of all about that foul son of Arthur, but Sophie wouldn't even look at her. "Can't we just go home?" Agatha begged.
"Why don't you go home before you fail or end up a mole rat?" Sophie fumed. "You're in my school."
"Then why won't it let us switch?" Sophie spun.
Because we
need to go home," Agatha glared. Sophie smiled her kindest smile.
"Sooner or later, they'll see what's right."
"I'd say sooner," a voice resounded. They turned to Tedros, shirt scorched, eye swollen pink and blue. "If you're itching for something to kill, how about yourself this time?" Agatha spat. "Thank you would suffice," Tedros shot back. "I risked my life to kill that gargoyle."
"You killed an innocent child,"
Agatha yelled. "I saved you from death against all instinct and reason," Tedros roared. Sophie gaped at them.
"You two know each other?"
Agatha swiveled to her. "You think he's your prince? He's just a puffed-up windbag who can't find anything better to do than prance around half-naked and thrust his sword where it doesn't belong." "She's just mad because she owes me her life," Tedros yawned, scratching his chest. He grinned at Sophie. "So, you think I'm your prince?" Sophie blushed delicately, the way she had practiced before class. "I knew it was a mistake at the welcoming," the prince said, studying her with dancing blue eyes. "A girl like you shouldn't be anywhere near evil." He turned to Agatha with a scowl. "And a witch like you shouldn't be anywhere near someone like her." Agatha stepped towards him. "First of all, this witch happens to be her friend. And second, why don't you go play with yours before I make those eyes match?" Tedros laughed so hard he had to grip the gate. "A princess, friends with a witch. Now there's a fairy tale." Agatha frowned at Sophie, waiting for her to jump in. Sophie swallowed and turned to Tedros.
"Well, it's funny you say that, because a princess certainly can't be friends with a witch, of course. But doesn't it depend on the type of witch? I mean, what exactly is the definition of a witch?"
Now Tedros was frowning at her.
"And so, what I'm trying to say is—"
Sophie looked between Tedros and Agatha, Agatha and Tedros. She swept in front of Agatha and took Tedros's hand.
"My name's Sophie, and I like your bruise."
Agatha crossed her arms. My, Tedros said, gazing into Sophie's tantalizing green eyes. "How are you surviving in that place?"
"Because I knew you'd rescue me," Sophie breathed. Agatha coughed to remind them she was still there.
"You've got to be kidding,"
said a girl's voice behind them. They turned to see Beatrix, under the bloody three, along with Dot, Hort, Rovan, Millicent, and the rest of their forest group. To chart all the dirty looks thrown in that moment, one would end up with something resembling a bowl of spaghetti.
"Hmm,"
said a voice below. They looked down to find a 4-foot gnome with wrinkly brown skin, a belted green coat, and a pointy orange hat, frowning from a hole in the ground.
"That group,"
he murmured. Grumbling loudly, Yuba the gnome crawled out of his burrow, pulled the gate open with his stubby white staff, and led his students into the blue forest. For a moment, everyone forgot their rancor and marveled at the blue wonderland around them. Every tree, every flower, every blade of grass sparkled a different hue. Slender beams of sun slipped through cerulean canopies, lighting up turquoise trunks and navy blooms. Deer grazed on azure lilacs, crows and hummingbirds jabbered in sapphire nettles, squirrels and rabbits jaunted through cobalt briars to join storks sipping from an ultramarine pond. No animal seemed skittish or the slightest bit bothered by the crisscrossing student tours, where Sophie and Agatha had always associated forests with danger and darkness. This one beckoned with beauty and life. At least until they saw a flock of bony stimpf birds sleeping in their blue nest.
"They let those around students,"
Sophie said. "Sleep during the day, perfectly harmless," Dot whispered back, "unless a villain wakes them up." As his students followed, Yuba rattled off the history of the Blue Forest in his clipped, hoary voice. Once upon a time, there had been no joint classes for School for Good and School for Evil students. Instead, children had graduated straight from their school's training into the endless woods. But before they could ever engage in battle, good and evil inevitably fell prey to hungry boars, scavenging imps, cranky spiders, and the occasional man-eating tulip.
"We had forsaken the obvious," said Yuba. "You cannot survive your fairy tale if you cannot survive the woods."
So the school created the Blue Forest as a training ground. The signature blue foliage arose from protective enchantments that kept intruders out, while reminding students it was just an imitation of more treacherous woods. As to just how treacherous the real thing was, the students sensed firsthand as Yuba led them past the north gates. Though there was still sunlight left in the autumn evening, the dark, dense woods repelled it like a shield. It was a forest of eternal night, with every inch of green blackened by shadow. As their eyes adjusted to the sooty darkness, the students could see a puny dirt path lilting through trees, like the withering lifeline on an old man's palm. To both sides of the path, vines strangled trees into armored clumps, so there was barely an undergrowth between them. What was left of the forest floor had been buried beneath mangled thorns, stabbing twigs, and a gauntlet of cobwebs. But none of this scared the students as much as the sounds that came from the darkness beyond the path. Moans and growls echoed from the forest bowels, while low rasps and snarls added ghoulish harmony. Then the children began to see what was making the sounds. Pairs of eyes watched them through the onyx depths, devilish red and yellow, flickering, vanishing, then reappearing, closer than before. The terrible noises grew louder, the fiendish eyes multiplied, the undergrowth crackled with life, and just when the students saw skulking outlines rise from the mist,
"This way,"
Yuba called back. The students scampered from the gates and followed the gnome into a blue clearing without looking back. Surviving fairy tales was just like any other class, Yuba explained from a turquoise tree stump, with students ranked from 1 to 16 for each challenge. Only now there was something more at stake. Twice a year, each of the 15 groups would send its best ever and best never to compete in the school's trial by tale. Yuba didn't say any more about this mysterious competition, except that the winners received 5 extra first-place ranks. The students in his group glanced at each other, thinking the same thing. Whoever won the trial by tale would surely be class captain.
Now, there are 5 rules that separate good from evil,
the gnome said, and wrote them in the air with his smoking staff. 1. The evil attack, the good defend. 2. The evil punish, the good forgive. 3. The evil hurt, the good help. 4. The evil take, the good give. 5. The evil hate, the good love.
As long as you obey the rules for your side, you have the best possible chance of surviving your fairy tale,
Yuba said to the group gathered in navy grass.
These rules should come with ease, of course. You have been chosen for your schools precisely because you show them at the highest level.
Sophie wanted to scream. Help? Give? Love? That was her life. That was her soul.
But first, you must learn to recognize good and evil,
said Yuba.
In the woods, appearances are often deceiving. Snow White nearly perished because she thought an old woman kind. Red Riding Hood found herself in a wolf's stomach because she couldn't tell the difference between family and fiend. Even Beauty struggled to distinguish between hideous beast and noble prince. All unnecessary suffering. For no matter how much good and evil are disguised, they can always be told apart. You must look closely, and you must remember the rules.
For the class challenge, Yuba announced, each student had to distinguish between a disguised ever and never by observing their behavior. Whoever correctly identified the good student and the evil student in the fastest time would receive first rank.
I've never done any of those evil rules,
Sophie mourned, standing beside Tedros. If only they knew all my good deeds. Beatrix turned.
Nevers shouldn't talk to Evers. Evers shouldn't call Evers Nevers,
Sophie snapped. Beatrix looked confused, while Tedros bit back a smile. You have to prove they switched you and the witch, he whispered to Sophie once Beatrix turned back. Win the challenge, and I'll go to Professor Dovey myself. If the gargoyle didn't convince her, then this will.
You'd do that? For me?
Sophie said, eyes wide. Tedros touched her black tunic. Can't flirt with you in this, can I? Sophie would have burned her robes right there, if she could. Hort volunteered to go first. As soon as he tied the ragged blindfold over his eyes, Yuba stabbed his staff at Millicent and Ruven, who magically shriveled in their pink and black clothes, smaller, until they slithered out of them, identical cobras. Hort whipped off the blindfold.
Well,
Yuba said.
Look the bloody same to me,
Hort said.
Test them,
Yuba scolded.
Use the rules.
I don't even remember the rules, Hort said.
Next,
the gnome grouched. For Dot's turn, he changed Beatrix and Hort into unicorns. But then one unicorn started copying the other and vice versa, until they both pranced about like mimicking mimes. Dot scratched her head.
Rule 1. The evil attack. The good defend,
barked Yuba.
Which one started it, Dot?
Oh, can we start again?
Not just bad,
Yuba grumped.
Worst.
He squinted at his scroll of names.
Who would like to be disguised for Tedros?
All the Evergirls raised their hands.
You haven't gone yet,
Yuba said, pointing at Sophie.
You either,
he said to Agatha. My grandmother could get this one right, mumbled Tedros, tightening his blindfold. Agatha tramped in front of the class and stood next to Sophie, who was blushing like a bride.
Aggie, he doesn't care what school I'm in or the colour of my robes,
Sophie gushed.
He sees who I am.
You don't even know him. Sophie flushed. You're not happy for me. He knows nothing about you, Agatha shot back. All he sees is your looks.
For the first time in my life, I feel like someone understands me,
Sophie sighed. Hurt squeezed Agatha's throat. But what about... you said... Sophie met her eyes. You've been such a good friend, Aggie. But we'll be in different schools, won't we?
Agatha turned away.
Ready, Tedros? Go!
Yuba jabbed his staff, and both girls exploded from their clothes into slimy, stinky hobgoblins. Tedros took off the blindfold and jumped back, hand to nose. Sophie clasped her green claws and batted her wormy lashes at him. With Sophie's words throbbing in her head, Agatha slumped sullenly and gave up.
It seems too obvious,
Tedros said, eyeing the flirting hobgoblin. Sophie stopped batting her lashes, confused.
And that witch is craftier than you can imagine, Tedros said,
glancing between the two goblins. Agatha rolled her eyes. This boy had a brain like a peanut.
Feel with the heart, not the mind,
Yuba shouted at the prince. Grimacing, Tedros closed his eyes. For a moment, the prince hesitated. But then surely, powerfully, he felt himself pulled towards one of the hobgoblins. Sophie gasped. It wasn't her. Tedros reached out and touched Agatha's wet, warty cheek.
This one's Sophie.
He opened his eyes.
This one's the princess.
Agatha gawped at Sophie, dumbstruck.
Wait. I'm right,
Tedros said.
Right?
For a moment, everything was quiet. Sophie tackled Agatha. You ruin everything! To everyone else, this sounded like Gobo Umi Hua, but Agatha understood it just fine. See how stupid he is? He can't even tell us apart, Agatha yelled. You tricked him, Sophie shrieked, just like you tricked the bird and the wave and the... Tedros punched her in the eye.
Leave Sophie alone,
he shouted. Sophie gaped at him. Her prince had just punched her. Her prince had just confused her with Agatha. How could she prove who she was?
Use the rules,
Yuba bellowed atop a log. Suddenly understanding, Sophie lurched up so her spotted, humped body towered over Tedros, and she caressed his chest with her greasy green hand. My dear Tedros, I forgive you for not knowing any better and won't defend myself even though you attacked me. I only want to help you, my prince, and give us a story that will take us hand in hand to love, happiness, and ever after. But all Tedros heard was a torrent of goblin growls, so he stomped on Sophie's foot and ran towards Agatha's goblin, arms outstretched.
I can't believe you were ever friends with...
Agatha kneed him in the groin.
Now I'm confused,
Tedros wheezed and collapsed. Moaning in pain, he craned up to see Sophie shove Agatha into a blueberry bush. Agatha smacked Sophie with a screeching squirrel, and the two green goblins go back and forth, bashing each other like oversugared children. I'll never go home with you, screamed Sophie. Ooh, marry me, Tedros, hissed Agatha. At least I will get married. The fight escalated to a ludicrous climax, with Sophie beating Agatha with a blue squash, Agatha sitting on Sophie's head, and the class gleefully making bets as to who was who. Go rot in Gavaldon alone, Sophie screamed. Better alone than with a phony, Agatha shouted. Get out of my life! You came into mine. Hobbling, Tedros leapt between them. Enough! It was the wrong moment. Both goblins turned on the prince with slime-drenching, ear-splitting roars and kicked him so hard he sailed over groups 2, 6, and 10 and landed in a heap of boar dung. The girls' green hide shrank, their scales softened to skin, their bodies melted into their human clothes. Slowly, Sophie and Agatha turned to find the entire group goggling at them. Good ending, said Hort. Hold your verdict, Yuba said. For when good acts evil, and evil acts incompetent, and rules are broken right and left, until even I can't figure out what's what, well, there's only one ending indeed. 2 pairs of iron shoes magically grew on the girls' feet. Eek! These are hideous, Sophie frowned. Then the shoes grew hot. Blazing hot. Fire! Feet on fire! Yelped Agatha, hopping up and down. Make it stop! Sophie cried, dancing with pain. In the distance, the wolves howled the end of class. Class dismissed, Yuba said, and waddled off. What about us? Screamed Agatha, yanking at her burning soles. Unfortunately, fairy tale punishments have a mind of their own, the gnome called back. They'll end when the lesson has been learned.
The class followed him back towards the school gates, leaving Sophie and Agatha to dance in the cursed shoes. Tedros limped past the punished girls, covered in slime and dung. He gave them equally disgusted scowls. Now I see why you two are friends. As the prince trudged into Blue Thicket, the girls glimpsed Beatrix sidle up to him. I knew they were both evil, she said, as they vanished behind the oaks.
This is your fault,
Sophie wheezed to Agatha, dancing in agony. Please, let it stop, Agatha spluttered. But the shoes showed no mercy. Minute by minute, they grew hotter and hotter, until the two girls couldn't even scream. Even the animals couldn't watch such suffering and stayed away. Afternoon turned to evening, and then to night, and still they danced like madwomen, whirling and sweating in pain and despair. Burn ripped through their bones. Fire became their blood, and soon they wished that this suffering would end at any cost. Death knew when he was called. But just as the two girls surrendered to his cruel hands, sabers of sunlight shattered the darkness, speared their feet, and the shoes went cold. The girls collapsed in tormented heaps. Ready to go home, Agatha panted. Sophie looked up, ghost white. Thought you'd never ask. Chapter 11. The Schoolmaster's Riddle. As the two schools slept, two heads surfaced outside in the black moat. Sophie and Agatha peeped out at the thin silver tower that divided lake from sludge. Too far to swim, too high to climb. A cyclone of fairies guarded its spire, while an army of wolves with crossbows manned wooden planks at its base. "And you're sure he's up there?" Sophie said. "I saw him." "He has to help us. I can't go back to that place." "Look, we just beg him for mercy until he sends us home." "Because that'll work," Sophie snorted. "Leave him to me." For the last hour, the two girls had mulled every possible way to escape. Agatha thought they should sneak into the woods and find their way back to Gavaldon, but Sophie pointed out that even if they did get past the gate snakes and any other booby traps, they'd just end up lost. They're called the Endless Woods for a reason. Instead, she proposed they hunt for enchanted broomsticks or magic carpets or something else in the school closets that might fly them over the forest. "And what direction would we fly in?" Agatha asked. The two girls discarded other options, leaving a trail of breadcrumbs, that never worked, seeking a kindly hunter or dwarf. Agatha didn't trust strangers. Wishing for a fairy godmother, Sophie didn't trust fat women, until there was only one left. But now, peering up at the schoolmaster's fortress, they lost all hope. "We'll never get up there," Sophie sighed. Agatha heard a squawk in the distance. Hold that thought. A short while later, they were back in the blue forest, caked in sludge, eyeing a nest of big black eggs from behind a periwinkle bush. In front of the nest, 5 skeletal stimps slept on indigo grass, littered with the blood and limbs of a half-eaten goat. Sophie scowled. "I'm back where I started, covered in smelly ooze and who knows how many flesh-eating maggots, and what are you doing?" "As soon as they attack, we jump on." "As soon as they what?" But Agatha was already tiptoeing to the eggs. "The shoes burnt your brain," Sophie hissed. As Agatha inched towards the nest, she caught a closer look at the sleeping stimp's jagged teeth, gnarled talons, and spiked tails that shred flesh from bone. Suddenly doubting her plan, Agatha backed up, only to trip on a branch and fall on a goat leg with a loud crack. The stimps opened their eyes. Her heart stopped. Unless a villain wakes them up. The pink dress wouldn't fool them. Agatha glowered at the waking fiends. She couldn't give up now, not when she had Sophie willing to go home. She lunged for the nest, snatched an egg, sprang up for the blitz. "Can't watch," Sophie mewled, squinting through fingers for spewing limbs and blood. but the vicious birds were nuzzling Agatha, like puppies seeking milk. "Ooh, that tickles," she squealed. Sophie folded her arms. Clumping back, Agatha handed the egg to her. "Your turn." "Oh, please. If they like you, they'll try to mate with me. Animals worship princesses," Sophie said, sashaying towards the birds. The Stimps unleashed a war cry and charged. "Help!" Sophie threw the egg to Agatha, but the Stimps still chased Sophie, who ran in circles like a lunatic, 5 Stimps high-stepping behind her in a moronic maypole parade until everyone forgot who was after who and the birds knocked into each other dizzily. "See? I outsmarted them," Sophie beamed. A Stimp bit her bottom. "Aye!" Sophie ran for the nearest tree. Only she couldn't climb trees, so she hurled mashed gooseberries at the bird's eye, but the bird had no eye, so the berries went right through Boney's socket and plopped to the ground. Agatha watched, stone-faced. "Aggie, it's coming!" The Stimp charged for Sophie, only to stop short and find Agatha perched on its back. "Get on, you dimwit!" she shouted at Sophie. "Without a saddle," Sophie scoffed. "It'll leave chafe marks." The Stimp lunged for her. Agatha walloped its head and slung Sophie by the waist onto the bird's spine. "Hang on tight!" Agatha yelled, as the bird thrashed up to flight, somersaulting over the bay to get the girls off its back. 4 more Stimps exploded from blue trees in murderous pursuit. Agatha kicked at the bird's thigh bones, Sophie holding on to her for dear life. "This is the worst plan ever!" Hearing squawks and screams, the fairy and wolf guards squinted into the sky, only to see the intruders vanish into fog. "There's the tower!" Agatha cried, spotting the silver spire through the mist. A wolf's arrow whizzed between the Stimp's ribs, almost slicing Sophie in half. Fairies stormed out of the fog, shooting golden webs from their mouths, and the Stimp dove to avoid them, spinning to elude a new hail of wolf arrows. This time, neither girl could hold on, and tumbled off its back. "No!" screamed Agatha. Sophie caught the last bone of the Stimp's tail. Agatha caught the last bit of Sophie's glass shoe. "We're going to die!" Sophie howled. "Just hold on!" bellowed Agatha. "My hands are sweaty!" "We're going to die!" The Stimp zoomed for the tower wall, but just as it whipped its tail to smash them, Agatha saw a window glint through fog. "Now!" screamed Agatha. This time, Sophie listened. Golden nets shot from every direction, and the Stimp let out a helpless screech. But as fairies watched, it plunged to its death. They looked at each other curiously. There were no riders on its back. The crash landing through the window left Sophie's entire right side bruised, and Agatha's wrist gashed. But pain meant they were still alive. Pain meant they still had hope for getting home. With a chorus of groans, they staggered to their feet. Then, Sophie saw the worst of the damage. "My shoe!" She held up her glass heel, snapped to a serrated stump. "They were one of a kind," she mourned. Agatha ignored her and limped ahead into the murky grey chamber, barely lit by the window's dawn glow. "Hello?" Agatha called. Echoes died unanswered. The girls inched farther into the shadowy room. Stone bookcases cloaked grey brick walls, packed top to bottom with colourful bindings. Sophie dusted off a shelf and read the elegant silver letters on the wooden spines. Rapunzel, the Singing Bone, Thumbelina, the Frog King, Capo Rushes, the 6 Swans. All the stories the children of Gavaldon used to drink up. She looked over at Agatha, who had made the same discovery across the room. They were standing in a library of every fairy tale ever told. Agatha opened up Beauty and the Beast to find it written in the same elegant script as the spine, illustrated with vivid paintings like the ones in the foyers of both schools. Then she opened up The Red Shoes, Donkey Skin, and The Snow Queen, and found that they too were written in the same regal hand. "Aggie?" Agatha followed Sophie's gaze to the darkest part of the room. Through the shadows, she could make out a white stone table pressed against the wall. There was something looming over it, a long, thin dagger dangling magically in mid-air. Agatha ran her fingers along the cold, smooth surface of the table and thought of all the blank headstones behind her house, waiting for bodies. Sophie's eyes fixed on the hovering knife, eerily still a few feet above the white slab. That's when she saw it wasn't a knife at all. "It's a pen," she said softly. It was made of pure steel and shaped like a knitting needle, lethally sharp at both ends. One side of the pen was engraved with a deep, flowing script that ran unbroken from tip to tip. Suddenly, the pen caught a sliver of sunlight and scattered blinding gold rays in every direction. Agatha turned from the glare. When she turned back, Sophie was climbing onto the table. "Sophie, no!" Sophie walked towards the pen, eyes wide, body rigid. The world dissipated in a blur of grey around her. All that remained was the shimmering, spindle-sharp pen, strange words reflecting in her glazed eyes. Somewhere inside, she knew what they meant. She reached for the tip. "Don't!" Agatha cried. Sophie's skin kissed ice-cold steel, blood about to pierce through. Agatha tackled her, and both girls crashed to the table. Sophie broke from her trance and peered at Agatha suspiciously. "I'm on a table. With you." "You were about to touch it," Agatha said. "Huh? Why would I touch it?" Her eyes drifted up to the pen, which was no longer still. It dangled an inch from their faces, pointing between them with its deadly sharp tip, as if weighing who to kill first. "Don't move," Agatha said between clenched teeth. The pen seared hot red. "Move!" she cried. The pen plunged, and both girls rolled off the table, only to see the razor-sharp nib lurch to a stop just before it hit stone. A puff of black smoke, and a book suddenly appeared on the table beneath it, bound with cherry-red wood. The pen flipped the cover open to the first blank page, and began to write. Once upon a time, there were 2 girls. The same elegant script as all the others, a brand-new fairy tale. Sophie and Agatha gaped from the floor, terrified. "Now that's odd," said a gentle voice. The girls whipped around again. No one there. "Students at my school train and toil for 4 years, venture into the woods, seek their nemesis, fight vicious battles. All just for the hope the historian might tell their story." The girls spun around. No one in the room at all. But then they saw their shadows merge on the wall into the crooked shadow that kidnapped them. The girls turned slowly. "And here it starts one for 2 first-year, unskilled, untrained, clumsy intruders," said the schoolmaster. He wore silver robes that billowed over his hunched, slender frame, hiding his hands and feet. A rusted crown sat off-center on his head of thick, ghostly white hair. A gleaming silver mask covered every last shred of his face, revealing only twinkling blue eyes and wide, full lips, curled in a mischievous smile. It must suspect a good ending. The historian dove to the page. One was beautiful and beloved, and the other was a lonely hag. "I like our story," Sophie said. "It hasn't gotten to the part where your prince punches you," said Agatha. "Homeward ho," Sophie sulked. They looked up and saw the schoolmaster studying them. "Readers are unpredictable, of course. Some have been our greatest students. Most have been embarrassing failures." He gazed at the distant towers, turning his back to the girls. "But this just shows how confused
readers have become.
Agatha's heart pounded. This was their chance. She jabbed Sophie.
Go.
I can't, Sophie whispered. You said leave him to you. He's too old. Agatha elbowed her in the ribs. Sophie elbowed her back.
Many of the faculty say I kidnap you, steal you, take you against your will, the schoolmaster said.
Agatha kicked Sophie forward.
But the truth is, I free you.
Sophie swallowed and took off her broken shoe.
You deserve to live extraordinary lives.
Sophie crept towards the schoolmaster, raising her jagged heel.
You deserve the chance to know who you are.
The schoolmaster turned to Sophie. She poised, shoe over his heart. We demand our release, Agatha cried. Silence. Sophie dropped to her knees. Oh, please, sir, we beg for mercy. Agatha groaned. You took me for good, Sophie sobbed. But they put me in evil, and now my dress is black and my hair's dirty, and my prince hates me, and my roommates are murderers, and there's no groom rooms for nevers, so now, she let out a soprano wail, I smell! She bawled into her hands.
So, you'd like to switch schools?
The schoolmaster asked. We'd like to go home, said Agatha. Sophie looked up brightly. Can we switch schools? The schoolmaster smiled.
No.
Then we'd like to go home, Sophie said. Lost in a strange land, the girls wanted to go home, the historian noted.
We have sent students home before,
the schoolmaster said, silver mask flaring.
Illness, mental capacity, the petition of an influential family.
So you can send us home, Agatha said.
Indeed I could, said the schoolmaster, if you weren't in the midst of a fairy tale.
He eyed the pen across the room.
You see, once the historian begins your story, then I'm afraid we must follow it wherever it takes you. Now, the question is, will your story take you home?
The historian plunged to the first page. Stupid girls. They were trapped for eternity.
I suspected as much,
said the schoolmaster. So there's no way home? Agatha asked, eyes welling.
Not unless it's your ending,
the schoolmaster said,
and going home together is a rather far-fetched ending for two girls fighting for opposite sides. Don't you think?
But we don't want to fight, Sophie said. We're on the same side, said Agatha. We're friends, Sophie said, clasping Agatha's hand.
Friends?
The schoolmaster marvelled. Agatha looked just as surprised, feeling Sophie's grip.
Well, that certainly changes things.
The schoolmaster paced like a doddering duck.
You see, a princess and a witch can never be friends in our world. It's unnatural. It's unthinkable. It's impossible. Which means if you are indeed friends, Agatha must not be a princess, and Sophie must not be a witch.
Exactly, said Sophie, because I'm the princess and she's the witch. Agatha kicked her.
And if Agatha is not a princess, and Sophie is not a witch, then clearly I've got it wrong, and you don't belong in our world at all,
he said, pace slowing.
Maybe what everyone says about me is true after all.
That you're good, Sophie said.
That I'm old.
The schoolmaster sighed out the window. Agatha couldn't contain her excitement. So we can go home now.
Well, there is the thorny matter of proving all this.
But I've tried, Sophie said. I've tried proving I'm not a villain. And I've tried proving I'm not a princess, said Agatha.
Ah, but there's only one way in this world to prove who you are.
The Storian stopped its busy writing, sensing a pivotal moment. Slowly, the schoolmaster turned. For the first time, his blue eyes had a glint of danger.
What's the one thing evil can never have, and the one thing good can never do without?
The girls looked at each other. So we solve your riddle and you send us home? Agatha asked hopefully. The schoolmaster turned away.
I trust I won't see either of you again, unless you want a rather depressing end to your story.
Suddenly, the room started disappearing in a sweep of white, as if the scene was being erased before their eyes. Wait! Agatha cried. What are you doing? First the bookshelves vanished, then the walls. No! We want to go home now! Agatha yelled. Then the ceiling, the table, the floor around them. The two girls lunged to a corner to avoid being erased. How do we find you? How do we answer? Agatha ducked to avoid a streak of white. You're cheating! Across the room, Sophie saw the Storian furiously writing to keep up with their fairy tale. The pen sensed her gaze, for the words in its steel suddenly seared red, and Sophie's heart burned again with secret understanding. Scared, she clung to Agatha. You thief! You bully! You masked-face old creep! Agatha screamed. We're fine without you. Readers are fine without you. Stay in your tower with your masks and pens and stay out of our lives. You hear me? Steal children from other villages and leave us alone. The last thing they saw was the schoolmaster turn from the window, smiling in a sea of white.
What other villages?
The ground vanished beneath the two girls' feet, and they free fell into emptiness. The schoolmaster's last words echoing, blending into the wolves' call to morning class. They woke, blinded by sunlight, swimming in puddles of sweat. Agatha looked for Sophie. Sophie looked for Agatha. But all they found were their own beds, in towers far apart. Chapter 12. Dead Ends. Chapter 12. Dead Ends. The morning started miserably for both girls. Not only had they gotten zero sleep, but now they were back in their mismatched schools for another day of despicable classes. Even worse, neither of them knew the answer to the schoolmaster's riddle, nor could they ponder it together until lunch. And if all this wasn't bad enough, their hobgoblin debacle had become the talk of both schools. In uglification, Sophie tried to ignore all the snickers and focus on Manley's lecture about the proper use of capes. This took valiant concentration, given Hester's vengeful glares and the fact that capes could be used for protection, invisibility, disguise, or flight, depending on their fabric and grain, with each type requiring different incantations. Manley blindfolded the students for the class challenge, where students raced to identify their given cape's fabric and successfully put it to use. I didn't know magic was so complicated, Hort murmured, massaging his cape to see if it was silk or satin. And this is just capes, Dot said, smelling hers. Wait until we do spells. But if there was one thing Sophie knew, it was clothes. She recognized snakeskin under her fingers, mentally said the incantation, and went invisible under her slinky black cape. The feat earned her another top rank, and a look from Hester so lethal, Sophie thought she might burst into flames. Across the moat, Agatha couldn't turn a corner without seeing Tedros and his mates mimicking hobgoblin lurches, howling gibberish, and beating each other with squashes. Wherever she went, Tedros and company followed, braying and grunting at the top of their lungs, until she finally snatched a squash and jabbed Tedros in the chest with it. The only reason this happened is because you chose me. You chose me, you boorish, brainless thug. Tedros gaped dumbly as she stormed off. You chose the witch? Asked Chadek. Tedros turned to find boys staring. No, she tricked. I didn't. He pulled his sword. Who wants to fight? With Hansel's Haven still in ruins, classes were moved to the tower common rooms. Agatha followed a herd of Evers through the breezeways, linking all the good towers in a zigzag of colourful glass passages high over the lake. While crossing a purple breezeway to Charity, she tuned out gossiping girls and pondered the schoolmaster's riddle over and over, until she looked up and saw she was all alone. After fumbling through the bubble-filled laundry where nymphs scoured dresses, dodging enchanted pots in the supper hall making lunch, and trapping herself in a faculty toilet, Agatha finally tracked down the Charity Commons. The pink chaise couches were already full, and none of the girls made room for her. Just as she sat on the floor, "Sit here." Kiko, the sweet, short-haired girl, scooted aside. As the others tittered, Agatha squeezed in beside her. "They'll all hate you now," she mumbled.
"I don't understand how they can think themselves good and be so rude," Kiko whispered.
"Maybe because I almost burnt down the school."
"They're just jealous. You can make wishes come true. None of us can do that yet."
"It was a fluke. If I could make wishes come true, I'd be home with my friend and my cat." The thought of Reaper made Agatha grasp for another subject. How's that boy you wished for?"
"Tristan."
Kiko's face fell.
"He likes Beatrix. Every boy likes Beatrix."
"But he gave you his rose," Agatha said, remembering her wish at the lake.
"By accident. I jumped in front of Beatrix to catch it."
Kiko gave Beatrix a dirty look.
"Do you think he'll take me to the ball? Not every boy can take that she-wolf."
Agatha smirked, then frowned. "What ball?"
"The Everett Snowball. It's right before Christmas, and every one of us has to find a boy to take us. Or we're failed. We get ranked as couples based on our presentation, demeanor, and dancing. Why do you think we all wished for different boys at the lake? Girls are practical like that. Boys just all want the prettiest one."
Kiko grinned.
"Who do you have your eye on?"
Before Agatha could vomit, the doors flew open, and a busty woman flounced in, wearing a bejeweled red turban and scarf that matched her dress, caked caramel makeup, swarthy kohl around her eyes, gypsy hoop earrings, and jangling tambourine bracelets.
Professor Anemone?"
Kiko gawked. "I am Scheherazade," Professor Anemone boomed in a ridiculous accent. "Queen of Persia, Sultaness of the Seven Seas, behold my dusky desert beauty." She whipped off her scarf and did a terrible belly dance. "See how I seduce you with my hips." She veiled her face and blinked like an owl. "See how I tempt you with my eyes." She shook her bosom and beat her bangles noisily. "See how I become midnight's temptress." "More like smoked kebab," Agatha murmured. Kiko giggled. Professor Anemone's smile vanished, as did the accent.
"Here, I thought I'd teach you to survive 1001 Arabian Nights. Dune-ready makeup, Hajira fashions, even a proper dance of the 7 veils. But perhaps I should start with something less amusing."
She tightened her turban.
"Fairies have alerted me that candy has been vanishing from Hansel's Haven even while it is under repair. As you know, our school's classrooms are made of candy as a reminder of all the temptations that you will face beyond our gates."
Her eyes narrowed.
"But we know what happens to girls who eat candy. Once they start, they can't stop. They stray from the path, they fall prey to witches, they gorge themselves on self-pleasure until they die, obese, unmarried, and riddled with warts."
The girls were aghast someone would vandalize the tower, let alone ruin their figure with candy. Agatha tried to look just as scandalized. That's when the marshmallows fell out of her pocket, followed by a blue lollipop, a hunk of gingerbread, and 2 bricks of fudge. 20 gasps came at once. "I didn't have time for breakfast," Agatha insisted. "I didn't eat all night." But no one was sympathetic, including Kiko, who looked sorry that she'd been nice to her at all. Agatha picked guiltily at her swan.
"You'll be cleaning plates after supper for next 2 weeks, Agatha," said her professor. "A useful reminder of the one thing princesses have that villains do not."
Agatha bolted up. The answer! A proper diet, Professor Anemone huffed. As the turbaned teacher divulged more Arabian beauty secrets, Agatha slumped into the couch. One class and her problems had already multiplied. Between the horror of a mandatory ball, a week of dish duty, and a decidedly wart-ridden future, she had the crashing realization of just how fast she needed to solve the schoolmaster's riddle.
"How about poison in her food?" Hester spat.
"She doesn't eat,"
said Annadil, tramping with her through Malice Hall.
"How about poisoned lipstick?"
"They'll lock us in the doom room for weeks," fretted Dot, lumbering to keep up.
"I don't care how we do it or how much trouble we get in," Hester hissed. "I want that snake gone."
She threw open the door to room 66 to find Sophie sobbing on her bed.
Snake's crying,"
Annadil said. "Are you okay, love?" Dot asked, suddenly sorry for the girl she was supposed to kill. Blubbering, Sophie poured out everything that happened in the schoolmaster's tower.
"But now there's a riddle and I don't know the answer, and Tedros thinks I'm a witch because I keep winning challenges, and no one understands the reason I keep winning is that I'm good at everything."
Hester was ready to strangle her right there. Then her face changed.
"This riddle. If you answer it, you go home."
Sophie nodded.
"And we never have to see you again,"
said Annadil. Sophie nodded. "We'll solve it." Her roommates pounced. "You will?" Sophie blinked.
"You know how badly you want to go home," said Hester.
"We want you to go home more,"
said Annadil. "Well, at least you believe me." Sophie frowned, wiping tears.
"Guilty until proven innocent," Hester said. "It's the never way."
"I wouldn't tell any of this to an Ever, though. They'll think you're mad as a hatter,"
said Annadil. "That's what I thought, but who lies about breaking so many rules?" Dot said, failing to turn her swan crest to chocolate. "Really, this bird is incorrigible."
"What's the schoolmaster like?"
Hester asked Sophie. "He's old. Very, very old."
"And you actually saw the Storian?"
Annadil asked. "That strange pen. It wrote about us the whole time." "It what?" said the three girls at once.
"But you're in school," Hester said.
"What can happen in school that's worthy of a fairy tale?"
said Annadil. "I'm sure it's just a mistake like everything else," Sophie sniffled. "I just need to solve the riddle, tell the schoolmaster, and poof, I'm out of this cursed place. Simple." She saw the girls exchange looks. "Isn't it?"
"There's two puzzles here,"
Annadil said, eyeing Hester.
"The schoolmaster's riddle."
Hester turned to Sophie.
"And why he wants you to solve it."
If there was one word Agatha dreaded more than ball, it was dancing.
"Every good girl must dance at the ball," Pollux said, wobbling on mule legs in the Valor Commons.
Agatha tried not to breathe. The room reeked of leather and cologne with its musky brown couches, bare-head carpet, hidebound books about hunting and riding, and a moose-head plaque flaunting obscenely large antlers. She missed the School for Evil and its graveyard stench. Pollux led the girls through the dances for the Evers Ball, none of which Agatha could follow, since he kept falling and mumbling it would make more sense once he got his body back. After tripping a hoof on the rug, impaling himself on the antlers, and landing buttocks first in the fireplace, Pollux barked they got the point, and wheeled to a group of fairies wielding willow violins.
"Play a Volta."
And so they did, lightning quick, with Agatha flung from partner to partner, waist to waist, spinning faster, faster into a wild blur. Her feet caught fire. Every girl in the room was Sophie. The shoes! They were back! "Sophie, I'm coming!" she yelled. Next thing she knew, she was on the floor.
"There are appropriate times for fainting," Pollux scowled. "This is not one."
"I tripped," Agatha snapped.
"Suppose you fainted during the ball. Chaos. Carnage."
"I didn't
faint. Forget a ball, it would be a midnight massacre. Agatha stared him down. I don't faint. When the girls reported to the banks of Halfway Bay for animal communication, Professor Dovey was waiting. Princess Uma has taken ill. Girls gave Agatha sour looks, since her wish-fish debacle was surely responsible. With no one to supervise on such short notice, Professor Dovey gave them the session off. Top half students may use the groom room. Bottom half students should use the time to reflect upon their mediocrity. While Beatrix and her 7 minions sashayed to the groom room for manicures, the bottom half girls scurried to peek in on swordplay, since the boys sparred shirtless. Meanwhile, Agatha hastened to the Gallery of Good, hoping it would inspire an answer to the riddle. As her eyes drifted across its sculptures, cases, and stuffed creatures lit by pink-flamed torches, she remembered the schoolmaster's decree that a witch and princess could never be friends. But why? Something had to come between them. Surely this was the mysterious thing a princess could have and a villain could not. She thought about what it could be until her neck prickled red, but still no answer. She found herself pulled once more to the corner nook, home to the gauzy paintings of Gavaldon's readers. Agatha remembered Professor Dovey speaking to that tight-jawed woman. Professor Sader, they called the artist. The same Sader who taught history of heroism. Wasn't that class next? This time, Agatha moved through the paintings slowly. As she did, she noticed the landscape evolved from frame to frame. More stores sprang up in the square. The church changed colours from white to red. 2 windmills rose behind the lake, until the village began to look just like the one she had left. Even more confused now, she drifted along the paintings until one made her stop. As children read storybooks on the church steps, the sun spotlit a girl in a purple peacoat and yellow hat with sunflowers. Agatha put her nose to the girl. Alice? It had to be. The baker's daughter had worn the same ridiculous coat and hat every day of her life until she was kidnapped 8 years before. Across the painting, an errant ray of sun spotlit a gaunt boy in black, beating a cat with a stick. Rune. Agatha remembered him trying to gouge out Reaper's eye before her mother thrashed him away with a broomstick. Rune too had been taken that year. Quickly she shifted to the next painting, where scores of children lined up in front of Mr. Deauville's, but the sun illuminated only 2. Bald Bane, biting the girl in front of him, and quiet, handsome Garrick, the 2 boys taken 4 years before. Sweating, Agatha slowly turned to the next painting. As children read high on an emerald hill, 2 sat below, sunlit on a lake bank. A girl in black, flicking matches into the water. A girl in pink, packing pouches with cucumbers. Breathless, Agatha dashed back through the row. In every one, light chose 2 children, one bright and fair, the other strange and grim. Agatha retreated from the nook and climbed on a stuffed cow's rump so she could see all the paintings at once. Paintings that told her 3 things about this Professor Sader. He could move between the real and fairy tale worlds. He knew why children were brought here from Gavaldon, and he could help them get home. As fairies chimed the start of the next class, Agatha barged into the Theatre of Tales and squeezed beside Kiko, while Tedros and his boys played handball against the phoenix carved into the front of the stone stage. Threathden didn't even say hi, Kiko griped. Maybe he thinks I have warts now that I talk to you. Where's Sader? Agatha said. Professor Sader, said a voice. She looked up and saw a handsome silver-haired teacher give her a cryptic smile as he ascended the stage in his shamrock green suit. The man who smiled at her in the foyer, and on the bridge. Professor Crackpot. Agatha exhaled. Surely he'd help her if he liked her so much. As you know, I teach 4th session both here and in Evil, and unfortunately cannot be in 2 places at once. Thus I'll be alternating weeks between schools, he said, clasping the lectern. On weeks where I'm not here, you'll have former students come to recount their adventures in the endless woods. They'll be responsible for your weekly challenges, so please afford them the same respect you'd give me. Finally, given I am responsible for a vast amount of students and a vast amount of history, I do not hold office hours, nor will I answer your questions inside or outside of class. Agatha coughed. How could she get answers if he didn't allow questions? If you do have questions, said Seda, hazel eyes unblinking, you'll surely find the answers in your text, A Student's History of the Woods, or in my other authored books, available in the Library of Virtue. Now to roll call. Beatrix?
Yes.
One more time, Beatrix.
Right, here.
Beatrix snapped. Thank you, Beatrix. Kiko?
Present.
Again, Kiko.
I'm here, Professor Seda.
Excellent. Rena?
Yes.
Again. Agatha groaned. At this rate, they'd be here until new moon. Tedros? Here. Louder, Tedros. Good grief, is he deaf? Agatha grouched.
No, silly, said Kiko. He's blind.
Agatha snorted. Don't be ridiculous. The glassy eyes. The matching names to voices. The way he gripped the lectern. But his paintings, Agatha cried. He's seen Gavaldon. He's seen us. That's when Professor Seda met her eyes and smiled. As if to remind her he'd never seen anything at all. So let me get this straight, Sophie said. There were 2 schoolmasters first, and they were brothers?
Twins,
said Hester.
One good, one evil,
said Annadel. Sophie moved along a series of chipped marble murals built into Evil Hall, covered in emerald algae and blue rust, torchlit with sea-green flames. The hall looked like a cathedral that had spent most of its life underwater. She stopped at one, depicting 2 young men in a castle chamber, keeping watch over the enchanted pen she had seen in the schoolmaster's tower. One brother wore long black robes, the other white. In the cracked mosaic, she could make out their identical handsome faces, ghostly pale hair, and deep blue eyes. But where the white-robed brother's face was warm, gentle, the black-robed one's was icy and hard. Still, something about both of their faces seemed familiar. And these brothers ruled both schools and protected the magic pen, Sophie said. The Storian, Hester corrected. And good one half the time and evil one half the time?
More or less,
said Annadel, feeding a snail to her pocketed rats.
My mother used to say that if good went on a streak, evil would find new tricks, forcing good to improve its defense and beat them back.
Nature's balance, said Dot, munching on a schoolbook she'd turned to chocolate. Sophie moved to the next mural, where the evil brother had gone from ruling peacefully alongside his brother to attacking him with a barrage of spells. But the evil one thought he could control the pen, Storian, and make evil invincible. So he gathers an army to destroy his brother and starts war.
The Great War, said Hester, where everyone took a side between good brother and evil brother.
And in the final battle between them someone won? Said Sophie, eyeing the last mural. A sea of evers and nevers bowed before a masked schoolmaster in silver robes, the glowing Storian floating above his hands. But no one knows who.
Quick study,
Annadel grinned. But then surely people must know if he's the good brother or evil brother, Sophie asked.
Everyone pretends it's a mystery, said Hester, but since the Great War, evil hasn't won a single story.
But doesn't the pen just write what happens in the woods? Sophie said, studying the strange symbol in the Storian's steel. Don't we control the stories?
And it just happens one day all villains die, Hester growled. That pen is forcing our fates. That pen is killing all the villains. That pen is controlled by good.
Storian love, Dot chomped, not a pen. Hester smacked the book out of her mouth. But if you're going to die every time, why bother teaching villains? Said Sophie.
Why have the school for evil at all?
Try asking a teacher that question, piped Dot, digging in her bag for a bigger book.
Fine. So you villains can't win any more. Sophie yawned, filing her nails with a marble shard. What's this to do with me?
The Storian started your fairy tale, Hester frowned.
So?
And given your current school, the Storian thinks you're the villain in that fairy tale.
And I should care about the opinion of a pen, Sophie said, whittling nails on her other hand.
I take back the quick study bit, said Annadill. If you're the villain, you die, you imbecile, Hester barked.
Sophie broke a nail. But the schoolmaster said I could go home.
Or maybe his riddle's a trap.
He's good. You said it yourself.
And you're in evil, said Hester. He's not on your side.
Sophie looked at her. Annadill and Dot had the same grim expression. I'm going to die here, Sophie squeaked, eyes welling. There has to be something I can do.
Solve the riddle, Hester said, shrugging. It's the only way you'll know what he's up to. Plus, your ending needs to happen soon. If you win one more challenge, I'll kill you myself.
Then tell me the answer,
Sophie yelled. What does a villain never have that a princess can't do without? Hester mulled, itching her tattoo.
Animals, maybe? Said Dot.
Villains can have animal henchmen. Just takes deeper corruption, said Annadill. What about honor? Evil has its own version of honor, valor, and everything else good thinks they invented, Hester said. We just have better names for them.
I have it. They turned to Sophie. A birthday party, she said. Who would want to go to a villain party?
Annadill and Hester stared at her.
It's because she doesn't eat, said Dot. Brains need food. Then you must be the smartest girl alive, Sophie roared. Dot glared back at her. Remember, the cruelest villains die the cruelest deaths. Sophie turned to Hester nervously. Would Lady Lesso tell me the answer?
If she thinks it'll help evil win. You'd have to be clever, said Annadill. And subtle, said Hester.
Cleverness? Subtlety? That's what I do, darling, Sophie said, relieved. This riddle is good as solved. Or not, given we're 15 minutes late, said Dot. Indeed, the only thing chillier than Lady Lesso's frozen classroom was the looks she gave the four girls as they slipped through the door to their seats.
I would send you for punishment, but they're occupied with students from my last class.
Boys' screams echoed from beneath their feet. The whole class trembled at the thought of what was happening in the doom room.
Let's see if our latecomers can redeem themselves, said Lady Lesso, heels clacking ominously.
What are we doing? Sophie whispered to Hort.
She's testing us on famous nemesis, Hort whispered. If you get a question right, you get one of these.
He flaunted a massive stick-on wart glued to his cheek. Sophie recoiled. That's a reward?
Hester, can you name a villain who destroyed her nemesis with a nightmare curse? Finola the Fairy Eater. Finola the Witch haunted the fairies' dreams and convinced them to cut off their own wings. With the fairies no longer able to fly, Finola caught and ate them, one by one.
Sophie swallowed whatever came up, but she had never heard of Finola the Fairy Eater, so Hester had surely gotten it wrong.
Correct! Finola the Fairy Eater, one of the most famous stories of all, Lady Lesso said, and stuck a giant wart on Hester's hand.
Famous? Sophie wrinkled her nose. Famous where?
Annadill. Name a villain who killed their nemesis using disguise, Lady Lesso said. Rabid Bear Rex. Dressed himself in a bearskin because Princess Anatoly loved bears. When she tried to pet him, he cut her throat. A great role model for us all, Rabid Bear Rex, said Lady Lesso, and planted a wart on Annadill's neck. If he was alive, he'd wipe that grin off every one of Clarissa's gloating cockerels.
Sophie bit her lip. Were they making all this up?
Dot, name a villain who murdered their nemesis with transformation.
The Frost Queen turned the princess into ice and put her in the morning sun.
My favourite tale of all,
Lady Lesso thundered.
a story that will live forever in the hearts of...
Sophie snorted.
Is something funny?
Lady Lesso said. Never heard of any of these, Sophie said. Hester and Annabel sank in their seats.
Never heard of them?
Lady Lesso sneered.
These are evil's greatest triumphs. The glory that inspires future villains. 4 girls in a well, 12 drowned princesses, Ursula the usurper, the witch of...
Never heard of those either, Sophie sighed, combing back her hair. Where I come from, no one would read a story where evil wins. Everyone wants good to win, because good has better looks, nicer clothes, and more friends. Lady Lesso was speechless. Sophie turned to her classmates. I'm sorry that no one likes you, and you never win, and that you have to go to school for no reason, but it's the truth. Hester pulled her robes over her face. Dot leaned forward and whispered into Sophie's ear, The riddle, love. Oh yes, said Sophie, all business. While I have the floor, here's a bit of a brain teaser. It's quite important that I solve it, so any help would be deeply appreciated. What does a villain never have that a princess can't do without? Any ideas? Feel free to shout them out. Merci, darlings.
I have an idea,
said Lady Lesso. I knew you would, Sophie smiled. What is it? What do I have that you don't? Lady Lesso thrust her face in hers.
Nothing, which is what we'll be hearing from you, the rest of class.
Sophie had an appeal, but it never made it out of her mouth. Her lips were sealed shut.
Much better,
Lady Lesso said, and blessed Sophie with a wart between the eyes. As Sophie pried at her lips, Lady Lesso stood calmly and smoothed her purple gown, ignoring the petrified students around her.
Now, Hort, tell me a villain who employed a raven death trap.
Wheezing through her nose, Sophie wrenched at her mouth with a pen, hairclip, and icicle which pierced her lips. Gasp, wail, scream, she tried it all, but all she found was silence, panic, blood, and Hester, glowering from the front row.
Good as solved, eh?
Chapter 13. Doom Room. Agatha had no idea why lunch was a joint school activity, because Evers sat with Evers, Nevers sat with Nevers, and both groups pretended the other wasn't there. Lunch took place in the clearing, an intimate picnic field outside the Blue Forest gates. To get to the clearing, students had to journey through twisty tunnels of trees that grew narrower and narrower, until one by one the children spat through a hollowed trunk onto emerald grass. As soon as Agatha came through the good tunnel, she followed the line of Evers, receiving picnic baskets from nymphs in red hoods, while Nevers from the evil tunnel took rusty pails from red-suited wolves. Agatha found a shady patch of grass and reached into her willow basket to find a lunch of smoked trout sandwiches, rampion salad, strawberry soufflé, and a vial of sparkling lemon water. She let thoughts of riddles and dead ends fall away as she opened her watering mouth to the sandwich. Sophie swiped it. You don't know what I've been through, she sobbed, scarfing it whole. Here's yours. She plunked down a pail of gruel. Agatha stared at her. Look, I asked, Sophie garbled between bites. Apparently, Nevers need to learn deprivation, part of your training. This is lovely, by the way. Agatha was still staring. What? Sophie said. Do I have blood on my teeth? Because I thought I got it all... Over Agatha's shoulder, she saw Tedros and his friends pointing and snickering. Oh no, Sophie groaned. What did you do now? Agatha kept gaping at her. If you're going to be a brat about it, you can have the soufflé, Sophie frowned. Why is that strange imp waving at me? Agatha turned and saw Kiko across the clearing, waving and flaunting newly red hair. It was the exact same color as Tristan's. Agatha's face went white. You know her? Sophie said, watching Kiko giddily approach Tristan. We're friends, Agatha said, waving Kiko away from him. You have a friend, Sophie said. Agatha turned to her. Why do you keep looking at me like that? Sophie yelled. You haven't been eating candy, have you? Huh? Sophie shrieked, realizing. Her hand flew up and ripped Lesso's wart off her face. Why didn't you tell me? She cried, as Tedros and boys exploded into whoops. Oh, it can't get any worse, Sophie moaned. Hort picked up her discarded wart and ran away with it. Sophie looked at Agatha. Agatha cracked a smile. It's not funny, Sophie wailed. But Agatha was laughing, and so was Sophie. What do you think he'll do with it? Agatha sniggered. Sophie stopped laughing. We need to get home. Now. Agatha told Sophie about all her frustration solving the riddle, including her dead end with Professor Seda. Before she could even try to ask about his paintings, Seda had taken off to meet his evil students, leaving 3 geriatric pigs to lecture about the importance of fortifying one's houses. He's the only one who can help us, said Agatha. Better hurry. My days are numbered, Sophie said glumly, and recounted everything that had happened with her roommates, including their prediction of Sophie's doom. You die? That doesn't make any sense. You can't be the villain in our story if we're friends. That's why the schoolmaster said we can't be friends, Sophie replied. Something has to come between us. Something that answers the riddle. What could possibly come between us? Agatha said, still at a loss. Maybe it's all connected. This thing that good has and evil doesn't. Do you think it's why good always wins? Evil used to win, according to Lady Lesso, but now good has something that beats them all. But the schoolmaster forbade us to return to his tower, so the answer to the riddle isn't a word or a thing or an idea. We have to do something. Now we're getting somewhere. First, it's something that can turn us against each other. Second, it's something that beats evil every time. And third, it's something we can physically do. The girls spun to each other. I got it, said Agatha. Me too, said Sophie. It's so obvious. So obvious. Yes, it's... No idea, Agatha said. Me either, sighed Sophie. Across the field, Everboys slowly trespassed into Evergirl territory. Girls waited like flowers to be picked, only to see Beatrix attract the lion's share. As Beatrix flirted with her suitors, Tedros fidgeted on a tree stump. Finally, he stood up, shoved in front of the other boys, and asked Beatrix to take a walk. He was supposed to rescue me, Sophie whimpered, watching them go. Sophie, we have the chance to save our village from a 200-year-old curse, to rescue children from beatings and failings, to escape wolves, waves, gargoyles, and everything else in this awful school, and to end a story that will kill you. And you're thinking about a boy. I wanted my happy ending, Aggie, Sophie said, tears sparkling. Getting home alive is our happy ending, Sophie. Sophie nodded, but her eyes never left Tedros. Welcome to Good Deeds, said Professor Dovey to students gathered in the Purity Common Room. Now we're behind your other subjects, so we'll dispense with the usual pleasantries. Let me begin by saying that over the years, I've seen a disturbing decrease in esteem for this class. Because it's after lunch, Tedros whispered into Agatha's ear. And you're talking to me why? Seriously, what witchy spell did you put on me to make me choose your goblin? Agatha didn't turn. You did something, Tedros fumed. Tell me. Can't divulge a witch's secrets, Agatha said, gazing ahead. Knew it. Tedros saw Professor Dovey glaring and flashed her a cocksure smile. She rolled her eyes and went on. He leaned over again to Agatha. Tell me, and my boys will leave you alone. Does that include you? Just tell me what you did, Agatha exhaled. I used the Hopscottle spell, a potent hex from the Gavaldonic witches of Reepercat. They're a small coven on the shores of the Callous River, not just expert spellcasters, but also great harvesters of what you did. Well, said Agatha, turning to him, the Hopscottle spell worms its way into your brain like a swarm of leeches. It swings its way into every cranny, breeding, multiplying, festering for just the right moment. And just when it hooks into your every nook and crevice, sft, it sucks you of every intelligent thought and leaves you dumb as a donkey's ass. Tedros went red. One more thing. It's permanent, Agatha said, and turned back around. While Tedros mumbled about hangings, stonings, and the other ways his father punished wicked women, Agatha listened to Professor Dovey justify the importance of good deeds. Every time you do a good deed with true intention, your soul grows purer. Though lately my good students have been doing them as if they were chores, preferring to cultivate their egos, arrogance, and waist size. Let me assure you, our winning streak can end at any time. Not if the schoolmaster controls the Storian, said Agatha. Agatha, the schoolmaster has absolutely no role in how the stories play out, Professor Dovey said impatiently. He cannot control the Storian. He seemed pretty good at magic to me, Agatha replied. Excuse me? He can split into shadows, he can make a room disappear, he can make it all seem like a dream, so surely he can control a pen. And how might you know all this? Professor Dovey sighed. Agatha saw Tedros smirking. Because he showed me, she said. Tedros's smirk vanished. Professor Dovey looked like a kettle about to steam. Students glanced nervously between her and Agatha. Their teacher smiled tightly. Oh, Agatha, what an imagination you have. It will serve you well when you're waiting for someone to rescue you from a ravenous dragon. Let's hope he arrives in time. Now, the 3 keys to good deeds are creativity, feasibility, and spontaneity. Agatha opened her mouth, but Professor Dovey silenced her with a glare. Knowing she was on shaky ground, Agatha pulled out parchment and took notes with the rest. Before surviving fairy tales, the students of both schools found themselves summoned to an assembly in the clearing. As soon as Agatha popped through the tree tunnel, Kiko grabbed her. Tristan changed his hair. Agatha glanced over at Tristan leaning against a tree. His hair was blonde now, drooping over one eye. He reminded her of someone. He said he did it for Beatrix, Kiko wailed, hair still hideously red. Agatha followed Tristan's eyes to Beatrix, who was jabbering to Tedros. Tedros couldn't have been less enthused, and puffed at the blonde bangs drooping over his. Agatha coughed. She looked back at Tristan, puffing at his droopy blonde bangs. Then at Tedros, who had 2 shirt buttons undone, and his tie loosened with its golden T. Then at Tristan, who had undone 2 buttons and loosened his tie with its golden T. What if I'm blonde like Beatrix? Kiko hounded. Then will Tristan like me? Agatha turned. You need to find a new crush immediately. Attention! She looked up to find the entire faculty fanned between the 2 tunnels, including Castor and Pollux, whose heads had been reunited on their canine body. Professor Dovey stepped forward. There's been some move your hides, you lazy cows, Castor barked. The last Nevers hurried from their tunnel, with Sophie stumbling out last. She gave Agatha a confused look across the clearing. Agatha shrugged back. Professor Dovey opened her mouth to resume. Presenting Clarissa Dovey, Dean of the School for Good and Professor Emeritus of Good Deeds, said Castor. Thank you, Castor, said Professor Dovey. Any interruptions or misbehavior will be swiftly punished. Thank you, Castor, Professor Dovey shrieked. Castor stared at his feet. Professor Dovey cleared her throat. Students, we have called you here because there have been some unfortunate rumors. Lies as I call them," said Lady Lesso. Agatha recognized her as the teacher who had ripped down Sada's painting in the Gallery of Good. "So, let us be clear," Professor Dovey continued. "First, there is no curse on evil. Evil still has the power to defeat good." "Provided evil does their homework," Professor Manley growled. Nevers muttered, as if they didn't believe this for a second. "Second, the schoolmaster is on no one's side," said Professor Dovey. "How do you know?" Ruven shouted. "Why should we believe you?" Hester yelled as Nevers catcalled. "Because we have proof." Professor Sada stepped forward. Nevers went quiet. Agatha's eyes widened. Proof? What proof? Then she noticed Lady Lesso looked especially sour, confirming this proof did in fact exist. Was the proof the answer to the riddle? "Last but not least," said Professor Dovey, "the schoolmaster's primary responsibility is to protect the Storian. For that reason, he remains in his well-fortressed tower. Thus, regardless of the tales you may hear, let me assure you, no student has ever seen the schoolmaster, and no student ever will." Eyes fell on Agatha. "Ah! Is this the storyteller?" Lady Lesso leered. "It's not a story," Agatha shot back. She saw Sophie shake her head to say this was an ill-advised battle. Lady Lesso smiled. "I'll give you one more chance to redeem yourself. Did you meet the schoolmaster?" Agatha looked at the evil teacher, purple eyes bulging like marbles. Then at Professor Sada, smiling at her curiously. Then at Sophie, across the clearing, miming wart-gluing, mouth-zipping. "Yes." "You lie to a teacher?" Lady Lesso lashed. "It's not a lie," a voice shouted. Everyone turned to Sophie. "We were both there. We were in his tower." "And I bet you saw the Storian, too," Beatrix sneered. "Matter of fact, we did," Sophie retorted to laughter. "And did it start your fairy tale, too?" "It did! It did start our fairy tale." "All hail the Queen of Fools," Beatrix proclaimed to Roars. "Then you must be the Grand Empress." Beatrix turned to Agatha, arms akimbo. "Ugh, the mistake," Beatrix groaned. "Good has never been so wrong." "You wouldn't know good if it crawled up your dress," Agatha yelled. Beatrix gasped so loudly, Tedros cracked a grin. "Don't talk to Beatrix that way," a voice said. Agatha turned to find blonde-haired Tristan. "Beatrix!" Agatha exploded. "You sure you don't want Tedros? He'd love to marry himself." Tedros stopped smiling. Dumbstruck, he glanced between Agatha, Tristan, Beatrix. He lost patience and punched Tristan in the mouth. Tristan drew his dulled training sword, Tedros whipped out his, and they clashed in public duel. But Tristan had been studying Tedros in swordplay, so they both used the exact same ripostes, the same retreats, even the same fight calls, until no one knew who was who. Rather than intervene, swordplay Professor Espada twirled his long mustache. "We'll dissect this thoroughly in class tomorrow." The Nevers had a more immediate response. "Fight!" Ruven roared. Nevers rushed Evers, steamrolled stunned wolves, and dive-bombed into the dueling swordsmen. Whooping Everboys charged in, inciting an epic playground brawl that splattered Evergirls with mud. Agatha couldn't help but laugh at girls brought to their knees by dirt, until filthy Beatrix pointed at her. "She started it!" Screaming Evergirls charged after Agatha, who climbed a tree. Nearby, Tedros managed to reach his head from under boys and saw Sophie spring past. "Help!" he yelled. Sophie stepped on his head as she ran to help Agatha, who was being pelted with pebbles by Beatrix. Then she caught Hort out of the corner of her eye. "You! Give me back my wart!" Hort scooted around the brawling mass, Sophie in pursuit, until she got close enough to pick up a fallen branch and hurl it at his head. Hort ducked, and it hit Lady Lesso in the face. Students froze. Lady Lesso touched her cold, gashed cheek. Staring at the blood on her hand, she grew eerily calm. Her long red nail rose and pointed at Agatha.
"Lock her in her tower!"
A swarm of fairies seized Agatha and dragged her past smirking Tedros towards the Evers tunnel. "No, it's my fault!" Sophie cried.
"And this one?"
Lady Lesso stabbed her blood-stained finger at Sophie.
"To the doom room!"
Before Sophie could scream, a claw covered her mouth and pulled her, past petrified classmates, into the darkness of trees. Sophie couldn't live through torture. Sophie couldn't survive true evil. As fairies flew her upstairs, Agatha welled panicked tears and glanced down to see teachers surging into the foyer. "Professor Seda," she cried, clinging to a banister, "you have to believe us. The Storian thinks Sophie's a villain. It's going to kill her." Seda and 20 teachers looked up, alarmed. "How do you see our village?" Agatha yelled as fairies wrested her away. "How do we get home? What does a princess have that a villain doesn't?" Seda smiled. "Questions. Always in threes." Teachers chuckled and dispersed.
"Seen the Storian?"
Espada mused.
"She's the one who eats candy,"
Professor Anemone explained. "No! You have to save her!" Agatha begged, but the fairies dragged her to her room and locked her in. Frantic, she scaled her bed canopy past paintings of lip-locked heroes and lunged for the broken ceiling tile. But it wasn't broken anymore. Someone had sealed it, tight. Blood drained from Agatha's cheeks. Seda was her only hope, and he refused to answer questions. Now her only friend would die in that dungeon, all because a magic pen had mistaken a princess for a witch. Then something flashed in her head. Something Seda said in class. "If you do have questions." Breathless, Agatha emptied her basket of schoolbooks. A grey wolf, stoic and efficient, tugged Sophie by a long chain fixed to a tight iron collar around her neck. Skirting the dank sewer walls, she couldn't fight her leash. One wrong step, and she'd slip off the narrow path into roaring sludge. Across the rotted black river, she saw 2 wolves drag moaning Vex from the direction in which she was headed. His eyes met hers, red-rimmed, hateful. Whatever happened to him in the doom room had left him more a villain than when he entered. "Agatha," Sophie told herself. "Agatha will get us home." She bit back tears. Stay alive for Agatha. As she approached the sewer's halfway point, where sludge turned to clear lake water, she felt the wall's solid stone become rusty grating. The wolf kicked the door open and shoved her in. Sophie lifted her head to a dark dungeon, lit by a single torch. Everywhere she looked were tools of punishment: breaking wheel, rack, stocks, nooses, hooks, garrote, iron maiden, thumbscrews, and a terrifying collection of spears, clubs, rods, whips, and knives. Her heart stopped. She turned away. 2 red eyes glowed from the corner. Slowly, a big, black wolf rose from shadows, twice the size of all the other wolves. But this one had a human's body with a thick, hairy chest, sinewy arms, bulging calves, and massive feet. The beast cracked open a scroll of parchment and read in a deep growl. "You, Sophie of Woods Beyond, have hereby been summoned to the doom room for the following sins: conspiracy to commit untruth, disruption of assembly, attempted murder of a faculty member." "Murder?" Sophie gasped. "Incitement of public riots,
crossing of boundary lines during assembly, destruction of school property, harassment of fellow students, and crimes against humanity.
I plead not guilty to all charges, Sophie scowled, especially the last. The beast seized her face in his claws.
Guilty until proven innocent.
Let go! Sophie screamed. He sniffed her neck.
Aren't you a luscious peach?
You'll leave marks! To her surprise, the beast released her.
It usually takes a beating to find the weak spot.
Sophie looked at the beast, confused. He licked his lips and grinned. With a cry, she lunged for the door. He slammed her to the wall and cuffed her arms to hooks above her head. Let me go! The beast slunk along the wall, hunting for just the right punishment. Please, whatever I did, I'm sorry, Sophie wailed.
Villains don't learn from apologies,
the beast said, considered a cudgel for a moment, then moved on.
Villains learn from pain.
Please, someone help me!
Pain makes you stronger,
said the beast. He caressed the tip of a rusty spear, then hung it back up. Help! Sophie shrieked.
Pain makes you grow.
The beast picked out an axe. Sophie's face went ghost white. He walked up to her, axe handle in his meaty claw.
Pain makes you evil.
He took her hair in his hands. No, Sophie choked. The beast raised the axe. Please! The blade slashed through her hair. Sophie stared at her long, beautiful gold locks on the black dungeon floor. Mouth froze open in silence. Slowly, she raised her terrorized face to meet the big black beast's. Then her lips quivered, her body hung from its chains, and the tears came. She buried her shorn, jagged head in her chest and cried. She cried until her nose stuffed up and she couldn't breathe, spit caking her black tunic, wrists bleeding against her cuffs. A lock snapped. Sophie lifted her raw red eyes to see the beast unhook her from the wall.
Get out,
he growled, and hung the axe up. When he turned, Sophie was gone. The beast lumbered out of the cell and knelt at the midpoint between rolling muck and clean water. As he dipped the bloody chains in, currents smashed from both directions, rinsing them clean. Scrubbing the last spots of blood away, he caught his reflection in the sludge, only it wasn't his. The beast spun. Sophie shoved him in. The beast thrashed in water and slime, grunting and flailing for the wall. The tides were too strong. She watched him gurgle his last breaths and sink like a stone. Sophie smoothed her hair and walked towards the light, swallowing the sickness in her throat. The good forgive, said the rules. But the rules were wrong. They had to be. Because she hadn't forgiven. She hadn't forgiven at all. Chapter 14. The Crypt Keeper's Solution. The cover was silver silk, painted with the glowing Storian clutched between black and white swans. A Student's History of the Woods, August A. Sader. Agatha opened to the first page. This book reflects the views of its author only. Professor Sader's interpretation of history is his alone, and the faculty does not share it. Sincerely, Clarissa Dovey and Lady Lesso, Deans of the School for Good and Evil. Agatha felt encouraged that the faculty disapproved of the book in her hands. It gave her more hope that somewhere in these pages was the answer to the riddle. The difference between a princess and a witch. The proof good and evil were balanced. Could they be the same? She flipped the page to start, but it didn't have words. Splashed across it were patterns of embossed dots in a rainbow of colours, small as pinheads. Agatha turned the page. More dots. She tore through fistfuls of pages. No words at all. She dumped her face to the book in frustration. Sada's voice boomed. Chapter 14. The Great War. Agatha lurched up. Before her eyes, a ghostly, three-dimensional scene melted into view, atop the book page. A living diorama, colours gauzy like Sada's paintings in the gallery. She crouched to watch a silent vision unfold of three wizened old men, beards to the floor, standing in the schoolmaster's tower, with hands united. As the old men opened their hands, the gleaming Storian levitated out of them and over a familiar white stone table. Sada's disembodied voice continued. Now, remember from Chapter 1, the Storian was placed at the School for Good and Evil by the three seers of the Endless Woods, who believed it the only place it could be protected from corruption. Agatha gawked in disbelief. Sightless Sada couldn't write history, but he could see it, and wanted the same for his students. Every time she turned a page and touched the dots, living history came alive to his narration. Most of Chapter 14 recounted what Sophie had told her at lunch, that the school had been ruled by two sorcerer brothers, one good, one evil, whose love for each other overcame their loyalties to either side. But in time, the evil brother found love give way to temptation, until he saw only one obstacle between him and the pen's infinite power: his own blood. Agatha's hands swept over dots, scanning exhausted scenes of great war battles, alliances, betrayals to see how it all ended. Her fingers stopped as she watched a familiar figure in silver robes and mask rise out of the burning carnage of battle, Storian in hand. From the final fight between evil brother and good brother, a victor emerged, beholden to neither side. In the great truce, the triumphant schoolmaster vowed to rise above good and evil and protect the balance for as long as he could keep himself alive. Neither side trusted the victor, of course, but they didn't need to. The scene flashed to the dying brother, burning to ashes as he desperately stabbed his hand into the sky, unleashing a burst of silver light. For the dying brother used his final embers of magic to create a last spell against his twin, a way to prove good and evil still equal. As long as this proof stayed intact, then the Storian remained uncorrupted, and the woods in perfect balance. And as to what this proof is, Agatha's heart leapt. It remains in the School for Good and Evil to this very day. The scene went dark. She turned the page urgently, touched the dots. Sada's voice boomed. Chapter 15. The Woods-Wide Roach Plague. Agatha flung the book against the wall. Then the others, leaving cracks in painted couples' faces. When there were no more to throw, she buried her face in the bed. Please, help us. Then, in the silence between prayers and tears, something came. Not even a thought. An impulse. Agatha lifted her head. The answer to the riddle looked back at her. It's just a haircut, Sophie told herself as she climbed through a cornflower thicket. No one will even notice. She slid between two periwinkle trees into the west clearing, approaching her group from behind. Just find Agatha and... The group all turned at once. No one laughed. Not Dot, not Tedros, not even Beatrix. They gaped with such horror, Sophie couldn't breathe. Excuse me, something in my eye. She ducked behind a blue rosebush and gulped for air. She couldn't bear any more humiliation. Least you look like a never now, Tedros said, bobbing behind the bush. So no one makes my mistake. Sophie turned beet red. Well, this is what happens when you're friends with a witch, the prince frowned. Now, Sophie was a pomegranate. Look, it's not that bad. Not as bad as your friend, at least. Excuse me, said Sophie, eggplant purple. "Something in my other eye." She darted out and grabbed Dot like a life raft. "Where's Agatha?" But Dot was still staring at her hair. Sophie cleared her throat. "Oh, they haven't let her out of her room," Dot said. "Too bad she'll miss the flower ground. If Yuba can call the conductor, that is." She nodded at the gnome, grumpily jabbing at a blue pumpkin patch. Dot's eyes drifted back to Sophie's hair. "It's nice. Please don't," Sophie said softly. Dot's eyes misted. "You were so pretty." "It'll grow back," Sophie said, trying not to cry. "Don't worry," Dot sniffled. "One day, someone evil enough will kill that monster." Sophie stiffened. "All aboard," Yuba called. She turned to see Tedros open the top of an ordinary blue pumpkin like a teapot and vanish inside. Sophie squinted. What in the... Something poked her hip and she looked down. Yuba thrust a flower ground pass at her and opened the pumpkin lid, revealing a thin caterpillar in a violet velvet tuxedo and matching top hat, floating in a swirl of pastel colours.
"No spitting, sneezing, singing, sniffling, swinging, swearing, slapping, sleeping, or urinating in the flower ground," he said, in the crabbiest voice imaginable. "Violations will result in removal of your clothes. All aboard."
Sophie whipped to Yuba. "Wait, I need to find my friend." A vine shot up and yanked her in. Too stunned to scream, she plunged through dazzling pinks, blues, yellows, as more tendrils lashed and fastened around her like safety belts. Sophie heard a hiss and wheeled to see a giant green flytrap swallow her. She found her scream before vines jerked her out of its mouth and into a tunnel of hot, blinding mist, and hooked her onto something that kept her moving while her feet and arms dangled freely in the ivy harness. Then the mist cleared, and Sophie saw the most magical thing she'd ever seen. It was an underground transport system, big as a whole village, made entirely of luminescent plants. Dangling passengers hung onto vine straps attached to glowing, different-coloured tree trunks covered in matching flowers. These colour-coded trunks wove together in a colossal maze of tracks. Some trunks ran parallel, some perpendicular, some forked in different directions, but all took riders to their precise destinations in the endless woods. Sophie stared in shock at a row of unsmiling dwarves, pickaxes in belts, clinging to straps off a fluorescent red trunk labelled Rosalinda Line. Running in the opposite direction was the glittery green Arborea Line, with a family of bears in crisp suits and dresses among the riders hanging off shamrock vines. Flabbergasted, Sophie peered down her hibiscus line to see the rest of her group swinging from an electric blue trunk. But only the Nevers were strapped into harnesses. "Flower grounds only for Evers," Dot called out. "They have to let us on 'cause we're with the school, but they still don't trust us." Sophie didn't care. She would ride the flower ground for the rest of her life if she could. Besides its strong, soothing pace and delicious scents, there was an orchestra of lizards for each line. The Tangerine Line lizards strummed bouncy banjo guitars. The Violet Line ones played sultry sitars. And the lizards on Sophie's line piped up-tempo jingles on piccolos, accompanied by caroling blue frogs. Lest riders grow hungry, each line had its own snacks, with bluebirds fluttering along the hibiscus line, offering blue corn muffins and blueberry punch. For once, Sophie had all she needed. Muscles unclenching, she forgot about boys and beasts as vines pulled her up, into a churning wind wheel of blue light. Her body felt wind, then air, then earth, and arms unfurling into the sky, Sophie bloomed out of the ground like a heavenly hyacinth, and found herself in a graveyard. Headstones the colour of the bleak sky swept over barren hills. Shivering classmates spouted from a hole in the ground next to her. "Where are we?" she stammered through chattering teeth. "Garden of Good and Evil," Dot shivered, nibbling a chocolate lizard. "Doesn't look like a garden to me," Sophie chattered back. Warmth thawed her skin, As Yuba sparked a few small fires around the group with his magical staff, Sophie and her classmates exhaled.
"In a few weeks, you will each be unlocked to perform spells," said the gnome to excited Titters. "But spells are no substitute for survival skills. Mealworms live near graves and can keep you alive when food is scarce. Today, you'll be finding and eating them."
Sophie clutched her stomach.
"Off you go, teams of 2, the gnome said. "Whichever team eats the most mealworms wins the challenge."
His eyes flicked to Sophie.
"Perhaps our black sheep can find redemption."
"Black sheep can't find anything without her girlfriend," Tedros murmured. Sophie moped miserably as he paired up with Beatrix. "Come on," Dot said, pulling Sophie to the ground. "We can beat them." Suddenly motivated, Sophie started searching the ground with Dot, careful to stay close to the fire. "What do mealworms look like?" "Like worms," said Dot. Sophie was deliberating a retort when she noticed a figure in the distance, silhouetted atop a hill. It was a massive giant with a long black beard, thick dreadlocks, and midnight blue skin. He wore only a small brown loincloth as he dug a row of graves. "Does it all himself, the crypt keeper," Dot said to Sophie. "That's why there's such a backlog." Sophie followed her eyes to a 2-mile line of bodies and coffins behind the crypt keeper, waiting for burial. Immediately she could see the difference between the Nevers' dark stone coffins and the Evers' coffins, made of glass and gold. But there were also some bodies without caskets, just lying untended on the hill slope beneath circling vultures. "Why doesn't he have help?" she said, nauseous.
"'Cause no one can interfere with the crypt keeper's system," Hort said softly. 2 years my dad's waited." His voice cracked. "Killed by Peter Pan himself, my dad. Deserves a proper grave."
Now the whole group was watching the crypt keeper dig his graves before pulling a big book from his mass of hair and studying one of its pages. Then the giant picked up a gold coffin with a handsome prince inside and heaved it into the empty plot. He moved down the line of waiting bodies, picked up a crystal coffin with a beautiful princess, and laid it beside the prince's coffin in the same grave.
"Anastasia and Jacob died of starvation while on honeymoon. Avoidable deaths had they paid attention in class,"
Yuba snapped. Grumbling, the students went back to mealworm hunting. But Sophie kept her eye on the crypt keeper, who studied his book again before picking up a coffinless ogre and plunking him in the next plot. Back to the book, and then he rested a resplendent queen's silver tomb beside a matching king's. Sophie's eyes drifted around the graveyard and saw the same pattern on every hill and valley. Evers buried together with twin headstones, boy and girl, man and wife, prince and princess, together in life and in death. Nevers, buried all alone. Ever after, paradise together. Nevermore, paradise alone. Sophie froze. She knew the answer to the schoolmaster's riddle.
"Perhaps we should search Necro Ridge," Yuba sighed. "Come, students."
"Cover for me," Sophie whispered to Dot. Dot swiveled. "Where are you? Wait! Where are—" But Sophie was scampering through distant gravestones towards the flower ground entrance. "Team," Dot sulked. A short while later, in the Blue Forest, 5 stimps looked up from their billy goat to see Sophie brandishing an egg. "Let's try this again, shall we?" It was there all along, Agatha thought as she gazed at the walls. The weapon that made good invincible against evil. The thing a villain could never have, but a princess couldn't do without. The task that would send her and Sophie home. If Sophie is alive. Agatha felt another wave of powerless dread. She couldn't just sit here while Sophie was being tortured. Screams pealed outside. She spun to see Sophie hurled through her window by a bucking stimp. "Love!" Sophie panted. "You're alive! Your hair!" Agatha gasped. "Love is what a villain can never have, but a heroine can't live without." But what did they... Am I right or not? Agatha saw Sophie had no intention of talking about the Doom Room. Almost. She pointed to the paintings on the wall, with visions of heroes and heroines, lips pressed in climactic embrace. True love's kiss, Sophie breathed. If your true love kisses you, then you can't be a villain, Agatha said. And if you can't find love, then you can't be a princess, said Sophie. And we go home, Agatha swallowed. My half is taken care of. Yours isn't so simple. Oh, please. I can make any one of those disgusting never boys fall in love with me. Just give me 5 minutes, an empty broom closet, and... There's only one, Sophie, Agatha said, voice fraying. For every ever, there's only one true love. Sophie met her eyes. She collapsed onto the bed. Tedros. Agatha nodded sickly. The road home led through the one person who could ruin everything. Tedros has to... kiss me, Sophie said, staring into space. And he can't be tricked, forced, or duped into it. He has to mean it. But how? He thinks I'm a villain. He hates me. Aggie, he's a king's son. He's beautiful. He's perfect. And look at me. She grabbed her shorn hair and flaccid robes. I'm... still a princess. Sophie looked at her. And the only way we'll get home, said Agatha, forcing a smile. So we have to make this kiss happen. We, said Sophie. We, rasped Agatha. Sophie hugged her tight. We're going home, Maggie. But in her arms, Agatha sensed something else. Something that told her the Doom Room had taken more from her friend than just her hair. Agatha squelched her doubts and clasped Sophie tighter. One kiss, and it will all be over, she whispered. As they embraced in one tower, in another, the schoolmaster watched the Storian finish a magnificent painting of the two girls in each other's arms. The pen added a last flourish of words beneath it, closing the chapter. But no kiss comes without its price. Chapter 15. Choose Your Coffin. Whenever Tedros was stressed, he worked out. So to see him sweating at 6 a.m. in the groom room, throwing hammers, pumping dumbbells, and swimming laps, meant he had a lot on his mind. It was understandable. The snowball invitations had been slipped under doors during the night. As he scaled climbing ropes made of braided blonde hair, he cursed the fact he would spend Christmas at a ball. Why did everything with Evers revolve around oppressive formal dances? The problem with balls was that boys had to do all the work. Girls could flirt and scheme and wish all they wanted, but in the end, it's the boy who had to make his choice and hope she said yes. Tedros wasn't worried about the girl saying yes. He was worried there was no girl he wanted to ask at all. He couldn't remember the last time he actually liked a girl. And yet, he always had one following him, claiming to be his girlfriend. It happened every time. He vowed to forget girls, then noticed one getting attention, set out to prove he could get her, got her, and discovered she was a fatuous prince hunter who had had her eye on him all along. The Beatrix curse. No. There was a better name for it. The Guinevere curse. Tedros was only 9 when his mother, Guinevere, made off with the knight Lancelot, leaving him and his father alone. He heard the whispers that followed. She found love. But what about all those times she said, "I love you," to his father? All the times she said it to him? Which love was real? Night after night, Tedros watched his father slip further into heartbreak and drunkenness. Death came within the year. With his last breaths, King Arthur gripped his son's hands. The people will need a queen, Tedros. Don't make my mistakes. Look for the girl who is truly good. Tedros climbed higher and higher on the golden braids, veins straining against muscle. Don't make my mistakes. His hand slipped, and he fell off the rope, crashing to a soft mat. Cheeks red, he glowered at the taunting waterfalls of hair. All the girls here were mistakes. Guinevere's who confused love with kisses. Daylight flecked across Agatha's pillow. She stirred and saw Sophie hunched on Rena's old bed. "Why are you still here? If the wolves catch you, it's the doom room again. Besides, you should be home writing that anonymous love poem to Tedra." "You didn't tell me there's a ball." Sophie held up a glittering snowflake invitation, Agatha's name in pearls. "Oh, who cares about a stupid ball?" Agatha groaned. "We'll be long gone. Now, make sure that poem talks about who he is as a person, his honor, his valor, his courage." Sophie was smelling the invitation now. "Sophie, listen to me. The closer we get to the ball, the more Tedros looks for a date. The more he looks for a date, the more he falls in love with someone else. The more he falls in love with someone else, the more he leaves us here to die. Got it?" "But I want to be his date." "You're not invited." Sophie pursed her lips. "Sophie, Tedros has to kiss you now. Otherwise we'll never get home." "Honestly, do they even check invitations at a ball?" Agatha snatched the invitation. "Stupid me, I thought you wanted to stay alive." "But I can't miss the ball." Agatha shoved her towards the door. "Use the tunnel of trees. Marble hall, glittering gowns, waltzing under stars. If a wolf catches you, just say you're lost. A ball, Aggie. A real ball." Agatha kicked her out. Sophie scowled back. "My roommates will help me. They're true friends." She slammed the door on Agatha's shocked expression. 10 minutes later, Hester stamped her foot, nearly killing Annadil's rat.
"Help! You want me to help a never kiss an ever? I'd rather stick my head up a horse's—"
"Sophie, no villain ever finds love,"
Annadil said, hoping reason might save her rats.
"To even look for it is to betray your own soul."
"You want me to go home?" Sophie snapped, picking away tunnel leaves. "Then put a hex on Tedros so he asks me to the ball."
"The ball?" Hester screeched. "How do you even know about the ball?"
"A villain at a ball," said Dot.
"A villain waltzing,"
said Annadil.
"A villain curtsying,"
said Hester, and all three collapsed into howls. "I'm going to that ball," Sophie fumed.
"Presenting the Witch of Woods Beyond,"
Hester cackled through tears. By lunch, she wasn't laughing. First, Sophie was 20 minutes late to class after trying to find a solution to her jagged hair. She disguised it with berets, bows, combs, before settling on a daisy wreath. "Not hideous," she sighed before she walked into uglification and saw students' hair turned grey from batwing potions. A 1 suddenly exploded over her head.
"Hideous,"
Professor Manley beamed, ogling her hair.
"Your greatest beauty, gone."
Sophie sobbed as she left class, but then heard Hester scream. In the hall, Albemarle, a studious, spectacled woodpecker, was chipping Sophie's name just below hers on the evil rankings board. "One little love spell, Hester," Sophie reminded sweetly, "and then I'm gone forever." Hester stomped away, reminding herself that nevers kissing evers couldn't be encouraged, no matter how extreme the circumstances. At the start of curses, Lady Lesso swept into the ice chamber, jaw tighter than usual.
"Impossible to find good torturers these days,"
she muttered. "What is she talking about?" Sophie whispered to Dot. "Beast went missing," Dot whispered back. Behind her, Sophie looked nauseous. Testing the class on Nemesis dreams, Lady Lesso seethed and sniped at every wrong answer.
"But I thought a nemesis dream meant you'll be a lead villain,"
Hester said.
"No, you imbecile! Only if you have symptoms. A nemesis dream is nothing without symptoms,"
Lady Lesso retorted.
"Dot, what do you taste in your mouth during your first nemesis dream?"
"What you ate before bed,"
Blood, you idiot! Lady Lesso dragged nails across the ice wall. Oh, what I'd give to see a real villain in this school, a real villain, who could make good weep instead of these dung fleas. When it came to her turn, Sophie expected the worst abuse, only to have Lady Lesso give her a wart for a surely incorrect answer and caress her shorn hair as she passed. Why is she being nice to you? Hester hissed behind her. Sophie had the same question, but turned around with a smile. Because I'm future class captain, as long as I stay here, that is. Hester looked like she might break Sophie's neck. Love spells are junk villainy. They don't work. I'm sure you'll find one that does, Sophie said. I'm warning you, Sophie. This will end badly. What about petunias in every room? Sophie mused. I think it'll be my first proposal as class captain. That night, Hester wrote to her relatives for love spells. It's contagious, Agatha moaned as Evergirls bounded around the clearing, showing each other their invitations, each snowflake a different shape. Nearby, Tedros shot marbles and ignored them entirely. Every challenge had to do with ball beauty, ball etiquette, ball entrances, ball history. Sophie wasn't listening. Pail of pig's feet in hand, she gazed longingly at the Evergirls. No, Agatha said. But what if he asks me? Sophie, he needs to kiss you now, not take you to some stupid ball. Oh, Agatha, don't you know your fairy tales? If he takes me to the ball, then he'll kiss me. Like Cinderella at midnight, kisses always happen at the ball. And by then, my hair will have grown and I'll have fixed my shoes and, oh no, the gown. Can you steal some charmeuse from one of the girls? Some crepe de chine too, and tulle, mountains of tulle. Preferably in pink, but I can always dye it, though tulle never looks quite right dyed. Perhaps we should go with chiffon then. Much more manageable. Agatha blinked, speechless. You're right, I should ask him first, Sophie said, leaping up. No frowns, darling. It'll be easy as pie. You'll see. Princess Sophie at a ball. What are you? You'll ruin everything. But Sophie had already flounced to the Evers side, plopped next to Tedros, and held out her pail. Hello, handsome. Want some of my feet? Tedros misfired his marble into Chaddock's eye. The entire clearing went silent. He turned to her. Your girlfriend's calling. Sophie followed his eyes to Agatha, waving her off. She's just upset, Sophie sighed. You were right, Tedros. She and I are too close. That's why I left in the middle of class yesterday, to tell her it's time I make good friends now. Dot said you left because you were sick. Sophie coughed. Oh, well, I had a bit of a cold. She said it was diarrhea. Sophie swallowed. You know Dot, always making things up. She doesn't seem like a liar to me. She's always lying, just to get attention, since she's, you know. Tedros raised his eyebrows. Since she's fat. I see. Tedros lined up his marble. Funny, isn't it? She crawled into empty graves to eat enough worms for the two of you, just so you wouldn't fail. Said you're her best friend. Did she? Sophie saw Dot waving at her. How depressing. She turned to Tedros, who was preparing to shoot. Do you remember when we first met, Tedros? It was in the Blue Forest. Nothing that happened after matters. Not you punching me, or calling me a never, or you landing in poo. What matters is what you felt at first sight. You wanted to rescue me, Tedros. And here I am. She folded her hands. Whenever you're ready, then. Tedros looked up at her. What? To ask me to the ball, Sophie said, smiling. The prince's face didn't change. I know it's a bit early, but a girl does have to plan, Sophie pressed. Beatrix shoved in. No room for nevers? What? There's plenty of room, Sophie huffed. But Rena jostled her, then 6 other girls, and Sophie was pushed out of the circle entirely. She whirled to Tedros to defend her. Can you go away? He said. eyes on his marble. "You're blocking my view." Agatha smirked as Sophie stomped towards her. "Easy as pie, hmm?" Sophie blew past her. "Humble pie," Agatha shouted. "It's the hair," Sophie sobbed. "It's not the hair," Agatha said as they trudged through the blue forest gates. "You need to make him like you first. Otherwise we'll never get home." "It's supposed to be love at first sight. That's how fairy tales work." "Time for plan B." "Then again, he didn't say no," Sophie said hopefully. "Perhaps it didn't go so badly." Dot rushed up. "Everyone's saying you called Tedros a liar, threw poo in his face, and licked his feet." Sophie turned to Agatha. "What's plan B?" They arrived with the rest of their forest group to find 8 glass coffins nestled in turquoise grass.
"Each week we'll repeat the challenge to discern good from evil, since it is the most crucial skill you will take into the woods," Uber announced. "Today we'll test the Evers. Given the fascination with yesterday's burials, I thought we'd give you a taste of your own."
With that, he made Evergirls and Nevergirls climb into the open coffins and, with a swish of his staff, turned all 8 into identical dark-haired princesses with big hips, round backsides, and trouty lips.
"I'm obese,"
Sophie gasped. "Look, this is your chance," Agatha said, remembering Princess Uma's words. "If Tedros is your greatest wish, he'll be pulled towards you. He'll know you're his true love." "But Beatrix will wish for him too." "You have to wish harder. Focus on what you love about him. Focus on what makes him yours." Uber slammed the glass lids on both girls and jumbled the 8 coffins.
"Now, study the maidens carefully and search for signs of good," he said to the boys. "Once you're sure you've found an Ever, kiss her hand and her true nature will be revealed."
The Ever boys warily ventured towards the coffins.
"We want to play too."
Uber turned to Hort and the Never boys, chomping at the bit.
"I suppose it'll give our girls incentive to behave,"
said the gnome. Inside the coffins, 8 plump princesses stiffened as both good and evil boys wandered around them. Hort snuck to a blue mint bush, stepped over a snacking skunk, and tore off a few leaves. He saw Rovan staring.
"What? I like being fresh,"
said Hort, munching mint.
"Hurry up and make your choices,"
Uber barked. In her coffin, Agatha wished Tedros would look deep into Sophie's heart and see who she truly was. In her coffin, Sophie closed her eyes and thought of everything she loved about her prince. Tedros, meanwhile, didn't want any of these girls. But just as he was about to bag the challenge, he felt his eyes drawn to the 3rd coffin. Something pulled him towards its maiden, even though she looked just like all the rest. A warmth, a glow, a spark of energy pulsing between them. Yes, something was there. Something he hadn't noticed before. One of these girls was more than what she seemed.
"Time's up,"
Uber said. Agatha heard a blood-curdling shriek and spun to Sophie, back in her body, lips scrunched against Hort's. Hort released her.
"Oh, the hand.
Oops." He popped another mint leaf. "Should we start again?"
"You ape!"
Sophie kicked him, and he crashed into the mint bush, onto the snacking skunk, which raised its tail and sprayed him in the eyes. Hort staggered around, ramming into coffins. "I'm blind! I'm blind!" until he smashed into Sophie's again, which slammed shut, sealing his skunked body in with hers. Aghast, Sophie rammed the glass, but it wouldn't budge.
"Rule number 5. Nevers don't trifle with love,"
Uber crabbed.
"Fitting punishment. Now come, boys, let's see who you've picked."
Agatha heard her own coffin open. She turned and saw Tedros lift her thick hand towards his tender lips. Stunned, Agatha kneed him in the chest. Tedros fell back, bashed his head on the coffin top, and slumped to the ground. Everboys crowded around him, and princess clones jumped from their coffins to help, while Uber conjured a block of ice for the prince's skull.
In the chaos, Agatha slipped out of her coffin and into the one next to it. Tedros staggered up with no intention of letting his princess go. Yuba grimaced.
Perhaps you should sit down.
I want to finish. With a sigh, Yuba nodded at the clones, who climbed back into the coffins and closed their eyes. Tedros remembered it was the third coffin. He lifted the jeweled glass over its maiden and kissed her hand with confidence. The princess melted into Beatrix, smiling imperiously. Tedros dropped her hand like a hot stone. In the next coffin, Agatha sighed with relief. The wolves howled in the distance. As the class followed Yuba back to school, Agatha stayed behind with Sophie.
Come, Agatha,
Yuba called.
This is Sophie's lesson to learn.
Agatha glanced back to see Sophie sealed in with Hort, holding her nose as she screamed and kicked the glass. Maybe the gnome was right. Tomorrow, her friend would be ready to listen. She'll survive, she muttered, following the others. It's only Hort. But Hort wasn't the problem. The problem was that Sophie had seen Agatha switch coffins.